Where are all the women who lost their male partners to red pill content? Front and center, please. Because I want to know what happened. I want to know how he started off when y'all got together and how red pill content changed him and how the partnership ended.
I'm tired of lying to people. Everybody be like, why are you single? Why are you single? Why you don't got no man? Cause I ain't shit, ho. I ain't gonna lie. I am not shit. I'm not shit. I won't ever be shit. I'm not shit. I don't know what to tell you, but
if you're a black woman and you only date black men, you have committed yourself to the bottom.
Live from Dade County, the resident lefty of the Black Manosphere. You are now listening to Mr. Z, Blackneffect.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live.
Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
Very recently, I had this girl ask me for a ride on one of my motorcycles. Now, I was a little hesitant at first because I didn't have another helmet with me. It's just a safety thing. I don't want to take a girl for a ride, have something happen, especially if it's her first time on a bike, and then she gets hurt, I get blamed. It's just not good for anybody. Now, I could tell that this girl was pretty disappointed, and she said something at the end of the interaction that I thought was pretty strange.
I don't want to see you saying nowhere.
I wasn't planning on it.
See, I'm not really sure why she said that. I didn't have any plans on saying that anytime in the future. However, it did remind me of a story from high school. You see, there's this girl that I went on a few dates in high school with. I'm just gonna call her Amanda. Now, Amanda happened to be black, and that's a detail that's gonna be relevant later. Me and Amanda got along pretty well on the most part. We hung out a few times, and one time I remember we started to get a little bit frisky in my old car. I drove an old 2018 Honda Civic. That thing was not the best car in the world to get frisky in. I mean, like, we weren't going super deep, but we were like making out a little bit in the back of this car. We're like scrunched down because it was a coupe and there was barely any room in the back seat. Things were starting to get a little bit invested. And that's when I figured out that this girl happened to have a little bit of a degradation thing going on, which, hey, that was my first experience with that ever. I was a little bit of a teenager. I'd never had any experience with that in my life. So I was a little bit new to that. I didn't really know what to do. It just so happened to be my luck that Amanda was willing to instruct me a little bit. And this is when Amanda leaned up to me, whispered in my ear, "Call me the N-word." Now, I was a little distraught hearing that come out of her mouth. My parents would never allow me to say that in my life. And so that's just how I was raised. Like, you don't want to put people down. I don't want to say the word. I don't want to do it. Regardless if I have permission or not, it's just, I don't want to add that to my vocabulary. Because if I say it, then I'll accidentally slip out in some context that it's not supposed to. So long story short is I didn't say the word. And that happened to be the last time I ever hung out with Amanda, because she didn't want to hang out with me after that. I don't know why these girls want the whitest dude they've ever seen in their life to say the N-word. I don't know why there's always that context there.
With a hard R.
Check this out. I just want to tell you this story real quick. I just been thinking about this shit. So I used to mess with this black chick, fine as hell, bad, to my super bad. Freaking in a motherfucker. And we still communicate to this day. We just, you know, she do her thing. We don't have sex no more. But she told me, "Oh, I want to role play. I want you to call me the N-word." I say, listen, I'm down to do a lot of shit, but I don't feel comfortable I don't do that. I'm not on that. I don't feel comfortable. She was on some real weird shit. On like, yeah, I'm your slave. I'm your, yeah, like that. I'm your slave and you the master type shit. I say, man, listen, I can be a lot of shit, but that, I'm not gonna feel comfortable in that thing and having to call you that. That ain't what I can't do that. That shit was crazy. I just had to share that shit with a motherfucker. But that's all I got, man.
Black Florida woman whose white boyfriend was arrested after slave enslaver domestic spat denies alleged racial component. The black girlfriend of a white man who was arrested during a domestic spat in Bradenton, Florida last week has issued with a police report implying there was a racial component to an argument between the pair after she asked if he wanted to play slave enslaver. She also doesn't want him prosecuted for simple battery. Kenneth Atkins was arrested August 6 after he and his girlfriend of 3 years, Ashley Edwards, became involved in a heated quarrel in which, according to Edwards, Atkins made a comment that prompted her to say, "Oh, you want to play slave and slaver?" According to the report from the Manatee County Sheriff's Department, it was a black and white issue. Ashley stated she wanted to play slave and slaver because she is African American and he is Caucasian, according to an affidavit submitted by police. Kenneth did not wish to partake and became verbally aggressive. Edwards, 36, told the Daily News by phone Wednesday that she made that comment, but it was meant as a dominatrix thing rather than in a racial way. She says she called 911 the night of the incident because Atkins was acting crazy and I didn't want anything to do with it. The Daily News flash. Once cops arrived, Edwards said she simply wanted her boyfriend removed from her apartment. Edwards said she and Atkins both talked to police, who, according to her, overstated the slave and slaver comment. That report also said Atkins, 37, spat in Ashley's face, which she said should be taken literally. "He spit towards me, but didn't do anything to me," she said. "If he did that, I would have pressed charges." Edwards said she's hit Atkins in the past, but claims he's never responded physically and that she doesn't want to see a battery charge on his record, which according to the Smoking Gun, includes a pending theft charge involving a Florida Walmart. "He shouldn't have been arrested," she said of last week's confrontation. According to the police report, Atkins denied the allegations and/or any other physical confrontation. The Manatee County Sheriff's Office hasn't returned a request for comment.
In a very brief generalization, there's a lot of detail in the book, but I'm going to give you a quick summary of what those findings were of how people interacted with each other. So what we found is that race is the deal breaker of all characteristics. It operates more strongly than education, physical characteristics. It is the deal breaker. And, you know, one of the things that we often found, which I thought was interesting in interviewing, especially many of the white men, is this aggrieved feeling that they were disadvantaged in online dating and that they were being ignored. And yet in our quantitative analysis, we find that white men are the most desired of all men. And this has been shown in many other platforms too. So this is not specific to the platform that we're looking at. Our quantitative analysis showed that almost all women or all women of all races and almost all gay men, actually black men did not show this, that their preference was strongest for white men. Now this preference for white men was statistically significant for other races, but especially strong for white women. But I found it really interesting that you know, women and gay men of other races would respond first to white men and only secondly to men of their same race. So on the other hand, when it comes to preferences for women, so if we look at the ways in which straight men and lesbians, who their preferences are, who they interact with, et cetera, we found that unlike for men, whiteness was not the defining characteristic per se, but the defining pattern was for same race preferences, so contacting others of the same race. Men of all race and lesbians of color do not seem to have a first preference for white women, but their same ethnic group. And unlike straight women and gay men, they're also more open to people from all racial groups, and this is really important, except black daters. So we document a persistent and specific anti-blackness that operates among the sexual preferences of white, Asian, Hispanic, multiracial, straight men, and gay women. You know, we have lots of theories based on our interviews for why this may be, but basically, in terms of why is it that white masculinity is so highly valued, more so than say white femininity, because we assumed that if given racial hierarchies and norms around hegemonic beauty, that white femininity would also be highly valued. But what we find is that, you know, white femininity does not carry the same kind of appeal across all groups, in large part due to patriarchy and gender norms, right? So the association with white masculinity is not just associated with sexual allure, but it also symbolizes economic and cultural power in a way that femininity generally does not, right? And, you know, in our interviews, while there is plenty of resistance to this among individuals, we also see that this sort of valorization of white masculinity is really something that's been internalized and reproduced by marginalized groups as well. So, you know, that's a sobering finding.
Right. So she had a weird conversation with me
like 2 months into us dating, it made me think that she had some like different motives to dating me. Made me uncomfortable. She was like, Jeff, I'm happy to finally be with a white man. Black dudes, you can't trust them. They're just gonna cheat on you. They ain't. You know how uncomfortable you feel right now? Imagine how I felt. This is in real life for me. This is just a story for you. I felt uncomfortable as shit. I didn't know what to do. So I talked to a black friend of mine. His name's Josh. I was like, Josh, told him the whole story. He's like, Jeff, I'll tell you what you got to do, but you might not like it. I'm like, all right, let me have it. He's like, Jeff, for the culture, you got to cheat on that. That's what...
or you know, other kinds of things that are related to the broader kind of social political discourse. And so I think that that's a thing that as research on online dating or just kind of dating generally, I think goes forward. I think we need to move beyond just what is your political party affiliation? And I think really kind of get into these other kinds of deeper, I think, aspects of politics and how that is shaping, you know, kind of how people, as I called it, right, vet each other. But I think also, right, this shaping of what it means to be desirable, because again, right, it seems to be kind of confusing, right, that people want people who are, I mean, they'll say they want people who aren't racist, who aren't sexist, who aren't XYZ, right, because that's what you're supposed to want, right, but then they seem to have like this kind of like confusion or this like disjunction where they still desire, right, you know, kind of cisgender heterosexual white men, you know, and particularly with the women that I interviewed, there was a lot of desire for like white men with beards, like this very particular aesthetic that they were like very attracted to. So there's kind of all of those aspects.
That said, there is a small catch to this data. The percentage of women within each category has also changed in recent years. Women who haven't even finished high school have gone from representing 2/3 of all women to just 1/3, and those with a college degree have grown from 1 in 20 to 1 in 4. And with all this in mind, here comes the million-dollar question. We've seen how the birth rate is falling in Latin America, but why? Is it because women are focusing on their careers? Well, it doesn't look like it. We've already seen that college-educated women aren't having that many fewer children than before either. But what's more, if we look at factors like the female employment rate, there's no clear correlation with birth rates, much less over time. In some decades, the Latin American countries with the highest proportion of working women are the ones with the highest birth rates. And 10 years later, the opposite is true. Is it because the opportunity cost of having children has risen? Well, that doesn't seem to be the case either. In fact, the main cost of having children, the probability of the mother dying in childbirth, has fallen sharply. And unfortunately, since Latin America isn't exactly the best example of economic growth, many countries these days are almost as wealthy as they were when their birth rates were 2, 3, or even 4 times higher. The answer doesn't appear to be economic. And certainly it's not political, as happened in China. No one has forced these women to have fewer children. The answer is likely cultural. In fact, we have a more specific culprit that will surprise many of you: soap operas.
Women living in areas covered by Globo's signal have significantly lower fertility rates. The effect is strongest among women of lower socioeconomic status and those in the middle and late stages of their reproductive cycle, which aligns with the trend toward fertility decline.
In Brazil, a country with a demographic crisis comparable to China's, a television network called Rede Globo had a virtual monopoly on soap operas. This produced a very curious phenomenon. As Rede Globo expanded into more and more provinces, the birth rate fell. This is no mere coincidence. The soap operas caused the women who watched them to have fewer children. 3 out of 4 protagonists in these soap operas had 1 child or none, compared to the average of 6 that real Brazilian women had. And everything points to this creating an imitation effect, as women adopted the lifestyle of developed Western countries. This is nothing new. There are many studies in India on the impact of television on women, and most agree that cultural imitation is very strong. In India, for instance, having access to a television increases the likelihood that women will work, and it also drastically reduces gender-based violence. But the important thing isn't simply having a television. The content is what really matters. According to the study we just showed you in Brazil, cultural imitation is greater when the soap opera is Brazilian, while watching a Turkish soap opera, for example, has almost no effect. And as a fun fact, these women who have fewer children are also much more likely to name their children after characters from these soap operas. Does this mean that without soap operas, Brazil would still have a birth rate of 6 children per woman? Obviously not. This contributed to lowering the probability of having an additional child by about 10%, slightly more for women aged 25 to 35 and those of lower socioeconomic status. That's a lot, but it doesn't even come close to explaining such a demographic decline. decline. We've shared this example so you can see how important cultural mechanisms are. Soap operas are just a small part of it. Although Latin America isn't the best example of economic growth, television, the internet, and cell phones have reached everyone. Most likely this has led people to imitate wealthy countries, only long before they've actually become wealthy themselves. And this is a problem. Of course, it has many positive side effects. That's why so many people imitate it. But in purely economic terms, the low birth rate could be the final nail in Latin America's coffin. Birth rates raise GDP per capita. Yeah, you heard correctly. We said GDP per capita. And how is it that having more children can increase wealth per person? Doesn't that also increase the number of mouths to feed? Well, yes. But if there are a lot of people, especially young people of working age, it's easier to pay for things like pensions or public debt. If there aren't enough people, you end up like Japan. GDP per worker grows a lot, yes, but the demographic winter eats up all that wealth, causing wages to remain stagnant for decades. Well, so far in the 21st century, Latin America's GDP per capita has grown at an annual rate of 1.5%. Of course, some countries have done better, and others worse, but that isn't important right now. The fact is that of that 1.5%, 0.4 percentage points have been due exclusively to demographics, rather than to factors like increased capital or productivity. Well, it's estimated that over the next 25 years, demographics will not just contribute less, they will actually subtract 0.13 percentage points from GDP each year. This is the region with the largest gap in its demographic dividend in the entire world, 25% larger than in Southeast Asia. Another way to look at it is that if the rest of the economy continues to grow as before, the region's GDP per capita will grow 30% less. And keep in mind, this estimate is quite generous. As we've seen before, Latin America's demographic decline is mainly due to women with children having fewer children, whereas in developed countries, the biggest problem is women with no children at all. It is entirely possible, and in fact, there are already some signs, that this phenomenon will soon take center stage in Latin America, and if that happens, the birth rate could fall even faster than most projections anticipate. On the other hand, these population projections are notorious for being less accurate than a carnival shooting gallery. What will all this mean? Well, that countries that are already quite poor will grow more slowly, and things won't get better. Demographics will slow the economy down more and more. And stagnating with Japan's GDP per capita is not the same as stagnating with Mexico's. To give you an idea of what this means, when Germany reached a ratio of 4 workers for every pensioner, it already had a GDP per capita of about $40,000. But it's estimated that Brazil, when it reaches that demographic structure, will have a per capita GDP of less than $14,000, the minimum threshold the World Bank uses to classify a country as a high-income country. Mind you, in this regard, Africa and some Southeast Asian countries are in much worse shape. Nigeria will reach a ratio of 4 workers for every person over 65 with a GDP per capita of just $7,000. And that's under a fairly optimistic scenario. Do you see the problem now? Demographic decline isn't just a problem for rich countries. We should be far more concerned about poor countries. In any case, now that we've gotten this far, it's your turn. Were you aware of the demographic winter that all of Latin America is currently experiencing? Were you surprised by the impact a simple soap opera can have? Will we see these countries recover, or are they doomed to economic stagnation? You can leave your answers down in the comments.
If this struck you as unusual when you were watching the series, that's because it was. In scholar Richard Bush's study of 262 so-called domestic situation comedies from 1946 to 1990 at least, he found that just 11% featured heads of household who were working class, i.e. doing blue-collar, clerical, or service work. Malcolm's father, and future drug lord as you may remember, plays a low-level clerical worker. This is despite the fact that most American workers qualify as working class. Back in 1976, scholars Gerbner and Gross addressed this still relevant trend, calling the exclusion of working-class families from television a symbolic annihilation of America's economic realities. The problem is especially bad on children's television, where a scant 2% of characters are depicted as working class. Now, this isn't exactly a coincidence. Showing stable middle and upper class families is good for business, especially if you're making a family-friendly sitcom. And the reason is simple: commercials. According to scholars Zieglinde Lemke and Wibke Schneiderman, as a form of mass entertainment financed by selling commercials to middle-class consumers, it seems logical that the predominant mode of representing class presupposes middle-class normativity. That is to say, watching the kids' skins stick to the seat in a rundown car with a broken radiator doesn't exactly put you in the mood to splurge on that cool new vacuum cleaner or a fancy bottle of cologne. In comparison, watching the Huxtables hang out in a brownstone while modeling yet another sick sweater from a seemingly endless pile brings viewers a sense of economic plenty that they might not feel in their day-to-day lives. Now, obviously, Malcolm in the Middle wasn't the first show to peddle an economic angst.
I'll tell you what they're going to pay you. They're going to pay you what all jobs pay. Less than you're worth and just enough to keep you crawling back for more.
We saw this as far back as the 50s with the Honeymooners, while the mid-70s brought Laverne and Shirley, and the late 80s saw the debut of America's most famous working-class family on Roseanne. But for anyone with enough business savvy, it just didn't seem financially smart to make a family or children's show about bringing your leftover egg breakfast to school for lunch.
What do you have? Leftover eggs from breakfast?
Which brings us to Disney. In a moment, that is. First, we have to look at 1980, when a broad cultural phenomenon began, the Reagan-era loosening of restrictions on entertainment regulations, including advertising during children's television programming. Now, after a major 70s-era crackdown on advertising to kids, you could only show a limited amount of commercials during children's programming, and were also required to produce educational and informative content for kids. When President Reagan and co. had essentially signed or vetoed all that away by 1984, things changed rapidly. A year after regulation, all of the top 10 best-selling toys had their own TV show. While child-centric product placement had occurred during television's early days, that was really no comparison to this new reality. The insane proliferation of TV character-aligned merchandising was dubbed the Strawberry Shortcake Strategy by Tom Engelhardt. That's thanks to the 1980 show's explosions of licensed dolls, video games, stickers, lunchboxes, and so on. And that reliance on branding would continue to increase from the 90s and on as corporations realized what a valuable consumer demographic children could be. And though a 1990 congressional bill had reinstated some restrictions on such advertising, the industry had been changed forever. Increasingly, merchandising centered on children's television characters began blurring the line between consuming entertainment and just plain consumerism. And we're not trying to demonize your favorite Lizzie McGuire lunchbox. It's just a little weird. Which is why families like Malcolm in the Middle aren't the norm for places like the Disney Channel. While they didn't start making original live-action shows until the late 90s, they came in hard, quickly crafting what journalists Julia Borston and Alinda Wheat call a tween machine, in which pre-teenagers, and in this case primarily girls, were targeted through lifestyle marketing like the world had never seen. As scholar Morgan Genevieve Blue notes, the marketing was part and parcel with the programming decisions themselves, explaining that Disney Channel personnel worked closely with Disney Consumer Products and Disney Music Group to extend the network's fictional narratives across a variety of media and merchandise for tween girls. This was in order to effectively creep into the lives and life spaces of kids beyond the TV network. And that's according to a presentation given by President and CCO of Disney Branded Television, Gary Marsh himself. And the way they did it, mostly through appeals to girl consumers. As Blue explains, characters like Hannah Montana promote representations of aspirational celebrity and teen life via fashion and dress-up and musical performances. And this way, according to Blue, franchisable girl star personae both reflects and perpetuates a neoliberal turn in the United States, which privileges a performative and celebrity-oriented form of girlhood as the contemporary ideal, i.e. a girl who has all the products she needs to look and behave a certain way. In the aughts, this often took the form of sparkly clothes, as best seen in Disney's unprecedentedly large expansion into Walmart stores with clothing and lifestyle lines specifically marketed to middle and working class girls. And by 2014, Disney was racking in $3.99 billion of revenue in consumer products alone, driven largely by Disney Channel merchandise. The franchise elements of the Disney Channel explains why programmers need to make shows about securely middle-class families. Doing so both doesn't alienate working-class viewers, while also painting a fantasy of magical middle-classdom where money is never a problem and consumption is a high priority. That is to say, the family on Wizards of Waverly Place may run a humble sandwich shop, but their apartment sure doesn't look that way. As Blue puts it, Disney's texts, products, and promotions may allay anxieties over vast systematic inequalities, in large part by painting an image of a world where families aren't struggling to make ends meet. This, of course, requires ignoring realities, like the fact that 14.4% of American children were growing up below the poverty line as of 2019.
I actually am worried about the future because I just want us to be good and don't have to worry about how we're going to get the next thing or how we're going to get food.
Of course, it's not just Disney and it's not just tween girls being targeted. Cartoon shows like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and The Smurfs were extended through a huge amount of licensed merchandising tie-ins, ranging from films to comics and books to computer games. Scholar Marcia Kinder observed back in 1991 that this transmedia intertextuality effectively eliminates any distinction between the original text, i.e. the show, and the spin-off text and commodities that bank on the show's success, which may be a large reason why children's and family television typically finds its comfort zone in middle to upper middle class bliss, where the biggest problem is your family photo shoot coming out squeaky clean. And there's nothing wrong with that. We love these shows, but it does present a skewed perspective of what American life is like. As Stile Sakira and Larry Osimensa put it, television serves as a tool that continues to mold the public consciousness, in part by fostering a single-minded interpretation of superficial symbolism as an indicator of status and equality. That is to say, by basically suggesting that the right house, the right toy, or the right sparkly outfit can bring you happiness and cement your status as happily middle class, TV reinforces a materialistic status quo. No.
President Vladimir Putin has described Russia's military objectives in Ukraine as, quote, noble.
And we are aware that today our officers are participating in the special operation in Donbass in Ukraine.
There are many ways of thinking about history, and today I want to talk about Putin's sense of Russian history in comparison to an assumption about history that we often adopt in the West. I think, ironically, it's our sense of history that's often misguided, and while Putin draws the wrong conclusions, his diagnosis of history, the model of history he's a product of, contains some surprising truths. Russia's difficult relationship with Europe and its strained and unique relationship with its own identity has a long history that goes back long before Putin, of course. But it's one I think he kind of believes in, and he's strengthening some of its elements. It has a rich tradition, as we'll see, in philosophy, poetry, literature, in anti-rationalism, in romanticism. But I think if we approach it carefully, it can teach us a lot about what our model of history often leaves out. We often adopt a model of history in Europe and America that historian Timothy Snyder calls the politics of inevitability. It's come in various forms: Hegel and Marx's dialectics, the idea of an ever-progressing linear historical path, what used to be called Whiggish history, Francis Fukuyama's The End of History, the argument that after the fall of the Soviet Union, the liberal model was the endpoint of historical progress. The assumption, often, is that progress is inevitable, automatic, out of our human hands.
Snyder says that it's a sense that the future is just more of the present, that the laws of progress are known, that there are no alternatives, and therefore nothing really to be done. If history is something that happens automatically, the politics of inevitability doesn't need anyone to do anything. It doesn't need ideas, it doesn't need action, it doesn't need fighting for or defending. History, like an escalator to freedom or a journey floating along a river, just is. Snyder continues that the politics of inevitability is the idea that there are no ideas. Those in its thrall deny that ideas matter, proving only that they are in the grip of a powerful one. The cliché of the politics of inevitability is that there are no alternatives. To accept this is to deny individual responsibility for seeing history and making change. Life becomes a sleepwalk to a pre-marked grave in a pre-purchased plot. The politics of inevitability gives the impression that once certain conditions are met, markets, property rights, freedom of speech, class consciousness maybe, freedom will then flourish automatically. This idea comes from many places. You could say it goes back to the biblical idea of millenarianism, that life on earth will get progressively worse until Christ returns and reigns over a golden age of 1,000 years. But in its modern form, its roots can be found in the idea of universality during the Enlightenment. There, again, it was interpreted in many ways. Voltaire believed in commerce expanding across the world, the global businessman. Leibniz believed in a universal language. Immanuel Kant thought that there was a universal model of morality that everyone should adopt. Hegel thought that the rational was real, that anything that happened was rational, and Marx believed in a universal concept of history, moving forward, scientifically. They believed that these things were inevitably true, independent of individual people. Author Pankaj Mishra writes that the rationalist idea of the Enlightenment, which we're all a product of, presented, quote, a unified project of individual emancipation, inaugurating the necessary and inevitable passage of humankind from tradition to modernity, immaturity to adulthood.
What this meant was that when each nation, each country, each group or individual discovered, understood and accepted these universal truths, they would inevitably catch up with countries like England and France who were already on the road of inexorable progress. And as Snyder argues, most of us in the West still tacitly accept this model.
See, this is a whole lot for a video about a swirler. I know. Right? So, and we're back. So I wanted to preface everything that we're going to be saying by saying when you have half a millennia, right, 500 years, give or take a century or two, of straight propaganda about your greatness, then of course you're going to have women of color, non-white women, different ethnics, right, seek to practice racial hypergamy. The title of today's stream is Motivation, Racial Hypergamy. What's the motivation? Racial hypergamy, right? So I thought it was very important to stress this. And let's get underway.
Proximity to whiteness can genuinely change your perception. Proximity to whiteness can genuinely change your perception of yourself. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. It contradicts who I am. That's the problem when you're in an interracial relationship. You're not sure why that person is there. Do they have a fetish? We ended up becoming like besties, like BFF for life, la la la. I did like him and wanted to be his girlfriend, whatever, but that just never happened because this might not be because he was white necessarily. Yeah, here's what they don't tell you about dating a white boy. I don't ever talk about this on the internet because this is not something that you want to share, really. I mean, it's not cool to. This whole thing started when I was in middle school. I went to a predominantly white school. I was not the beauty standard, right? Like women like me were not the beauty standard. It was hard. Like it was hard growing up ugly. You know, early 2000s, early 2010s.
The young lady, I will be putting the link to this video in the description box after the stream. The young lady, first of all, thinks she's ugly. That nose ring, the septum ring, god damn it. That might not be helping, but young lady, you are not ugly. This is what happened when even your light brights, huh? When even your light brights attend predominantly white institutions, now they start calling themselves ugly. No, lady, you're just not white. Now, let's pause right there. If you're saying that you thought of yourself as ugly because you're not white, that's a whole conversation. Yeah. Which, by the way, that is what you're kind of saying anyway. Yeah. The young lady thinks she was ugly. You might be doing a little too much with the golf stuff. I did check out your channel, but once again, this is what happened when you start hanging around with them white folks. You not white. Continuing.
Tens, blonde hair, blue eyed, some redhead girls, some brunettes, but it was just mainly blonde women were like seen as hot, and everybody else was just like not important. So yeah, there was this white guy that I liked in middle school, and I wasn't obsessed with him, but yeah, I really liked him. I really liked him, and he was funny. He was just funny as hell. We
Sounds like obsession.
We all know if you grew up in a white school, you all already know those boys who play lacrosse or soccer. I don't even know, but you know what I'm talking about. Like vineyard vines ass white boys. Anyway, white men have had me in a chokehold for a while. Since I grew up in a predominantly white town, predominantly white schools, me and my friends too, we all like bonded over this.
Sounds a bit ghetto
we just knew that
gaggerish.
we were never gonna be chosen. We just knew that. No one said it, but we just knew. You know those candy grams that you would send in school? I was the type of girl to like ask my parents for a bunch of money, and then I bought him like a fuck ton of candy grams. I literally bought him like maybe like 50. Everyone like started thinking he was cool because he had all these candy grams. That's the kind of person I was. It's like I knew I would never be chosen, but I still wanted to put him on, which embarrassing in hindsight, but like, yeah, that's what it was at the time. We ended up becoming like besties, like BFF for life, la la la. And you know, what happens when you're 12, you're immature and you don't communicate about how you actually care about this person because it's gay. Oh, if you say your feelings, it's gay. But then the other thing that would happen was if you had a real bond with a person of the opposite sex, people would just assume you were dating. So I did like him. I did like him and wanted to be his girlfriend, whatever. But that just never happened because A, I would never confess because I knew he liked other people. He told me he liked other people. And B, I would rather be someone's friend and be friend zoned at that point than like actually confess because I knew they were never going to choose. Like I was going to be rejected because I was a black girl in a white school. Anyway, so we ended up having some falling out. That was like a huge misunderstanding. It was not that big of a deal, but we ended up like we stopped talking, and that shit like really affected me. Like that shit like is something I was obsessed with for a long time. Like I couldn't get closure, and I kept hoping that we were going to be friends again. I like would remember his birthday every year. I'd like send him anonymous stuff. I would try to tell other people to talk to him for me and figure out like, cause I just couldn't approach him. Like I just didn't know how to approach him because it was awkward and I didn't know what to do. So I was just like, fuck, like this sucks. But anyway, long story short, high school happens. High school was even more white than middle school. So it was just even more of the same. Like I became a lesbian. I just mainly looked at girls because I was like, white men are never going to like me. Like that's just never going to happen. The white men that did reach out were like, you know, the redneck types they just wanted any type of cooch.
Wait a minute. For all of you that just was dozing off, y'all just woke y'all up. Wait a minute. Hasn't Z been saying this for years? To all of those, no, we're born this way. We don't know. You can't help who you love. The young lady told you she was engaging in same-sex loving interactions with other girls in high school because the white boys weren't checking. This is a young lady telling you she made a conscious choice. I can't get what I really want, so I'm going to go over here to the women. Skip over the black boys. And I'm going to go mess with other girls. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. You can't help who you love. Love is love. You can't help who you fall for. The young lady told you. I wanted a white dude, but you know the white dudes weren't checking, especially the white dudes that I find attractive. And it was the redneck white dudes. In other words, wait a minute. Now y'all see why I'm covering it. The young lady told you the only white dudes I had access to were the lesser white dudes. God damn. When I tell y'all her whole video is a treasure trove. Everything we've ever said about them swirlers and divestors, she admitted all of it. Huh? She's telling you it right now. Bartholomew III wasn't checking for me. Huh? So I engaged in same-sex loving situations because the only white dudes that would even give me any play were the lessers. And black boys in high school, what's that? Well, damn. Huh? Yeah. And Indigo says, I thought that was a boy thing when, and Indigo's referring to when the young lady was saying in middle school the boys were kept on putting her in the friend zone. Yeah, those white dudes put a bunch of women of color in the friend zone. Huh? White dudes in middle school and high school, if they don't even want the easy vagina the women of color gonna throw at them, or the young ladies are gonna throw at them. The young ladies, the girls of color, the women of color, they don't even want it. Oh man. I don't know, Troll. If you don't mind sending it again, we'll play it during the stream. And Z, I said Z. Troll says, Z, you still got the race play video I sent you a week or so ago? I don't think so. If you don't mind resending it, I'll play it. All right. Wait, Trell, is it the one where the dude was saying homegirl told no, I did play it. I played it earlier. You weren't here yet, I don't think. That's the one where they were making out in the car and homegirl whispered in his ear, call me the N-word. I got it. Are you talking about this one right here?
Very recently, I had this girl ask me for a ride on one of my motorcycles. Now, I was a little hesitant at first because I didn't have another helmet with me. It's just a safety thing. I don't want to take a girl for a ride, have something happen, especially if it's her first time on a bike, and then she gets hurt, I get blamed. It's just not good for anybody. Now, I could tell that this girl was pretty disappointed, and she said something at the end of the interaction that I thought was pretty strange.
I don't want to see you saying nowhere.
I wasn't planning on it.
See, I'm not really sure why she said that. I didn't have any plans on saying that anytime in the future. However, it did remind me of a story from high school. You see, there's this girl that I went on a few dates in high school with. I'm just gonna call her Amanda. Now, Amanda happened to be black, and that's a detail that's gonna be relevant later. Me and Amanda got along pretty well on the most part. We hung out a few times, and one time I remember we started to get a little bit frisky in my old car. I drove an old 2018 Honda Civic. That thing was not the best car in the world to get frisky in. I mean, like, we weren't going super deep, but we were like making out a little bit in the back of this car. We're like scrunched down because it was a coupe and there was barely any room in the back seat. Things were starting to get a little bit invested. And that's when I figured out that this girl happened to have a little bit of a degradation thing going on, which, hey, that was my first experience with that ever. I was a little bit of a teenager. I'd never had any experience with that in my life. So I was a little bit new to that. I didn't really know what to do. It just so happened to be my luck that Amanda was willing to instruct me a little bit. And this is when Amanda leaned up to me, whispered in my ear, call me the N-word. Now, I was a little distraught hearing that come out of her mouth. My parents would never allow me to say that in my life. And so that's just how I was raised. Like, you don't want to put people down. I don't want to say the word. I don't want to do it. Regardless if I have permission or not, it's just, I don't want to add that to my vocabulary. Because if I say it, then I'll accidentally slip out in some context that it's not supposed to. So long story short is I didn't say the word. And that happened to be the last time I ever hung out with Amanda, because she didn't want to hang out with me after that. I don't know why these girls want the whitest dude they've ever seen in their life to say the N-word. I don't know why there's always that context there.
Because you're white. They see you as the king of the universe. It's not a degradation kink. It's women of color kink. It's white boy choke me out kink. Uh-huh. And you see him at the end, he's like, he kind of gets it, but he kind of doesn't. I don't know what it is with these women, that they want, essentially a square ass white dude to call them the N-word because you're a white dude. So the square ass every day around the way white dude is telling you, I don't know, but they want me to call them the N-word, And then the hood ass white dude is corroborating and saying the same thing. Continuing.
With a hard R.
Check this out. I just want to tell you this story real quick. I just been thinking about this shit. So I used to mess with this black chick, fine as hell, bad, to my super bad. Freaking in a motherfucker. And we still communicate to this day. We just, she do her thing. We don't have sex no more. But she told me, I want to role play. I want you to call me the N-word. I say, listen, I'm down to do a lot of shit, but I don't feel comfortable doing. I don't do that. I'm not on that. I don't feel comfortable. She was on some real weird shit. On like, yeah, I'm your slave. I'm your, yeah, like that. I'm your slave and you the master type shit. I say, man, listen, I can be a lot of shit, but that I'm not gonna feel comfortable in that thing and having to call you that. That ain't what I can't do that. That shit was crazy. I just had to share that shit with a motherfucker. But that's all I got, man.
So young white dude in high school, y'all want him to call y'all the N-word. Middle-aged, square, young white dude in high school, y'all want him to call y'all the N-word. Hood-ass white dude with the goals and the dreads, y'all want him to call y'all the N-word too. What the hell? Dear black women, you mind explaining? Huh? Ain't your daddy black? Huh? Yeah. You know how insane you have to be? How weird are y'all? How messed up in the mind are you where you're making the white dudes cringe and say, yeah, I don't want to do all that? Huh? Y'all want to tuck yourself under the white dude scrotum that bad? Y'all even making the white dude cringe. The white dudes are cringing. God damn. Oh, man. You know it got to be bad when even the white dude is like, whoa, 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 slow up. All right. All righty then. Huh? It's that bad. Yes, it is that bad. Continuing.
They would look at any news, any tits, they don't care. Hit you up on Kick or Facebook Messenger, and dudes that would hit me up just got around, who were just trying to get their dick sucked by anyone. They didn't care. That was hard because I think deep down I knew I wasn't ugly at the time, but I just had to accept that I was being seen as ugly and that I would never be asked to prom. I would never be asked to homecoming. I would never be asked out. I would never be approached publicly because people would get clowned. Like, you get clowned on for associating yourself with me or my friends. And that was sickening to me because it's like, I had a friend group of baddies, okay? We're fucking bad as shit. Like, we are. But yet, we were being treated that way. We were being seen as ugly or like so embarrassing to be with that you wouldn't even want to be approach me in public to ask me out or something. And it's crazy because I was so funny. I was always chopping it up with the guys. They thought I was funny. They actually loved me. Like, obviously you're 12, you're 14, you're 16, whatever. This is like stupid. But I missed out on something that I feel like was important to my development sexually, emotionally, and mentally in the sense of like dating and relationships because I went to a predominantly white school. Even the black boys at that time were not checking for black girls. They were only dating white women or Latinas. And it's like, it was just foolish. It was just foolishness.
If the black girls are chasing after the white dudes, which you admitted, you and your homegirls, if the black girls are chasing after the white dudes and the black girls, once again, as you're speaking about yourself, are socially awkward, kind of, sort of, but you still hang around with the white dudes and they like you, why would the black guys be chasing after the black girls that are chasing after the white guys? So even though homegirl grew up in the BFE nowhere, in a predominantly white area, she still got her black girl card because she's another black girl that want to chase after the white dudes and then want the black men to chase after her while she chasing after the white dudes. That's standard issue Keisha right there. You still got your black girl card. I want to do what I want to do, but I always want you to be there just in case, you know? Just in case of mercy, break glass, black boyfriend, black husband. Whether I'm with other black men and I'm throwing the vagina at them, whether I'm with white men and I'm throwing the vagina at them, whether I'm with Latino men, whether I'm with other women, I just always want to know that there's a black man somewhere around that in case of emergency break glass. What I can't grow, I can't have an epiphany, huh? I can't change my mind. All this BS excuses they use. No, you did what you did, now eat the consequences. You liked what you liked, now eat the consequences. Huh? So this young lady is making mention of the black boys, they weren't checking for us. And why would they? You're admitting that you were chasing after the white dudes. And you said your homegirls, black homegirls, y'all had y'all had resigned yourselves to being single. You had resigned yourselves to being single because the white dudes weren't checking. And why would the young black boys be pursuing you when you were pursuing white dudes, and very importantly, pursuing white dudes for validation? Because your blackness don't really mean nothing if a black man tells you you're pretty. If a black young man tells you you're pretty, meh. Black young man tell you you're pretty, meh. White man tell you you're pretty, oh man, 2 thumbs up, 10 thumbs up. Right up here anyway. Continuing.
It was just foolishness. I met this guy on Hinge and we hit it off like pretty instantly. Like we had a lot to talk about. Same thing as always, right? You meet this person and they have all, it's great. It was just like middle school. It was just like how it was in middle school where this guy and I had this connection and we're chopping it up. We're cracking jokes. We're having a good time. Everything is perfect. Like everything is literally perfect. There's nothing wrong with anything. And everything is great. Like everything was great. We were together for like a year and, I met his family. I went to his Thanksgiving. Everything was great. Like truly everything was great. And I think it was a little too great because this is something I was building to for a long time. Having not had that attention in childhood, having had that situation stolen from me as a child, I started to feel like this guy I had found on Hinge or this guy I attracted and manifested was just like the pinnacle. Like I started to feel like I arrived because I finally got with a white man. And let's dig into that a little bit before I continue. Because this is something I was building to for a long time. Having not had that attention in childhood, having had that situation stolen from me as a child, I started to feel like this guy I had found on Hinge or this guy I attracted and manifested was just like the pinnacle. Like I started to feel like I arrived because I finally got with a white man. And
She said that. She said that. I feel like I arrived because I finally got with a white man. She said it. Once again to the title, motivation, racial hypergamy. Huh? We've been saying it for years. We have been saying it for years. And every once in a while, this is why Mr. Z says the internet will expose us all. This is why Mr. Z says let them talk. Huh? This is why. She said, I feel like I arrived. Ooh. What else do y'all need to know? Continuing, and Saint Cyr says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Saint Cyr says, they're annoying, laughing my butt off. They wanted those black boys to get no play like them while they attempted to practice racial hypergamy. Black men and boys don't have to play second fiddle to coddle black women's feelings, and that's all it is. For all of you that miss that, for all of you who deny this, that this is a thing, you minimize it. You act like your daughters, especially the ones that go to predominantly white colleges and white institutions, white universities, white high schools and middle school, y'all like to minimize this. These are the folks that's the black boys in high school. They're not really trying to talk to the black girls yet because the black girls are moving like this. Play it again, Z.
And everything is great. Like, everything was great. We were together for like a year, and, you know, I met his family. I went to his Thanksgiving. Everything was great. Like, truly, everything was great. And I think it was a little too great because this is something I was building to for a long time. Having not had that attention in childhood, having had that situation stolen from me as a child, I started to feel like this guy I had found on Hinge, or this guy I attracted and manifested, was just like the pinnacle. Like, I started to feel like I arrived because I finally got with a white man. And let's dig into.
And she said it. What else y'all need to know? See, these folks were acting like, no, it's because the white man pursues us and he loves us and he loves our skill and he loves him some dark-skinned black women. And black men and colorism and featureism and fat phobia and black men don't know how to treat black women and white men do and Latino men and all these men know how to treat their women and they accept us and I could get me any man. I've been dating white men and Latino men and Asian men and Arab men. And all it takes is one somewhat racially ambiguous black woman, to say, yeah, I was definitely the one pursuing and seeking validation from the white guys. And I feel like I arrived when I started dating one. Jesus. What happened? For all of those that like to speak as if we make these things up, as if we don't know what we're talking about, as if we're some sexist, misogynist, that we're trying to hold black women hostage in the black community, that no, black women are with these non-black men and it's all authentic and above board and yawn. Now you end up with the white dude for whatever reason you want to end up with the white dude. That has no bearing on Mr. Z's life. With that, could you stop lying though? I guess it's difficult to tell you to stop lying because you're lying to yourself too. Goddamn. Difficult to tell you to stop lying to the black men because you're lying to yourself too. Difficult to tell you to stop lying to the rest of society. Stop the character assassination of black men. Stop saying, no, I wanted to end up with a black man initially, but you know, the black men weren't checking for me. They're intimidated by my success. They don't like dark-skinned black women. In reality, it's this. Continuing.
Got with a white man. And let's dig into that a little bit before I continue. So the white man is seen as the epitome of human potential. And there's actually a great quote in Interview with a Vampire, the AMC series, that says the greatest kill for Lestat, who is the vampire, was a young white man because he was literally like at the pinnacle of human potential. He wasn't held back by racism. He wasn't held back by misogyny. And so if you took his life, it was the most satisfying kill. And this is literally what I feel like. This is literally.
I told y'all treasure trove. I said it. And she's not the only one. This is backed up by research. Continuing.
A very brief generalization. There's a lot of detail in the book, but I'm going to give you a quick summary of what those findings were of how people interacted with each other. So what we found is that race is the deal breaker of all characteristics. It operates more strongly than education, physical characteristics. It is the deal breaker. And, you know, one of the things that we often found, which I thought was interesting in interviewing, especially many of the white men, is this aggrieved feeling that they were disadvantaged in online dating. and that they were being ignored. And yet in our quantitative analysis, we find that white men are the most desired of all men. And this has been shown in many other platforms too. So this is not specific to the platform that we're looking at. Our quantitative analysis showed that almost all women or all women of all races and almost all gay men, actually black men did not show this, that their preference was strongest for white men. Now this preference for white men was statistically significant for other races, but especially strong for white women. But I found it really interesting that women and gay men of other races would respond first to white men and only secondly to men of their same race. So on the other hand, when it comes to preferences for women, so if we look at the ways in which straight men and lesbians, who their preferences are, who they interact with, et cetera, we found that unlike for men, whiteness was not the defining characteristic per se, but the defining pattern was for same race preferences, so contacting others of the same race. Men of all race and lesbians of color do not seem to have a first preference for white women, but their same ethnic group. And unlike straight women and gay men, they're also more open to people from all racial groups, and this is really important, except Black daters. So we document a persistent and specific anti-Blackness that operates among the sexual preferences of white, Asian, Hispanic, multiracial, straight men, and gay women. We have lots of theories based on our interviews for why this may be, but basically, in terms of why is it that white masculinity is so highly valued, more so than, say, white femininity, because we assumed that if given racial hierarchies and norms around hegemonic beauty, that white femininity would also be highly valued. But what we find is that white femininity does not carry the same kind of appeal across all groups, in large part due to patriarchy and gender norms, right? So the association with white masculinity is not just associated with sexual allure, but it also symbolizes economic and cultural power in a way that femininity generally does not, right? In our interviews, while there is plenty of resistance to this among individuals, we also see that this sort of valorization of white masculinity is really something that's been internalized and reproduced by marginalized groups as well. So that's a sobering finding.
Right. So
I said backed up by research. And on that, KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. You can almost see the internal monologue in the two white women researchers. Quote, wait, we aren't as desired as our men? Sorry, Becky. You aren't. Passport Bros Europe isn't as large as Passport Bros everywhere else. Exactly. Unlike black women. Sorry, black women. It's borne out in the research. Sorry, not so sorry. Right? Unlike black women, black men do not worship at the altar of whiteness. Unlike Latino men, oops, I meant it. Unlike Asian men, oops, I meant it. Unlike Middle Eastern men, oops, I meant it. Unlike South Asian men, oops, I meant it. Sorry, not sorry. We don't worship at the altar of whiteness. We're the only people on this planet that don't worship at the altar of whiteness. God damn, so you said that. And I did. Huh? It's a whole lot of sour grapes going on around here. Well, I'm not really into white guys. Are you really not into white guys, or they're not into you and you just saying that to protect your little fragile psyche and ego? Huh? Because when the research was done, most men are checking for the women of their own background, but especially black men, because of course. Huh? And KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Continuing.
Most satisfying kill, so to speak, because you've made this man who's on the threshold of power, of opportunity, of privilege, who has the ability to have it all. You able to bag him? You get this big fucking head. You get this big head. You're like, okay.
I told y'all, say it again, Z. Treasure Trove, she said everything. She admitted it. You're able to bag you a white man, you get this big head. Essentially, your ego. Nobody could tell you nothing. You got you a white man. It's not, he's a good man, Savannah. He's a white man, Savannah. Yeah. You gotta love it. She admitted it all. She said it all. Huh? Appreciate the young lady said it all. And once again, it is borne out in the research.
Or other kinds of things that are related to the broader kind of social political discourse. And so I think that that's a thing that as research on online dating or just kind of dating generally, I think goes forward. I think we need to move beyond just what is your political party affiliation. And I think really kind of get into these other kinds of deeper, I think, aspects of politics and how that is shaping, kind of how people, as I called it, right, vet each other. But I think also, right, this shaping of what it means to be desirable, because again, right, it seems to be kind of confusing, right, that people want people who are, I mean, they'll say they want people who aren't racist, who aren't sexist, who aren't XYZ, right, because that's what you're supposed to want, right, but then they seem to have this kind of confusion or this disjunction where they still desire, right, kind of cisgender heterosexual white men, and particularly with the women that I interviewed, there was a lot of desire for white men with beards, this very particular aesthetic that they were very attracted to. So there's kind of all of those aspects.
Those are two PhD women speaking about women of color. That's not just black women, but women of color and their racial hypergamy. And as KMS said, the researchers, the female researchers, are like, wait a minute. Because it challenges the notion that women are anti-patriarchy, anti-systems of oppression, anti-hierarchy. It challenges all of that. It challenges all of that, that women aren't status obsessed as much as men. That if you give women the reins of power, if women don't have to adhere to all the patriarchal norms, they're going to choose for love. That they're not as status obsessed. It challenges all of those notions. Why are the women of color so obsessed with white men? Oops. Continuing.
What I feel like. This is literally because I finally got with a white man. And let's dig into that a little bit before I continue. So the white man is seen as the epitome of human potential. And there's actually a great quote in Interview with a Vampire, the AMC series, that says the greatest kill for Lestat, who is the vampire, was a young white man because he was literally at the pinnacle of human potential. He wasn't held back by racism. He wasn't held back by misogyny. And so if you took his life, it was the most satisfying kill. And this is literally what I feel like. This is literally how it feels. It's the most satisfying kill, so to speak, because you've made this man who's on the threshold of power, of opportunity, of privilege, who has the ability to have it all. You able to bag him? You get this big fucking head. You get this big head. You're like, okay, I must be hot shit. Now I have the opportunities in life that were stolen from me, or that a black man would never be able to give me. There were situations. There was a...
Wait a minute, Z. She ain't say that. Yes, she did. I have the opportunities in life that black men could never give me. What's that, Z? The validation. Play it again.
Of opportunity, of privilege, who has the ability to have it all. You able to bag him? You get this big fucking head. You get this big head. You're like, okay, I must be hot shit. Now I have the opportunities in life that were stolen from me, or that a black man would never be able to give me. There were situations. There was a very distinct moment where he and I...
Y'all heard that. She said it again. Well, we played it again. Yeah. Is this all black women? Anyway, appreciate this though. Far more black women think like this and feel like this than our society, the black community, would like to admit. Every once in a while, one of them will just come out and say it, though. See, what has happened over the past couple centuries, definitely over the past, give or take, especially in the Black community, 6, 7 decades, is that we've given women nothing but feminist language to use. So everything is framed in feminist victimhood language. Everything is framed like I'm trying to get my freedom and my autonomy and the male oppression, and I don't want to care about the male gaze, and I don't want to adhere to male concepts of purity, and I don't want to. And when you let the women keep talking, they just come out and say it. I want validation. I want status. I want acceptance. And if white men are the quickest way to it, then so be it. I want to throw the vagina around to whoever, whenever, however. Huh? And what that means for me right now is that I choose to ladder climb using racial hypergamy. That's what it looks like. You gotta appreciate about a young lady, her name is Mackenzie, is that she's saying it.
I were sitting in the back of his car, like cuddled up or whatever, and this cop pulls up and he rolls down the window to talk to the cop, and the cop's like, "What are you guys doing back here?" And my boyfriend was just like mouthing off like white men do to cops, like mouthing off. We're just chilling. Well, we can't sit here. Well, we can't sit here. And eventually he left us alone, but it was just crazy because I knew if I had been with my ex or my other like situationship who was Black, it would have been over. And like, you know, that was very early on in our talking stage. Something about that just made me feel like, okay, like with this person, the game has changed. The rules have changed. I don't have to be afraid anymore. I don't have to suffer in that same way because I have white privilege now. Like I said.
Not her thinking she got white privilege through proxy. Oh no, not you. No, look, now, young lady. Okay, all right. See, this is how Black people get caught up. This is how Black women. This is how y'all get caught up. This is how y'all get deleted. See. Once again, yes, we're talking about a young lady, and she's speaking about when she was even younger. But not you thinking you got white privilege through proxy. That's not how this works, young lady. That is not how this works. The police would delete your ass in front of that young man. Stop playing. Huh? I get it, ladies. I get it. You get your juices start flowing and panties get all wet when y'all seeing the white man flexing some type of authority and some type of power and talking back to the authority and the power. I get it. But not you thinking you got white privilege through proxy. Not that. Oh no. She thought she was in there, Z. You heard her. She said she thought she had arrived. Huh? What's another word for arrived? Isn't it? I'm not even gonna go there. We're gonna leave that one. That's too easy. Continuing, we're gonna bring that back a little bit.
Cops like, "What are you guys doing back here?" And my boyfriend was just like mouthing off like white men do to cops, like mouthing off. We're just chilling. Well, we can't sit here. Well, we can't sit here. And eventually he left us alone, but it was just crazy because I knew if I had been with my ex or my other like situationship who was Black, it would have been over. It would have been over. And like, you know, that was very early on in our talking stage. Something about that just made me feel like, okay, like with this person, the game has changed. The rules have changed. I don't have to be afraid anymore. I don't have to suffer in that same way because I have white privilege now. Like I said, they have the greatest opportunity in life because they don't deal with sexism, they don't deal with racism, and they created the system that we all live in. They get to argue their way out of tickets with cops. They get to go into any room they want to. Everyone will welcome them with open arms. There's no place they can't go and get what they want. There's no person that is going to tell them no. Proximity to whiteness can genuinely change your perception of yourself and your perception of the world and how you move.
Not proximity to white. And we're going to let her finish that part. can cause you to change your perception of yourself and of the world. Oh, you gotta love it. Treasure trove. I said it once again to today's title, Motivation, Racial Hypergamy. And as Leon says, and thank you for the super chat, like, share, subscribe to the super chat. Leon says, make her feel safe, not defensive. Just let her talk. Oh, no, we gonna let her talk. Oh, we let her talk. And she's admitting everything. She's letting everything flow. Now what? To all the black talking heads in the black community, you think she's the only one? Huh? You think she's the only one?
He left us alone, but it was just crazy because I knew if I had been with my ex or my other like situationship who was black, it would have been over. It would have been over. And like, you know, that was very early on in our talking stage. Something about that just made me feel like, okay, like with this person, the game has changed. The rules have changed. I don't have to be afraid anymore. I don't have to suffer in that same way because I have white privilege now. Like I said, they have the greatest opportunity in life because they don't deal with sexism, they don't deal with racism, and they created the system that we all live in. They get to argue their way out of tickets with cops. They get to go into any room they want to. Everyone will welcome them with open arms. There's no place they can't go and get what they want. There's no person that is going to tell them no. Proximity to whiteness can genuinely change your perception of yourself and your perception of the world and how you move through the world. I was never thinking that deep when I was a kid, having a crush on a white boy, writing fan fiction about my classmates would, you know, I think a lot of white men are catching on to the fact that they're not the beauty standard and they're trying really hard to wokeify themselves and make themselves more palatable to women of color because I think
Z, you still there? No, we still here. We still here. Z, the pause can't be that long. You can't give us dead air that long, Z. Just keeping my mental faculties, everyone. Just making sure we still got it. Just making sure we still got it. Young lady, you are correct about proximity to whiteness and how it distorts. That's the word you were looking for because you definitely distortion it. So you mean to tell me you think the average white man gives a damn about what a woman of color got to say? Y'all gonna go anyway, Mr. Z Rahman. You think the average white man is trying to wokeify himself? Then why did the majority of white male voters vote for Donald Trump? The ones that voted, why did the majority of them vote for Donald Trump? If they're trying to, and even more when you get to the younger ages of white men, you know, the white men around your age. You think they're trying to wokeify themselves? You know, you're right about how your perception of yourself and of the world changes. The word you might have been looking for is it distorts, and definitely distorted the way you view the world. Oh boy. Huh? How absolute insane do you have to be to think your average white man, including your average air quotes left of center white man, cares what the hell women of color gotta say, especially when y'all gonna go? It doesn't matter. He might have to pivot for white women, but he's not pivot for no black women. For women of color in general, black women specifically. Wokeify himself? Oh, Much you have to learn, young grasshopper. Much you have to learn. Continuing.
And make themselves more palatable to women of color because I think their own women have stopped wanting them. Yeah, I do feel like white men have proven themselves to be very unsafe, like throughout history. Like, I'm not trying to dig that deep into that part about like the sociology, historical context of being white. I mean, we all know what the problem is here. We know what they did. Yeah, dating a white man has a lot of complexities to it as a black woman. That's your natural born enemy when you think about it. That's like the person that's inflicted the most trauma on you generationally, and to be with him is going to really test every part of you. It's going to make you question who you are and why you even find this person attractive in the first place. And a lot of times it's because you want to be like them. You wish that you were able to have the kind of power and confidence they have.
Emasculate. You want to be like them. You wish you had the power and the confidence they have. Yeah. To all the black men, now do you understand and appreciate why black women talk so goddamn crazy to you? Huh? Or even if they don't speak crazy to you individually, why you see them speak so crazily to other black men? They appreciate what power look like. They know where the power resides, and they know they can get away with talking to you crazy while hiding behind concepts of familiarity. Huh? No, we all black. I just thought, we were cool like that. No, you don't know me, lady. They know what the consequences are for disrespecting a non-black man, particularly a white man. They know. Huh? They know they don't even have to disrespect him. If he feel like he's been disrespected, they know what could happen to them in their career, in their job, in their livelihood, in their money, and their status. So they mind their manners when talking to white men, even young white men. You, on the other hand, you get their ass to kiss. Once again, as they hide behind familiarity and we're black, so I just thought we had it like that. Maybe not. Continuing.
Yeah, I do feel like white men have proven themselves to be very unsafe, like throughout history. Like, I'm not trying to dig that deep into that part about like the sociology, historical context of being white. I mean, we all know what the problem is here. We know what they did. Yeah, dating a white man has a lot of complexities to it as a black woman. That's your natural born enemy when you think about it. That's like the person that's inflicted the most trauma on you generationally, and to be with him is going to really test every part of you. It's going to make you question who you are and why you even find this person attractive in the first place. And a lot of times it's because you want to be like them. You wish that you were able to have the kind of power and confidence they have.
Emasculation and admiration in equal measure. I wanted to murder the man, and I wanted to be the man.
But I think that's like a really big caveat to being a black woman who grew up around white people and the first person they thought was attractive was a white man. That's a hard part of myself to reconcile with because it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. It contradicts who I am. It contradicts all of the historical context it led.
What does historical context mean when women refuse to sit down with the parts of them that are primal, the carnal nature? The power is an aphrodisiac. It doesn't matter. That same power that you're disgusted by, you're also turned on by. Borderline grape fantasies. Borderline Z, I know. Huh? That's why you seek their approval so much. Not to mention we live in a very status-obsessed society. So y'all also want to flex on other women, other black women. Well, look at what I got. I mean, you just admitted it. Huh? So what if white men or white men in general or white elders or leaders did black people wrong, enslavement, mass slaughter, etc., etc.? So what? mass deletion, calling random black people all type of N-word, even up till today. Huh? Laws, statutes on the book, de jure anti-blackness, de facto anti-blackness. None of that mean nothing as long as you get yours, right? As long as you could turn around and say, look at what I got, right? It matters not, Mr. Z. Ryman. So the same thing you're saying, I should feel ashamed about this, is the same thing that turns you on. That's all. Continuing.
Want was for a white man to fucking choose me and for a white man to be with me. So that makes it even harder when that
And admiration in equal measure. I wanted to murder the man, and I wanted to be the man.
But I think that's like a really big caveat to being a black woman who grew up around white people and the first person they thought was attractive was a white man. That's a hard part of myself to reconcile with because it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. It contradicts who I am. It contradicts all of the historical context that led to me being who I am. But it doesn't mean that it's not something that I did deep down subconsciously want was for a white man to fucking choose me and for a white man to be with me. So that makes it even harder when that white man that I just was in a 1-year relationship with broke up with me because it just felt like I was reliving that trauma all over again. The person that I loved or the person that I wanted didn't want me and I didn't understand why. You still have this feeling of like you're still not good enough for white America. You're still not good enough. And you know that it's not about any of that stuff. You know that it's not about white America. It's about the relationship not working. But at the same time, you can't help but wonder how much of this is about society and how much of this is just us and our.
Wait a minute, young lady. We're gonna bring that back because you're copping pleas now for the white dudes. No, it is about race. Oh, it's race first and foremost. It's race first and foremost. I keep saying it. I will keep saying it. Dear black women, before it's your weight and before it's your attitude, I'm talking about non-black men, particularly white men. Before it's any of that, no, they're not messing with you because you black. Beginning and end. Now you can start speaking about your demeanor and the negative stereotypes and your weight and your attitude and the weaves and your class position and rate. Well, race is class in America. That part too. And y'all are getting brutal wake up calls to that, and y'all still not waking up. You gotta love it. No, young lady, be first and foremost before everything. No, it's race first. Oh, it's the white dudes are showing you race first, and y'all still like, I don't understand. Maybe it's because it's just not working out. And yawn, huh? Continuing.
But it doesn't mean that it's not something that I did deep down subconsciously want was for a white man to fucking choose me and for a white man to be with me. So that makes it even harder when that white man that I just was in a 1-year relationship with broke up with me because it just felt like I was reliving that trauma all over again. The person that I loved or the person that I wanted didn't want me and I didn't understand why. You still have this feeling of like you're still not good enough for white America. You're still not good enough. And you know that it's not about any of that stuff. You know that it's not about white America. It's about the relationship not working. But at the same time, you can't help but wonder how much of this is about society and how much of this is just us and our relationship. That's the problem when you're in an interracial relationship. You're not sure why that person is there. Do they have a fetish? Do they really love you and
Wait a minute, but it does have to do with white America. Do y'all appreciate that these men of color and these non-black men of color and these white dudes, they appreciate where black women are and they know it's easy to get y'all. Y'all made it so goddamn brutally clear to them. So they gonna have fun with it. Of course they are. Why wouldn't they? No, it is about race. We're going to play it one more again. Goddamn Z.
You still have this feeling to reconcile with because it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. It contradicts who I am. It contradicts all of the historical context that led to me being who I am. But it doesn't mean that it's not something that I did deep down subconsciously want was for a white man to fucking choose me and for a white man to be with me. So that makes it even harder when that white man that I just was in a 1-year relationship with broke up with me because it just felt like I was reliving that trauma all over again. The person that I loved or the person that I wanted didn't want me, and I didn't understand why. You still have this feeling of like, you're still not good enough for white America. You're still not good enough. And you know that it's not about any of that stuff. You know that it's not about white America. It's about the relationship not working. But at the same time, you can't help but wonder how much of this is about society and how much of this is just us and our relationship. That's the problem when you're in an interracial relationship. You're not sure why that person is there. Do they have a fetish? Do they really love you and want to be with you and be in a relationship with you? Or are they trying to get woke points? It's so hard to tell. And people can just go along with you for months and make it seem like they want you. But then when push comes to shove, they actually can't hang because there's also cultural differences. And it's not even just like being different racially. Like being different racially was never a problem with my ex, my most recent ex, at least not on my end. And not that I was aware of. Being culturally different was actually more of a problem because he was very, like, every holiday damn near, what we doing for 4th of July? What we doing for your birthday? What we doing for Christmas? What we doing for this? What we doing for that? That was something that created a big conflict between us because he was used to always getting these expensive gifts from his parents. And I was just there like, I don't know what to do with this. Yeah, I got him gifts, but it's like, it still just felt like nothing I did was ever good enough. I feel like a lot of white people do this though. They go fucking crazy for Christmas. Everyone gets a gift. People.
A black woman speaking about a white man and saying it feels like nothing I did was good enough. You're a black woman with a white man. In America, you admitted you have your own complex and you're seeking validation. Of course, nothing you were going to do was ever good enough. You're a black woman chasing after white boys and white men for validation. Wait, what? Huh? You admitted earlier in the video that you've been chasing after them since middle school, seeking validation. Ma'am. And Blue Sock says, and thank you for the super chat, God damn, she turned a white man into an infinity stone or the ring of power. Right? What you trying to say? She trying to collect them all? She just look, it's this, I'm covering this because we have some new folks who weren't here 2 and some odd 3 and some odd years ago when we really were heavy on studying, right? Studying the swirler and the divester. This is not new to Z. We've made mention of this for years now. And you could even take this outside of the race play. This seeking of attention and validation. This is why I played what I played earlier with how social media and television is distorting the minds. I played the clip from and I'm gonna play it again before I let the panel up. The clip from Visual Politic about how media and these telenovelas and these soap operas and how they affect the birth rate in Brazil and across Latin America. There's certain parts of Latin America where the birth rate is 1.06, right? And how a lot of that is cultural. And for those of us who doubt that, what the speaker was saying from Visual Politics is in Brazil, when the telenovelas started sweeping the country, the soap operas, the birth rate started going down, and folks, the women, started naming their children, their daughters, after the characters in the telenovelas, in the soap operas. They started naming their daughters after those women. That's how you know the cultural influence, the impact. But in America, We allow women to say, "Oh, no, because the men are sexist, and the men they don't wash their ass, and the problem the men are not going to college, and that's the problem, and the problem is the men, and the problem is the men." And what we could see is that the women in their hypergamy, and the fact that they barely think for themselves, barely, they go with what's cool. And if the cool girl on the television show and the it girl on the television show, or even the air quotes reality TV show, if she has no kids, or if she only has one kid and she's traveling here and doing this, and then guess what? The women, that's the thing that we're doing. Okay, that's the thing that we're doing. So if society has been saying that white men are the king of the universe for the past half millennia, then guess what? That's where the ladies are going. These television shows, social media, this idea of white superiority, white luxury, white concepts of beauty, etc., does affect the minds of black women. That's why when you tell her she looks good with her hair natural, she's like, "Oh, okay, all right." At best, and at worst, we already know you're gonna get all type of "F you, I don't care what you think, I'm not doing this for the male gaze." GAZE. The white dude tell her the same thing, and she's falling, and she's drooling, and she's falling. Continuing.
Reality TV, apart from the Kardashians, really stresses me out to watch. And I've been feeling like it's like a character flaw. Like most of my smart friends, my cool sister-in-law, everyone loves reality TV. And I find sitting down to watch it, my stress level, especially like Housewives or something like that, just like amps up. So I went to Claude to be like, why? And what I hear from most people is it shuts my brain off. Like, just lets me numb out. I'm like, why are we having this argument for the 5th time? They said it on camera. They said it at the bridge. Now they're saying it at the happy hour. Like, we're having this stupid, dumb argument about these 3 words that someone said for the 5th time. It's so stressful to me. For some people, and it referenced human design, if you have a closed emotional or root center, the drama on screen is like ambient emotional background noise, and you don't feel any responsibility for it. It's a relief that you don't have to deal with it, is like white noise. For other people, you're trying to decode what's going on, pattern matching, and why are they doing this? And so you actually get like amped into the emotional roller coaster of the show, and it's not pleasant. And I thought that was really interesting. And I was like, but I do really like the Kardashians, because the Kardashians are all about sort of identity strengthening and brand strengthening. So it's really aesthetic. You know, everyone has these set patterns that they follow, and you can always rely on them being in those set patterns. And even when there's drama, it resolves fairly quickly. So that's why that's like a much more soothing show. Curious if anyone else has this or has wondered this.
So the reality TV shows are affecting, and this television and this social media are affecting the women so much that they're going up and down emotionally, dependent on what the show is depicting. Welcome to your equality, everyone. Mr. Z's not big on biological determinism. I don't over index on that on this channel. With that, and psychological determinism, and all that means is like essentially boiling women down to women parts and saying, they're not on the same level as us because they got women brain. Even though Mr. Z doesn't do that, but on occasion, you have to admit, huh? Because even the neuroscientists and all those folks are saying, see the way the female brain works, and look at all these TV shows and the social media and stuff and all that other stuff. It does affect the way they think and the way they view the world. Oh my God, and the way they view themselves and dating and mating and all that other stuff. And these women are effing nuts. Huh? And your capitalists and your propagandists and the writers and the screenwriters and the authors know this. So everything from print media to music to television and movies know this. And the women fold every goddamn time. They gon' fold. Where does the white worship come from? The women not standing for anything, and they fold every time. And you know what's the beauty of propaganda? The best thing about propaganda is you don't think it works on you. Corporations spending tens of millions, hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of dollars on commercials, and yet you don't think it works on you. No? You were standing in line for 2-3 hours for that goddamn Popeye chicken sandwich, but you don't think propaganda works on you. Huh? You want a Hellcat so goddamn bad, but you don't think propaganda works on you. You would love to be driving around in a Rolls Royce Cullinan or a Lamborghini Urus, a Ferrari Parasangue, an Aston Martin DBX, but you don't think propaganda works on you. The ladies definitely don't think that the propaganda works on them. They just want what they want and like what they like because that's what they like. So when Birkins were in style and the women all wanted Birkins to show that they're that yitch, and they got a man to spend 20, 40, 50, 60, 100, 200, $500,000 on a bag, yes, that's a thing. They think probably, no, I just want it because that's what I wanted. And it's in style, and that's what I want. And it have nothing to do with what everybody else wanted, and that this thing became famous like overnight, and like it has nothing to do with that. Yeah, that's it. Huh? And Crisis Core MC says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. Crisis Core says, you can't be moving like this and think you're getting into heaven. This idolatry, through and through. This is idolatry through and through. It is. It is. It's white worship in everything. Not just the white man. It's white norms. It's white beauty standards. It's white in European ways of thinking and viewing the world. And she even said it. When you get around them white dudes, your perception of everything changes. Your perception of yourself changes, and your perception of the world. She said it. What you gotta love is the young lady, especially the young ladies. Oh, they be talking, and if you let them talk long enough, oh boy, I know they're gonna let you know what it is. But yes, this idolatry, white worship, white male worship in specific, you can't have a relationship with this chick. Shout out to whatever brother is messing with her now. Good luck on that. Good luck. Continuing.
Fighting to see who can get the best gift for somebody or make somebody cry at their birthday or Christmas. It's insane. Like that's not that's like the complete opposite from how my family didn't even celebrate it at all. And it was hard. Like it was genuinely hard because growing up, we did not celebrate we celebrated Christmas when I was a little kid. After that, I can't remember the last time me and my family really celebrated Christmas together. All that means to a poor black family is money. Money you have to spend on something. That's all it means. And, you know, this might not be because he was white necessarily. It's just an example of culture shock. Yeah, here's what they don't tell you about dating a white boy. It's going to rock your world. Like, it's genuinely going to rock your world. People.
That is a pun. If I rock your world in which way, madam? Rock your world in, I don't even want to know. I'm just asking the question because it's a rhetorical question. I had to do it because it's funny. You said dealing with the white dude will rock your world. Which way do you mean rock your world, madam? Rock your world. Do tell. Don't tell. Actually, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. And on that, and Adrian says, and thank you for the super chat, is it Hypergatron or is it Hypergasaurus Rex? Hysterical. I would say Hypergatron because it's a hypergamous planet for the ladies. Right? She said, rock your world. That's what she said. Dealing with the white dudes will rock your world. I bet. Huh? I bet. Continuing.
Rock your world. Like it's genuinely little kid. After that, I can't remember the last time me and my family really celebrated Christmas together. All that means to a poor black family is money. Money you have to spend on something. That's all it means. And, you know, this might not be because he was white necessarily. It's just an example of culture shock. Yeah, here's what they don't tell you about dating a white boy. It's going to rock your world. Like it's genuinely going to rock your world. People will start looking at you differently. You will start seeing yourself differently. You will start demanding more from the people in your life because having this white man next to you makes you feel more valuable as a woman of color. Because it does. You know, we would go into rooms where I was the only black woman and it was just a bunch of white people, his family, or different events with, you know, friends that he knew or whatever. Now, they're still going to be racist. Don't get me wrong. They're still going to be racist. The people in his life might be racist and he doesn't see it. But you do, right? So there might be things like that going on. At the same time, I have friends, white friends that I love, that I have very deep conversations with, that I connect to on a deep emotional and spiritual level. And I wouldn't change them. Yeah, like it sucks that they're white. Their ancestors did do horrible shit. I think it's important to have white people in your life because you need to see what that other side looks like. You need to understand where they're coming from because there's no way we're going to change the world if we do not somehow work together, if we do not actually consider each other is coming from and work together to solve societal problems. I learned a lot from dating a white man. I don't regret it at all. I do think it's hard to understand them. A lot of white men think they're down with the brown and then they get with a
They think they're down with the brown because they get down with the brown. And they might put it in anyway. We gonna play a lot of that over because no, Mr. Z did not miss what the young lady was saying.
And I wouldn't change that. They don't tell you about dating a white boy. It's going to rock your world. Like it's genuinely going to rock your world. People will start looking at you differently. You will start seeing yourself differently. You will start demanding more from the people in your life because having this white man next to you makes you feel more valuable as a woman of color.
And there you go. And there you go. Having this white man next to you makes you feel more valuable as a woman of color. I could end the stream right there. I'm not. We could end the stream right there. The young lady said everything. No. There's a whole lot of swirlers and divestors that's going to deny this. There's going to be not card carrying swirlers and divestors who's going to deny this. I got a white boyfriend. I'm not with him. I'm with him because I love him and he loved me and he's treated me well and black men and colorism and it has nothing to do with white worship, is Z. Y'all always want to say we worship white men. I'm just saying the young lady is telling you right now you think that only applies to her. Huh? There's a lot of women of color moving like this, black women in specific. It's too easy. We let them talk and they let you know what it really is. We're going to play that part again and
Start
continue.
looking at you differently. You will start seeing yourself differently. You will start demanding more from the people in your life because having this white man next to you makes you feel more valuable as a woman of color. Because it does. You know, we would go into rooms where I was the only black woman and it was just a bunch of white people, his family, or different events with, you know, friends that he knew or whatever. Now, they're still going to be racist. Don't get me wrong. They're still going to be racist. The people in his life might be racist and he doesn't see it, but you do, right? So there might be things like that going on. At the same time, I have friends, white friends that I love, that I have very deep conversations with, that I connect to on a deep emotional and spiritual level. And I wouldn't change them. Yeah, like it sucks that they're white. Their ancestors did do horrible shit. I think it's important to have white people in your life because you need to see what that other side looks like. You need to understand where they're coming from because there's no way we're going to change the world if we do not somehow work together, if we do not actually consider each other is coming from and work together to solve societal problems. I learned a lot from dating a white man. I don't regret it at all. I do think it's hard to understand them. A lot of white men think they're down with the brown and then they get with a girl. They're not ready for it. They're not ready for the bonnets. They're not ready for the way that we act, the way that we talk, the way we communicate, how we deal with holidays, how we deal with pain, how we deal with different things in life. Remember to ground yourself. He's just a regular guy. He's actually a mediocre, stupid, goofy white guy. He don't have no master plan. He's a product of his environment and the society that we live in. He's not pulling the strings, really. He's just a bumbling idiot who doesn't even know his own power. Don't ever put this man on a pedestal because he's not the answer. Like, he's not the solution to your problems. I know it feels that way because this is your first time ever being chosen by this type of person that ignored you, called you ugly, treated you like shit when you were.
Let's play that again because I think she just mentioned Serena and Venus. Maybe is that me? Maybe it's my ears. Maybe something might be wrong with my ears because I think she just said Serena and Venus. That's what I thought I just heard. Shout out to the Williams sisters. Continuing.
Society that we live in. He's not pulling the strings, really. He's just a bumbling idiot who doesn't even know his own power. Don't ever put this man on a pedestal because he's not the answer. Like, he's not the solution to your problems. I know it feels that way because this is your first time ever being chosen by this type of person that ignored you, called you ugly, treated you like shit when you were a child, made fun of you behind your back, probably called you the N-word. And
did she just say Serena and Venus Williams? Venus and Serena Williams? That's what I heard. Did y'all hear that? That's what I heard. Could be something up with my ears, though. It could be the headphones. Could be. Right? And Dell says, I literally heard the same thing when she said it, Z. I'm just saying. Huh? I think that's what I heard. Black women who were insulted, demeaned, belittled by white men, and then turn around and go tuck themselves under the scrotum of white men. That's what I heard. Nothing counts unless it's valid, unless you get that validation from the white dude. It don't count. No. Continuing, we're gonna play that part again because it's
society that we live in. He's not pulling the strings, really. He's just a bumbling idiot who doesn't even know his own power. Don't ever put this man on a pedestal because
doesn't even know his own power. And Lion says his own power. What power? Brad got to clock in tomorrow like everyone else and put the fries in the bag. Put the fries in the bag. Hey, let black women tell it. Every white man is some uber powerful, influential, uber wealthy white man who's also an idiot, but a good looking, tall, chisel chin idiot. Huh? Let them tell it. So basic Brad that you work next to, he don't exist in their mind, even though they're giving him some vagina. Goddamn, see. Yeah? Let them tell it. Remember, y'all, remember every time black women talk, white women don't gotta work, and then the Latinas and these men are real men and they know how to take care of their women, and these women they stay at home moms, and you let black women tell it. 95% of white women are stay at home mothers. Huh? They're all pulling up in Tesla Model 3s and Tesla Model Ys. They're all living in gated communities where their homes are worth $1 million plus. Let black women tell it, especially when they try to down black men. Let a black woman try to insult black men or a black man with these concepts of these Ubermensch, not Ubermensch, Z, nah, you ain't say that. With these Ubermensch white dudes. And that's all you're going to hear, how great the white dude is, especially concerning the white women. Continuing.
Not the solution to your problems. I know it feels that way because this is your first time ever being chosen by this type of person that ignored you, called you ugly, treated you like shit when you were a child, made fun of you behind your back, probably called you the N-word. And you're trying to get with this person now because you're trying to heal your inner child. You're trying to heal that version of you that really just wanted to be seen as pretty, really just wanted to be chosen by your peers, your male peers. And that is a separate issue from your relationship with this man, but it is going to end up getting all entangled in it, and it's going to get complicated. And there's going to be that on top of the cultural differences, on top of the microaggressions, on top of you wondering, are we even a right fit for each other? And all of it's getting like jumbled up together. And you might love being around this person. You might love.
That man is not worried about whether y'all are right fit for each other. He's just worried about one type of fit, whether it fits. He gonna make it fit. Goddamn, Z. You're worried. Both of y'all are talking about two different fits. You talking about one fit, he's talking about a different type of fit. Whether y'all are the quote unquote right fit, that's a woman of color, namely black women concerning the white man. The white man don't care nothing about that. There's only one fit the white man care about.
Get complicated, and there's going to be that on top of the cultural differences, on top of the microaggressions, on top of you wondering, are we even a right fit for each other? And all of it's getting like jumbled up together. And you might love being around this person, you might love spending time with this person, but your relationship's going to be tested in all these different ways because you're not ready for all that stuff. You don't know how to deal with it. You haven't actually thought about it before. And black women and white men are such a unique pairing. They're truly like, you've got two dominant personalities. We have our moods and stuff. And like a white man is not going to get down.
Wait a minute. The black women are dominant personalities when they're around the white dude, when they're with the white guy. They're dominant. Where? Maybe you got a couple of outliers. They're dominant. So let me get this right. White men are avoiding dominant white women to be with dominant black women in any significant number? In mass? Yeah, about that. Yeah. Once again, you did say being with the white dudes does change your perception of yourself and of the world. You did say that. Yeah, you did. You did. Distort is the word you were looking for, madam. But continuing.
Not going to do that. He knows his worth. And I'm not saying that in quotations because it's not true. A lot of them have a little bit of narcissism baked in. They are at the top of the food chain, and they're not going to fall for the fucking games that you play with other men. And you have to really know your power and know your worth.
Wait a minute. She did not say they're not going to fall for the games that you play with other men. Did she say that?
They're truly like, you've got two dominant personalities. we have our moods and stuff, and like a white man is not gonna get down and bow down for you. He's just not gonna do that.
Y'all heard that, right? He's not going to get down and bow down for you. A white man is not going to get down and bow down for you. And she continues.
His worth. And I'm not saying that in quotations because it's not true. A lot of them have a little bit of narcissism baked in. They are at the top of the food chain, and they're not going to fall for the fucking games that you play with other men. And
they're not going to fall for the other games you play with other men. Was she the first one that we heard say this? But of course not.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not gonna go for that.
To everyone who's pretending like black women don't know what the hell they're doing, that is two black women, young black women, who's telling you, yeah, we know we talk crazy to black men, we put them through it, and we know we can't pull that with the white dudes, we know we can't pull that with the non-black men, we know they not going. Huh? That young lady, both of these young ladies are saying the same thing. Yeah, we put black men through it. We know we can't do it to non-black men, though. Huh? Then they turn around, and when they're around the conscious lees of the world and the FD signifiers of the world and the Avens from waving the red flag of the world, then they start talking about us like we're crazy. Yeah, black men and colorism and featureism and fat phobia and they want to practice patriarchy and they don't want to partner with us. Huh? But they're letting you know, hey, we know we can't pull none of that stuff. The stuff we pull in with black men, the way we talk to them, the way we treat them, we know we can't pull that with non-black men. We definitely know we can't pull that with white men. We gonna play it one more again, continuing.
His worth. And I'm not saying that in quotations because it's not true. A lot of them have a little bit of narcissism baked in. They are at the top of the food chain, and they're not going to fall for the fucking games that you play with other men. And you have to really know your power and know your worth if you're going to be with one. I finally bagged a white man, as they say, and yeah, it was crazy. It was a crazy roller coaster ride. It could have been worse. So I'm grateful for where I'm at, and I don't have any regrets about anything. I'm blessed to be here in one piece, and that he didn't chop me up and put me in the freezer. I love white people.
And she said it, and you see that little joke she made at the end, which is kind of sort of not a joke. Oh, you gotta love it. And there you guys go, once again to the title, Motivation, Racial Hypergamy. Huh? Continuing.
Or other kinds of things that are related to the broader kind of social political discourse. And so I think that that's a thing that, as research on online dating or just kind of dating generally, I think goes forward. I think we need to move beyond just what is your political party affiliation, and I think really kind of get into these other kinds of deeper, I think, aspects of politics and how that is shaping, kind of how people, as I called it, right, vet each other, but I think also, right, this shaping of what it means to be desirable, because again, right, it seems to be kind of confusing, right, that people want people who are, they'll say they want people who aren't racist, who aren't sexist, who aren't XYZ, right, because that's what you're supposed to want, right, but then they seem to have this kind of confusion or this disjunction where they still desire, right, kind of cisgender heterosexual white men, and particularly with the women that I interviewed, there was a lot of desire for white men with beards, this very particular aesthetic that they were very attracted to. So there's kind of all of those aspects.
Very recently, I had this girl ask me for a ride on one of my motorcycles. Now, I was a little hesitant at first because I didn't have another helmet with me. It's just a safety thing. I don't want to take a girl for a ride, have something happen, especially if it's her first time on a bike, and then she gets hurt, I get blamed. It's just not good for anybody. Now, I could tell that this girl was pretty disappointed, and she said something at the end of the interaction that I thought was pretty strange.
I don't want to see you saying nowhere.
I wasn't planning on it.
See, I'm not really sure why she said that. I didn't have any plans on saying that anytime in the future. However, it did remind me of a story from high school. You see, there's this girl that I went on a few dates in high school with. I'm just gonna call her Amanda. Now, Amanda happened to be black, and that's a detail that's gonna be relevant later. Me and Amanda got along pretty well on the most part. We hung out a few times, and one time I remember we started to get a little bit frisky in my old car. I drove an old 2018 Honda Civic. That thing was not the best car in the world to get frisky in. I mean, like, we weren't going super deep, but we were like making out a little bit in the back of this car. We're like scrunched down because it was a coupe and there was barely any room in the back seat. Things were starting to get a little bit invested. And that's when I figured out that this girl happened to have a little bit of a degradation thing going on, which, hey, that was my first experience with that ever. I was a little bit of a teenager. I'd never had any experience with that in my life. So I was a little bit new to that. I didn't really know what to do. It just so happened to be my luck that Amanda was willing to instruct me a little bit. And this is when Amanda leaned up to me, whispered in my ear, "Call me the N-word." Now, I was a little distraught hearing that come out of her mouth. My parents would never allow me to say that in my life. And so that's just how I was raised. Like, you don't want to put people down. I don't want to say the word. I don't want to do it. Regardless if I have permission or not, it's just, I don't want to add that to my vocabulary. Because if I say it, then I'll accidentally slip out in some context that it's not supposed to. So long story short is I didn't say the word. And that happened to be the last time I ever hung out with Amanda, because she didn't want to hang out with me after that. I don't know why these girls want the whitest dude they've ever seen in their life to say the N-word. I don't know why there's always that context there.
That said, there is a small catch to this data. The percentage of women within each category has also changed in recent years. Women who haven't even finished high school have gone from representing 2/3 of all women to just 1/3, and those with a college degree have grown from 1 in 20 to 1 in 4. And with all this in mind, here comes the million-dollar question. We've seen how the birth rate is falling in Latin America, but why? Is it because women are focusing on their careers? Well, it doesn't look like it. We've already seen that college-educated women aren't having that many fewer children than before either. But what's more, if we look at factors like the female employment rate, there's no clear correlation with birth rates, much less over time. In some decades, the Latin American countries with the highest proportion of working women are the ones with the highest birth rates. And 10 years later, the opposite is true. Is it because the opportunity cost of having children has risen? Well, that doesn't seem to be the case either. In fact, the main cost of having children, the probability of the mother dying in childbirth, has fallen sharply. And unfortunately, since Latin America isn't exactly the best example of economic growth, many countries these days are almost as wealthy as they were when their birth rates were 2, 3, or even 4 times higher. The answer doesn't appear to be economic. And certainly it's not political, as happened in China. No one has forced these women to have fewer children. The answer is likely cultural. In fact, we have a more specific culprit that will surprise many of you: soap operas.
Women living in areas covered by Globo's signal have significantly lower fertility rates. The effect is strongest among women of lower socioeconomic status and those in the middle and late stages of their reproductive cycle, which aligns with the trend toward fertility decline.
In Brazil, a country with a demographic crisis comparable to China's, a television network called Rede Globo had a virtual monopoly on soap operas. This produced a very curious phenomenon. As Rede Globo expanded into more and more provinces, the birth rate fell. This is no mere coincidence. The soap operas caused the women who watched them to have fewer children. 3 out of 4 protagonists in these soap operas had 1 child or none, compared to the average of 6 that real Brazilian women had. And everything points to this creating an imitation effect, as women adopted the lifestyle of developed Western countries. This is nothing new. There are many studies in India on the impact of television on women, and most agree that cultural imitation is very strong. In India, for instance, having access to a television increases the likelihood that women will work, and it also drastically reduces gender-based violence. But the important thing isn't simply having a television. The content is what really matters. According to the study we just showed you in Brazil, cultural imitation is greater when the soap opera is Brazilian, while watching a Turkish soap opera, for example, has almost no effect. And as a fun fact, these women who have fewer children are also much more likely to name their children after characters from these soap operas. Does this mean that without soap operas, Brazil would still have a birth rate of 6 children per woman? Obviously not. This contributed to lowering the probability of having an additional child by about 10%, slightly more for women aged 25 to 35 and those of lower socioeconomic status. That's a lot, but it doesn't even come close to explaining such a demographic decline. We've shared this example so you can see how important cultural mechanisms are. Soap operas are just a small part of it. Although Latin America isn't the best example of economic growth, television, the internet, and cell phones have reached everyone. Most likely this has led people to imitate wealthy countries, only long before they've actually become wealthy themselves. And this is a problem. Of course, it has many positive side effects. That's why so many people imitate it. But in purely economic terms, the low birth rate could be the final nail in Latin America's coffin. Birth rates raise GDP per capita. Yeah, you heard correctly. We said GDP per capita. And how is it that having more children can increase wealth per person? Doesn't that also increase the number of mouths to feed? Well, yes. But if there are a lot of people, especially young people of working age, it's easier to pay for things like pensions or public debt. If there aren't enough people, you end up like Japan. GDP per worker grows a lot, yes, but the demographic winter eats up all that wealth, causing wages to remain stagnant for decades. Well, so far in the 21st century, Latin America's GDP per capita has grown at an annual rate of 1.5%. Of course, some countries have done better and others worse, but that isn't important right now. The fact is that of that 1.5%, 0.4 percentage points have been due exclusively to demographics, rather than to factors like increased capital or productivity. Well, it's estimated that over the next 25 years, demographics will not just contribute less, they will actually subtract 0.13 percentage points from GDP each year. This is the region with the largest gap in its demographic dividend in the entire world, 25% larger than in Southeast Asia. Another way to look at it is that if the rest of the economy continues to grow as before, the region's GDP per capita will grow 30% less. And keep in mind, this estimate is quite generous. As we've seen before, Latin America's demographic decline is mainly due to women with children having fewer children, whereas in developed countries, the biggest problem is women with no children at all. It is entirely possible, and in fact, there are already some signs that this phenomenon will soon take center stage in Latin America. And if that happens, the birth rate could fall even faster than most projections anticipate. On the other hand, these population projections are notorious for being less accurate than a carnival shooting gallery. What will all this mean? Well, that countries that are already quite poor will grow more slowly, and things won't get better. Demographics will slow the economy down more and more. And stagnating with Japan's GDP per capita is not the same as stagnating with Mexico's. To give you an idea of what this means, when Germany reached a ratio of 4 workers for every pensioner, it already had a GDP per capita of about $40,000. But it's estimated that Brazil, when it reaches that demographic structure, will have a per capita GDP of less than $14,000, the minimum threshold the World Bank uses to classify a country as a high-income country. Mind you, in this regard, Africa and some Southeast Asian countries are in much worse shape. Nigeria will reach a ratio of 4 workers for every person over 65 with a GDP per capita of just $7,000. And that's under a fairly optimistic scenario. Do you see the problem now? Demographic decline isn't just a problem for rich countries. We should be far more concerned about poor countries. In any case, now that we've gotten this far, it's your turn. Were you aware of the demographic winter that all of Latin America is currently experiencing? Were you surprised by the impact a simple soap opera can have? Will we see these countries recover, or are they doomed to economic stagnation? You can leave your answers down in the comments.
Why play that clip? I want to emphasize that clip because what he's saying about poor countries, poor people in rich countries, like black people. Huh? We already know that median income black people have a birth rate, black women have a birth rate of 1.35. Definitely a million miles away from replacement level. Huh? Yeah, that's where we are. I'm covering that to emphasize TV, social media, what women are consuming, black women are consuming, is affecting the black birth rate. But what's also affecting that is ideas of white normativity. The thing that black women claim they care about, but they don't look like they care about it. They can hurry up and jump on the hypergamous ladder and deal with the white dudes. Continuing.
In a very brief generalization, there's a lot of detail in the book, but I'm going to give you a quick summary of what those findings were of how people interacted with each other. So what we found is that race is the deal breaker of all characteristics. It operates more strongly than education, physical characteristics. It is the deal breaker. And one of the things that we often found, which I thought was interesting in interviewing, especially many of the white men, is this aggrieved feeling that they were disadvantaged in online dating and that they were being ignored. And yet in our quantitative analysis, we find that white men are the most desired of all men. And this has been shown in many other platforms too. So this is not specific to the platform that we're looking at. Our quantitative analysis showed that almost all women all women of all races and almost all gay men, actually black men did not show this, that their preference was strongest for white men. Now this preference for white men was statistically significant for other races, but especially strong for white women. But I found it really interesting that women and gay men of other races would respond first to white men and only secondly to men of their same race. So on the other hand, when it comes to preferences for women, so if we look at the ways in which straight men and lesbians, who their preferences are, who they interact with, etc., we found that unlike for men, whiteness was not the defining characteristic per se. But the defining pattern was for same race preferences, so contacting others of the same race. Men of all race and lesbians of color do not seem to have a first preference for white women, but their same ethnic group. And unlike straight women and gay men, they're also more open to people from all racial groups, and this is really important, except Black daters. So we document a persistent and specific anti-Blackness that operates among the sexual preferences of white, Asian, Hispanic, multiracial, straight men, and gay women. We have lots of theories based on our interviews for why this may be, but basically, in terms of why is it that white masculinity is so highly valued, more so than, say, white femininity, because we assumed that if given racial hierarchies and norms around hegemonic beauty, that white femininity would also be highly valued. But what we find is that, white femininity does not carry the same kind of appeal across all groups, in large part due to patriarchy and gender norms, right? So the association with white masculinity is not just associated with sexual allure, but it also symbolizes economic and cultural power in a way that femininity generally does not, right? In our interviews, while there is plenty of resistance to this among individuals, we also see that this sort of valorization of white masculinity is really something that's been internalized and reproduced by marginalized groups as well. So that's a sobering finding.
Right. So as a
Decades and centuries of white, pro-white, anti-Black propaganda is how you get here. Huh? It's how you get here. The young lady said everything that needed to be said. She left no room for interpretation. You gotta love it. She killed all the plausible deniability. She told you straight up, yes, I was seeking their validation. Yes, it made me feel like I have white power through proxy. Huh? The young lady said everything that needed to be said. And that's what decades and century of white men are better. That's what it gets you. No? But also this idea that you can logic your way out of women's hypergamy, women's racial hypergamy, women of color's racial hypergamy. You can logic your way out of it. What happens when a bunch of women flood? They flood the workspace over the past couple centuries, definitely over the past few decades. And what they've been told for decades and centuries is that white men are everything. Are they able to combat that? Or is the narrative, no, it's not all about the white dudes, but in actuality, in action, it's a little bit different.
President Vladimir Putin has described Russia's military objectives in Ukraine as, quote, noble.
And we are aware that today our officers are participating in the special operation in Donbas in Ukraine.
There are many ways of thinking about history, and today I want to talk about Putin's sense of Russian history in comparison to an assumption about history that we often adopt in the West. I think, ironically, it's our sense of history that's often misguided, and while Putin draws the wrong conclusions, his diagnosis of history, the model of history he's a product of, contains some surprising truths. Russia's difficult relationship with Europe and its strained and unique relationship with its own identity has a long history that goes back long before Putin, of course. But it's one I think he kind of believes in, and he's strengthening some of its elements. It has a rich tradition, as we'll see, in philosophy, poetry, literature, in anti-rationalism, in romanticism. But I think if we approach it carefully, it can teach us a lot about what our model of history often leaves out. We often adopt a model of history in Europe and America that historian Timothy Snyder calls the politics of inevitability. It's come in various forms: Hegel and Marx's dialectics, the idea of an ever-progressing linear historical path, what used to be called Whiggish history, Francis Fukuyama's The End of History, the argument that after the fall of the Soviet Union, the liberal model was the endpoint of historical progress. The assumption, often, is that progress is inevitable, automatic, out of our human hands.
Snyder says that It's a sense that the future is just more of the present, that the laws of progress are known, that there are no alternatives, and therefore nothing really to be done. If history is something that happens automatically, the politics of inevitability doesn't need anyone to do anything. It doesn't need ideas, it doesn't need action, it doesn't need fighting for or defending. History, like an escalator to freedom or a journey floating along a river, just is. Snyder continues that the politics of inevitability is the idea that there are no ideas. Those in its thrall deny that ideas matter, proving only that they are in the grip of a powerful one. The cliché of the politics of inevitability is that there are no alternatives. To accept this is to deny individual responsibility for seeing history and making change. Life becomes a sleepwalk to a pre-marked grave in a pre-purchased plot. The politics of inevitability gives the impression that once certain conditions are met, markets, property rights, freedom of speech, class consciousness maybe, freedom will then flourish automatically. This idea comes from many places. You could say it goes back to the biblical idea of millenarianism, that life on earth will get progressively worse until Christ returns and reigns over a golden age of 1,000 years. But in its modern form, its roots can be found in the idea of universality during the Enlightenment. There, again, it was interpreted in many ways. Voltaire believed in commerce expanding across the world, the global businessman. Leibniz believed in a universal language. Immanuel Kant thought that there was a universal model of morality that everyone should adopt. Hegel thought that the rational was real, that anything that happened was rational, and Marx believed in a universal concept of history, moving forward, scientifically. They believed that these things were inevitably true, independent of individual people. Author Pankaj Mishra writes that the rationalist idea of the Enlightenment, which we're all a product of, presented, quote, a unified project of individual emancipation, inaugurating the necessary and inevitable passage of humankind from tradition to modernity, immaturity to adulthood.
What this meant was that when each nation, each country, each group or individual discovered, understood and accepted these universal truths, they would inevitably catch up with countries like England and France who were already on the road of inexorable progress. And as Snyder argues, most of us in the West still tacitly accept this model.
I love this clip because it shows that we took for granted in the West, in America, even for many of us in the Black community, Black women, the politics or the concept of inevitability. That if things are just right, that people will move in a righteous way, or this idea that and I've said it before on this channel, the one thing I disagree with Martin Luther King with is that the arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice. I don't know about all that. Huh? The politics of inevitability. And this is the idea that this is what Francis Fukuyama was getting at with the concept of the end of history. I've said this before. What he was essentially saying with the article that ended up becoming a book is, look, the debate is over. Liberalism is the capitalism and liberalism. And when we say liberalism, we're not talking about Democrat versus conservative. We're talking about free market liberalism, and free ideas is the way to go. And we won the debate, and it's over. 30 years later, no? What does that have to do with racial hypergamy, Z? This concept that everything is everything, and we've slayed the dragons, and Jim Crow era is over, and love is love, and everybody get with whoever you want because it's all love and it's all good, and you can't help who you love. The young lady told you herself that she was seeking the validation of white men. That is not a person that's looking to fall in love. That is a person holding out love for one specific demographic. Huh? Her prerogative, but she blows a hole, pause, she blows a hole in the idea of everything is everything and you can't help who you love. No, she was very deliberate and intentional. And Els Active says, and thank you for the super chat, let's sacrifice her for the experiment and navigate her blackness around white men for life. Look, it looked like she already went through it. She's still fighting. You could tell she's still fighting concepts of inferiority concerning white folks, white men in specific. You could tell she's still fighting that. So this is something I would argue she's going to be fighting for much of her adulthood, because she spent her primary years around white folks, around white boys seeking their validation and attempting to be part of the beauty standard, if not stand on the top of the hierarchy of the beauty standard. Black women don't want to get rid of the European beauty standard. That's a bunch of bullocks. Huh? I would argue with the masses of women of color, particularly in our case, black women, what they want to do is kick Margot Robbie off the European beauty standard and then replace her with Uchechi from the Grapevine or with Lizzo, huh? Or with Gabby Sidibe, with a young Monique, huh? That's the goal here. And as the young lady said, she said it herself. Because the white guys in her high school or in her middle school weren't checking for her, she engaged in same-sex loving situations with other girls. Her words. Like I said, I'm going to put the link in the description box after the stream so y'all can listen to it uninterrupted for yourselves and see if Mr. Z is taking this too far or putting words in the young lady's mouth. Huh? Or I'm purposely misinterpreting her words. And Els Active, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, she's dealing with it. She's going through it. Growing up in those neighborhoods, in those environments, and feeling unwanted and undesired. And we gotta be honest. Once your kid hit puberty, they want to be liked by the opposite sex too. And if they're not getting that, especially, and that's when you have to start questioning who is the opposite sex around them. Because if it's the little white boys and the little Latino boys, then guess what? Your daughter's gonna be pining for that. Especially if the cool kid in the high school is a white jock. It's over with. That doesn't mean your daughter doesn't end up with a black man in the future, but it does mean that her early childhood experiences after puberty were reinforced with the European beauty standard because she was in a predominantly non-black school and the cool kid was the white dude. And she wanted in on that circle. Huh? And Southern Purchase says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. He says, I had to tell one of my sister's friends the other day, Bradley is not giving up his inheritance or privilege for you. Never. It's fascinating that you have to even say it. It is fascinating that you, like, as the young lady said, being accepted by the white dude changes your perception of yourself and of the world. But I would argue, even seeking, even hoping, even considering that there's something you can do to be accepted or validated, I would argue by anyone, but quite frankly, especially white folks, white men. Once you start getting into the game of being validated, especially as an adult, once you start getting into the game of being validated by another, especially if it's not a black man, but yeah, it's game over. Your mind is cooked. So, Southern Purchase, the fact that you even had to say that to a black woman in America, that Brad is not giving up the 1973 Camaro, the 1972 Camaro, the 1970 Boss 302 Mustang, huh? The old school Chevy Silverado. The fact that you even have to explain that. The old Ford Bronco, huh? The Chevy Chevelle. The fact that you even have to explain that Brad is not going to give up that and his granddad's house because he's the oldest grandson. And his uncle who never had kids, his house too. Or his uncle who never had kids is going to leave him his Rolex. You think Brad going to give that up for a basic Keisha? Can it happen here and there? Yeah, once in a blue moon, one out of a million. But that's not a thing. The fact that you have to explain that, it just speaks to the delusion and the hope. And women really think they can will things into existence. That's where all that manifest crap comes from. They really think they can will things into existence because I want it so bad and I think about it so bad and I ponder on it so bad, it's gonna come to fruition. It's like the women and children are on this crap. Men can't move like this, huh? The world will not let you move like this. And so then, Purchase, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Bell Hooks begged, and like, share, subscribe to the super chat. Bell Hooks begged white women to stop socializing their sons frames white people as that frames white people as superior and quote black women people as inferior. Dead in begging. Yeah. So what Leon is getting up at here is that Bell Hooks was essentially begging white women to stop raising their sons to not like black women and to stop seeing themselves as so superior that they were better than black women to the point that the only thing they was going to do with black women was pipe and toss. But any type of long-term relationship, children, that was in an oops baby, or marriage was out of the question. Huh? And Bell Hooks said that, I think BGS even has it down to the book and the page number. She said that in one of her books. That black women really know that they've arrived when white men start choosing up on them. That's how you know. That's how you know you in there. So Leon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And for that, I gotta play this again. Z, how many times you gonna play this? Well, it applies. Continuing.
Or other kinds of things that are related to the broader kind of social political discourse. And so I think that that's a thing that, as research on online dating or just kind of dating generally, I think goes forward. I think we need to move beyond just what is your political party affiliation, and I think really kind of get into these other kinds of deeper, I think, aspects of politics and how that is shaping, kind of how people, as I called it, right, vet each other, but I think also, right, this shaping of what it means to be desirable, because again, right, it seems to be kind of confusing, right, that people want people who are, I mean, they'll say they want people who aren't racist, who aren't sexist, who aren't XYZ, right, because that's what you're supposed to want, right, but then they seem to have like this kind of like confusion or this like disjunction where they still desire, right, kind of cisgender heterosexual white men, and particularly with the women that I interviewed, there was a lot of desire for like white men with beards, like this very particular aesthetic that they were like very attracted to. So there's kind of all of those aspects.
White men with beards, authority. White men with beards. So it didn't matter if the person was LGBTQ, women of color, overweight, slim, non-binary, and all the other stuff that women like to call themselves to assuage their freaking anger and rage and sadness that the white dudes of note in that Bartholomew III is not choosing upon them. As this young lady said, she engaged in same-sex loving stuff because the white dudes weren't checking for her. Huh? So these women call themselves all type of whatever, non-binary, pansexual, bisexual, huh? Yeah, when the white dudes ain't checking up for you and they ain't choosing up on you, that's when they start doing, well, I'm not going to end up with one of those Negroes. So I guess I'm just out here, free spirit. Huh? Oh, man. And Captain Obvious says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. Captain Obvious says, this is about the woman that had all the piercings in her head. Is the pirate aesthetic supposed to attract the men he wants or she wants? But I guess what you're saying. Or is gold? That woman is Black Flag with the skull and the crossbones. Look, I think what you're dealing with is, and what you're speaking about is the male gaze, GAZE. What you have are women who want they want to be air quotes their authentic selves, right? And they're doing things in spite of what they think men care about, especially everyday men, salt of the earth men, and poor men and working class men. They really don't care what you're talking about. They try to act like they don't care what elite men are talking about, definitely elite white men, but they do care. They're dressing this way, they're acting this way, they're speaking this way to emphasize we don't care about the male gaze until the consequences of not caring hit them. So when you're not attending the speed dating events and the mixers and the matchmaking events, right? When you're not making yourself available at the club or the bar or the lounge and buying drinks, when you're not approaching, when you're not even making yourself available to be rejected, that's when the women still are not connecting. They don't care. They're still not connecting that you said you don't care about the male gaze. Huh? You have septum ring. You got 3, 4 studs in your ears. You got a nose ring on top of the septum ring. Huh? You got the studs in your chest. For all of us that see the women walking around with that. And somehow magically, the type of man you find attractive is supposed to find that attractive. And then do more than just pipe on you. Good luck on that. What you're dealing with, Captain Obvious, are women saying they don't care what you think and what you feel and what you find aesthetically pleasing on them. And that is perfectly okay. Women don't owe you being attractive to you. But then there's a consequence. And the consequence is you keeping your wallet in your damn pocket. And the consequence is you not helping her put that heavy ass thing in her car trunk. Huh? If the women have decided to hell with men and what they find pleasing, especially if we can bend and break them and change their appetite, because that's really what they're trying to do. If the women have decided, if we can't change the men's appetite, we've been trying for decades, it's not working, then screw it. We're just gonna do whatever we want and we're just gonna try to catch, and this is their goal here. If I can't end up with Chisel Chin Brad, Chisel Chin Chad, and Chisel Chin Tyrone is not checking for me, and then I can't break the will of the other men, fine then. I'll just get in where I could fit in. And getting where they could fit in means that they're gonna deal with other women. They're gonna be the actual plaything for Chisel Chin Chad and Brad. Every once in a while, if she's turned on enough by you and you work with her in them damn hospitals, goddamn Z, you might even get some vagina, but she's just gonna do whatever the hell she wanna do. And hopefully catch her a simp slipping in her late 30s, early 40s, mid 40s. This is the goal here, especially for black women. Somebody tell me I'm lying. This is how they're moving. They're speaking like they don't care because a part of them don't care because they have been assured by their mothers and their aunts and their girl cousins that are older than them that go live your life as some simp dude, some simp Negro, some simp man is going to do for you as the best as he can whenever you decide to settle down. So you have all the time in the world. It don't matter if you got overweight. It don't matter if you have kids. It don't matter if now you got a crap attitude even more than you did in your early 20s because now you angry at the world. It don't matter if you can't pair bond. It doesn't matter if you have 100 bodies on you. It don't matter because one of these dudes is going to do for you. And if not, then we'll come through and we'll float you. Huh? We'll float you. Oh boy. And thank you for the super chat, Captain Obvious. Thank you for the super chat. And y'all give me a back. Let me see. I'm need to catch up on the super chat, Z, and must entertain the people and inform the people. And okay, and Els Active says, ain't no talking them off the hypergamy excuse me, ain't no talking them off racial hypergamy. Black men act accordingly and feel no shame or guilt. Yeah, when you hear this young lady and how cold and calculated she was, even at a young age, right? And let's be clear, she's a little bit older, and she's recounting how she was moving and what she was feeling and thinking at a younger age. So there's a bit of grace there. I get it, especially if you don't have adults walking you through, right? If your parents are none the wiser how you moving in high school and middle school, and how being in these white environments is affecting you, and the television shows and the music that you're ingesting, and what's cool around you, and what the white kids are saying is cool, that's going to be cool to you too. I can understand that. With that, we don't owe you the understanding though, huh? That's the kicker, right? And so we appreciate is there's no taking them off that racial hypergamy. We get it, right? As a matter of fact, give me a second, else, because I actually want to play something to that. If I could find it, give me 1 second. See how long it takes to load up, because it might take a couple seconds, right? And Dr. Dunbar says, is she biracial? I'm not sure. I want to say yes, but I'm not sure, right? I mean, she is light bright with the loose curls, but that doesn't necessarily mean she is biracial, but I'm not 100% sure. But going to what Els was saying earlier, here y'all go once again to racial hypergamy.
With a hard R. Check this out. I just want to tell you this story real quick. I just been thinking about this shit. So I used to mess with this black chick, fine as hell, bad, to my super bad. Freaking in a motherfucker. And we still communicate to this day. We just, she do her thing. We don't have sex no more. But she told me, I want to role play. I want you to call me the N-word. I say, listen, I'm down to do a lot of shit, but I don't feel comfortable I don't do that. I'm not on that. I don't feel comfortable. She was on some real weird shit. On like, yeah, I'm your slave. I'm your, yeah, like that. I'm your slave and you the master type shit. I say, man, listen, I can be a lot of shit, but that I'm not gonna feel comfortable in that thing and having to call you that. That ain't what I can't do that. That shit was crazy. I just had to share that shit with a motherfucker. But that's all I got, man.
Remember, y'all, those are not the only two stories we have of that.
Black Florida woman whose white boyfriend was arrested after slave enslaver domestic spat denies alleged racial component. The black girlfriend of a white man who was arrested during a domestic spat in Bradenton, Florida last week has issue with a police report implying there was a racial component to an argument between the pair after she asked if he wanted to play slave enslaver. She also doesn't want him prosecuted for simple battery. Kenneth Atkins was arrested August 6 after he and his girlfriend of 3 years, Ashley Edwards, became involved in a heated quarrel in which, according to Edwards, Atkins made a comment that prompted her to say, "Oh, you want to play slave and slaver?" According to the report from the Manatee County Sheriff's Department, it was a black and white issue. Ashley stated she wanted to play slave and slaver because she is African American and he is Caucasian, according to an affidavit submitted by police. Kenneth did not wish to partake and became verbally aggressive. Edwards, 36, told the Daily News by phone Wednesday that she made that comment, but it was meant as a dominatrix thing rather than in a racial way. She says she called 911 the night of the incident because Atkins was acting crazy and I didn't want anything to do with it. The Daily News flash. Once cops arrived, Edwards said she simply wanted her boyfriend removed from her apartment. Edwards said she and Atkins both talked to police, who, according to her, overstated the slave and slaver comment. That report also said Atkins, 37, spat in Ashley's face, which she said should be taken literally. He spit towards me, but didn't do
You
anything
did
to
say
me,
slave and
she
slaver.
said. If he did that, I would have pressed charges. Edward said she's hit Atkins in the past, but claims he's never responded physically and that she doesn't want to see a battery charge on his record, which according to the smoking gun, includes a pending theft charge involving a Florida Walmart. He shouldn't have been arrested, she said of last week's confrontation. According to the police report, Atkins denied the allegations and/or any other physical confrontation. The Manatee County Sheriff's Office hasn't returned a request for comment.
How bad do you have to be? How bad do you have to be that a dude that been in stores robbing, a white dude that be in the store robbing stuff, stealing stuff, you want to engage in this type of dominatrix, slave and slaver type triple X bedroom fun, and even the white dude is cringed out by it to the point where he actually does indulge by spitting on you. In the heat of an argument, how bad does it have to be? And this is a good time to read this in KMS's. And I know he wasn't talking about the lady that we just were covering, but might as well in KMS's. This broad is a loser. Most star. Hashtag I said it. But they are. But they are. And thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. But they are. They are losers. You imagine how bad do you have to be as a black woman and there's like video after video of this of white dudes being cringed out, and y'all could keep on sending me them. The white dudes being turned off, some of the Latino dudes being turned off by how cringe some of these black women are concerning them. Whether it's bedroom fun, whether she wants you to say the N word during bedroom fun, huh? How turned off they are. Dear black women, you can't say it's black men and how we're manipulating your image. And no, that's their experience with you. That's the white dude's experience with you. That has nothing to do with no black man. Yeah. And Camus, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. For real. And Ish Talking says, and thank you for the super chat, black women do not want to topple the patriarchy. They want to be elevated and validated by it. Black women want white womanhood. Yes, all women want white womanhood. All women want white womanhood. Now, when we say white womanhood, appreciate, I'm not just talking about any and all white women. When I'm speaking about white womanhood, I am speaking about Princess Diana. Huh? When I am speaking about white womanhood, that I am speaking about Jill Biden. Huh? I'm speaking about Melania Trump. When I'm speaking about white womanhood, be very clear. We're not talking about your run-of-the-mill Roseanne ass, or they call them the Connors now, Roseanne ass white woman. That is not who we're talking about. We're talking about Hillary Clinton. That is who we're talking about. Most women, I would argue, of color, quite frankly, including working class white women, they all want to be Melania or Mackenzie Bezos, huh? Melinda Gates. That is the white womanhood. That is the ideal womanhood on planet Earth right now. God damn, Z, I said it. That is the dream. Black women are just the loudest about it. And the toppling patriarchy, they do not want to topple the patriarchy. Let me keep on saying this for all of you, including other women who are slow on the uptake. A woman bragging about what she got herself is not a brag. It's not a flex. A woman bragging and flexing about what a man got her, that's what a flex is. The flex is not buying the old Bentley Continental drop top by yourself and for yourself. Oops. Shout out to Kendra G. The flex is a man buying you a brand spanking new Bentley Continental GT drop top. And we all know it. That is the flex. That is white womanhood. White womanhood is marrying a man you know is stepping out on you, going from the governor's mansion of Arkansas into the White House in DC, becoming senator off of your last name, off of your husband's last name, running for president, almost becoming president off of your husband's last name. Then your daughter capitalizing on your husband's last name and then marries the son of a goddamn scammer ass white dude who served jail time, but nobody talk about it because your white womanhood and your husband's white manhood. Uh, White womanhood is getting into a goddamn car accident and deleting somebody with the car, and we barely mention it because your husband was president. Quite frankly, we barely mentioned it even before your husband became president. Goddamn, that's white womanhood. Huh? That's white womanhood. White womanhood is being the goddamn throat goat in Hollywood, and that is a secret that stayed a secret while your husband was running for president, all the time he was president, even a little bit after he died. That's what white womanhood is. You could be the goddamn throat goat in an industry and everybody know, but nobody say it. Not publicly anyway. It's all hushed tones. It don't become a public thing, and the public doesn't find out until goddamn 30, 40, damn near 40 years, well, 30 some odd years after y'all leave the White House. That's white womanhood. White womanhood is when your husband is damn near incapable of his duties and you running, there's a funny in there, and you're running the White House and running the presidency low key behind the scenes. And it's in, and by the way, that's not just one first lady that pulled that. Huh? That's white womanhood. So yeah, it's talking. Yeah, look, a lot of these women of color trying to be in that white womanhood. A lot of them. That's not just a black woman thing. That's a women of color, quite frankly, even working class and lower middle class woman thing. They all want that type of power. That position to power, to white manhood. And I mean that with the pun intended, to white manhood. I meant what I said, how I said it. Pun intended. They all want proximity to white manhood and the white man's manhood. Goddamn, Z. Just in case y'all didn't understand. Okay, we get it, Z. And it's talking. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. All right. And let me see who's up next because we're going through these. Oh, it's Indigo and then Line. And Indigo says, hashtag let them talk. As I played, the young lady told y'all everything. And she did that in like less than 20 minutes. In less than 20 minutes, she said everything we say here. She corroborated everything we say here. For all the naysayers, for all the folks that call us racist or sexist or anti-black woman or black women are not, that's not what they thinking when they're dating white dudes, and they're not thinking like that. They just want somebody that cares about them, that loves them, that appreciates them, that validates them, their beauty. Huh? And the young lady told you exactly what she did this for. White validation. To up her stock in society. To be in proximity of power. All the stuff we say about racial hypergamy. Once again to the title, motivation, racial hypergamy. The young lady said, yes, motivation, racial hypergamy. Huh? Once again to Indigo Super Chat, hashtag let them talk. This is why I say it. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Lion says, this is low key SYSBM infomercial. You hear me? I could have just let this play and then just bring y'all up on the panel. And we could have just started from there. Because she said everything that needed to be said. For all the naysayers and the doubters. Doubter Z? I know it's not a word. Anyway, for all those that doubt, there we go. She said what needed to be said. And she was very clear. It was excruciatingly clear. She left no room for interpretation. And I still got what's her name, Theodora, the other little light skin. I still got the video of her from a couple years ago that we covered. Especially these black girls that don't grow up around a lot of black people, when they start telling you the truth about why they ended up with the white dudes, the truth is brutal truth. They don't leave no room for interpretation. The other light skinned young lady, and she deleted it. I knew she was going to delete that video. That's why I saved that ass. What's her name? Jasmine Theodore. Yeah, Jasmine Theodore. I still got that video. Yeah, Jasmine, I still got it. Huh? Yeah, you deleted it from YouTube. Guess what? I still have it. It's still on record. You know? It's a lot of these women who grew up in these neighborhoods. See, the sister from the hood know better than to just outright say it. If she do say it, she gonna say it usually in moments of anger and trying to compare you to white dudes to insult you. These other chicks, like this one, they say it's so matter of fact. It's so cold with it. They so matter of fact. Like the white dude is the white dude in America, so of course I'm gonna choose upon him because I'm trying to up my stock and my status. Yeah, it has nothing to do with black men and their ineptitude or whatever the hell. Nah, I don't buy into none of that. Really, it's because the white dude is the white dude in America. That's why. See, the sister in the hood gonna tell you what you're not. The other sisters in the suburbs that's around the white dudes, be like, I don't care about none of that stuff. No, I just wanted to choose on the white dude because the white dude is the white dude. It's like it's America, so let me go ahead and have like white power through proxy, and let me have my mixed kids and move out in the suburbs and close the blinds and the doors and act like I don't know what's going on with black people. Racism? What racism? Anti-blackness? What anti-blackness? You gotta love it. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat line. All right. And Ish Talking says also, and thank you for the super chat once again. He says, peace to Z and the chat. Pay close attention, fellas. The only person that truly makes black women feel pretty is Brad. The validation must come from him. Only he can elevate her, open the doors to white womanhood. Yeah, and open the doors to white womanhood. Yes and no. I think there are definitely black women that they're with black men. That's who they care. This is the thing. Women will take the compliments wherever they come. They're gonna take the compliments from whoever. This is a human thing. You're gonna take the compliments from whoever. Huh? When somebody's congratulating you, when somebody's complimenting you, when somebody's speaking positively about you, people gonna take that from wherever, excuse me. Especially women, especially black women. But there are black women that they really only want to be with black men. How many of them do exist? Z, you still there? No, we still here. Huh? Now, yes, a white man's compliment, especially a tall, good-looking white man or any tall white man, Barron Trump start complimenting black women, they gonna lose their minds. Dear Republicans, you want to flip 10-15% of black women to the Republican Party? Just have Barron Trump start dating black girls. Have Barron Trump sitting next to a black girl in the White House and say that's his girlfriend. And see how quickly black women start being like, Trumps, they're not that bad, actually. Huh? Have Barron marry a black woman and see how quickly the Democrats lose 10-15% of black women. Just like that. Snap. And Barron's what, like 6'7" or something like that? 6'7". Yeah, he's like 6'7" or something like that. Huh? So Ish talking, yes, there are definitely some black women, almost all, who definitely, when it's a white man who speaks about their beauty or their natural hair or their dark skin tone, forget anything that the nearest black man done said to her. The white man complimented me, and that's worth its weight in gold. Yes, those black women exist, almost all of them, but not all. And thank you for the super chat. Right? I'm just saying, I just want somebody to tell me I'm wrong. And I am Jermaine because it's always your fault, Jermaine. It's always your fault. I just want you to know it's always your fault. If it's raining somewhere on the planet, it is your fault, Jermaine. Somebody got into a goddamn accident anywhere on the planet, it is your fault. Goddamn solar flare knocks out some satellites. It is your fault, okay, sir? An asteroid hits Jupiter. It's your fault, sir. It is your fault, Jermaine. It is always your fault. Goddamn, a kid stumbled, a toddler stumbled learning how to walk. It is your fault. Okay, I just want you to. Somebody just stubbed their toe somewhere on planet Earth. It is your fault, Jermaine. It is your fault. It is always your fault. And Jermaine says, I am Jermaine says, wait, I thought black women said black men talk like this. Yawn. Exactly. Right. Every accusation is admission. Isn't that what they say? Right. Every accusation is admission. Look, the women have convinced themselves that they are above this carnal, primal urge, right? That they're above this status seeking, especially concerning men, especially when you start speaking about feminism and what it's brought to the planet over the past 6, 7 decades. Women have convinced themselves, no, that's what men do. Men want the blonde, blue-eyed Margot Robbie, Uma Thurman, name whatever blonde, blue-eyed chick is the chick of the day, Sarah Jessica Parker, whichever one it is right now, and whichever one it has been for the past, I don't know, 40, 50, 60 years, 70, whichever blonde, Marilyn Monroe, name them. Women have convinced themselves, especially women of color, women of color, especially black women, that they are morally superior to everyone else. And they choose off of love. They choose off of genuine attraction. They don't choose off of base nature and these things about status. They're not choosing men for status, right? They're not finding men attractive off of just sheer arousal. His physique. No. Women are above that. Black women are above that, right? They're not chasing after white men because white men are white men on the planet, especially in America. No. Black men choose white women because white women are white women and black men have the inferiority complex. And they're using white women as some type of trophy. No, that's what black men engage in. That's what other men of color engage in. But definitely not women of color and definitely not black women. No. If you see a black woman end up with a white man, it's because she grew up with white men and it just was an authentic connection. Or it's because she tried with black men, but black men were so difficult and so impossible and so colorist, featurist, texturist, fat phobic, right? And so incapable and inept that she just had to end up with a white guy. What was she supposed to do? Deny herself motherhood, deny herself being someone's wife because black men are so incapable, inept, so intimidated by successful black women? Right? And shout out to I Am Jermaine. Shout out to you, sir. You let them talk. That's how they're going to talk. Right. And y'all give me a second. Right. And so link is in the description box. Shout out to all of you that's still here. Right. And while we wait for some of y'all to file in, I guess we will play, because I'm so happy I came across this concerning Latin America, and the whole visual politic clip that I'm about to play, the whole thing is in my description box, right? So I'm gonna play this, and as y'all file in, and the link is in the description box if anybody wants to join the panel. We're not gonna have too long of a stream today. Z, what does that mean? I mean, you be saying that, and then you be having 8-hour streams. I know, but yeah, today not so much. Okay, y'all.
That said, there is a small catch to this data. The percentage of women within each category has also changed in recent years. Women who haven't even finished high school have gone from representing 2/3 of all women to just 1/3, and those with a college degree have grown from 1 in 20 to 1 in 4. And with all this in mind, here comes the million-dollar question. We've seen how the birth rate is falling in Latin America, but why? Is it because women are focusing on their careers? Well, it doesn't look like it. We've already seen that college-educated women aren't having that many fewer children than before either. But what's more, if we look at factors like the female employment rate, there's no clear correlation with birth rates, much less over time. In some decades, the Latin American countries with the highest proportion of working women are the ones with the highest birth rates. And 10 years later, the opposite is true. Is it because the opportunity cost of having children has risen? Well, that doesn't seem to be the case either. In fact, the main cost of having children, the probability of the mother dying in childbirth, has fallen sharply. And unfortunately, since Latin America isn't exactly the best example of economic growth, many countries these days are almost as wealthy as they were when their birth rates were 2, 3, or even 4 times higher. The answer doesn't appear to be economic. And certainly it's not political, as happened in China. No one has forced these women to have fewer children. The answer is likely cultural. In fact, we have a more specific culprit that will surprise many of you: soap operas.
Women living in areas covered by Globo's signal have significantly lower fertility rates. The effect is strongest among women of lower socioeconomic status and those in the middle and late stages of their reproductive cycle, which aligns with the trend toward fertility decline.
In Brazil, a country with a demographic crisis comparable to China's, a television network called Rede Globo had a virtual monopoly on soap operas. This produced a very curious phenomenon. As Rede Globo expanded into more and more provinces, the birth rate fell. This is no mere coincidence. The soap operas caused the women who watched them to have fewer children. 3 out of 4 protagonists in these soap operas had 1 child or none, compared to the average of 6 that real Brazilian women had. And everything points to this creating an imitation effect, as women adopted the lifestyle of developed Western countries. This is nothing new. There are many studies in India on the impact of television on women, and most agree that cultural imitation is very strong. In India, for instance, having access to a television increases the likelihood that women will work, and it also drastically reduces gender-based violence. But the important thing isn't simply having a television. The content is what really matters. According to the study we just showed you in Brazil, cultural imitation is greater when the soap opera is Brazilian, while watching a Turkish soap opera, for example, has almost no effect. And as a fun fact, these women who have fewer children are also much more likely to name their children after characters from these soap operas. Does this mean that without soap operas, Brazil would still have a birth rate of 6 children per woman? Obviously not. This contributed to lowering the probability of having an additional child by about 10%, slightly more for women aged 25 to 35 and those of lower socioeconomic status. That's a lot, but it doesn't even come close to explaining such a demographic decline. We've shared this example so you can see how important cultural mechanisms are. Soap operas are just a small part of it. Although Latin America isn't the best example of economic growth, television, the internet, and cell phones have reached everyone. Most likely this has led people to imitate wealthy countries, only long before they've actually become wealthy themselves. And this is a problem. Of course, it has many positive side effects. That's why so many people imitate it. But in purely economic terms, the low birth rate could be the final nail in Latin America's coffin. Birth rates raise GDP per capita. Yeah, you heard correctly. We said GDP per capita. And how is it that having more children can increase wealth per person? Doesn't that also increase the number of mouths to feed? Well, yes. But if there are a lot of people, especially young people of working age, it's easier to pay for things like pensions or public debt. If there aren't enough people, you end up like Japan. GDP per worker grows a lot, yes, but the demographic winter eats up all that wealth, causing wages to remain stagnant for decades. Well, so far in the 21st century, Latin America's GDP per capita has grown at an annual rate of 1.5%. Of course, some countries have done better, and others worse, but that isn't important right now. The fact is that of that 1.5%, 0.4 percentage points have been due exclusively to demographics, rather than to factors like increased capital or productivity. Well, it's estimated that over the next 25 years, demographics will not just contribute less, they will actually subtract 0.13 percentage points from GDP each year. This is the region with the largest gap in its demographic dividend in the entire world, 25% larger than in Southeast Asia. Another way to look at it is that if the rest of the economy continues to grow as before, the region's GDP per capita will grow 30% less. And keep in mind, this estimate is quite generous. As we've seen before, Latin America's demographic decline is mainly due to women with children having fewer children, whereas in developed countries, the biggest problem is women with no children at all. It is entirely possible, and in fact, there are already some signs, that this phenomenon will soon take center stage in Latin America, and if that happens, the birth rate could fall even faster than most projections anticipate. On the other hand, these population projections are notorious for being less accurate than a carnival shooting gallery. What will all this mean? Well, that countries that are already quite poor will grow more slowly, and things won't get better. Demographics will slow the economy down more and more. And stagnating with Japan's GDP per capita is not the same as stagnating with Mexico's. To give you an idea of what this means, when Germany reached a ratio of 4 workers for every pensioner, it already had a GDP per capita of about $40,000. But it's estimated that Brazil, when it reaches that demographic structure, will have a per capita GDP of less than $14,000, the minimum threshold the World Bank uses to classify a country as a high-income country. Mind you, in this regard, Africa and some Southeast Asian countries are in much worse shape. Nigeria will reach a ratio of 4 workers for every person over 65 1965 with a GDP per capita of just $7,000. And that's under a fairly optimistic scenario. Do you see the problem now? Demographic decline isn't just a problem for rich countries. We should be far more concerned about poor countries. In any case, now that we've gotten this far, it's your turn. Were you aware of the demographic winter that all of Latin America is currently experiencing? Were you surprised by the impact a simple soap opera can have? Will we see these countries recover, or are they doomed to economic stagnation? You can leave your answers down in the comments.
Okay. What's going on, AL? What's going on, Better You?
What's happening, man?
What's going on with you? What did you think about the presentation today?
It's kind of like we were talking about the other day. This speaks to the power of propaganda and the power of the mind. You know, to see that telenovela can have such a wide scale impact is, I'm not gonna say surprising, but it speaks to that phenomenon that we've talked about before, where it's somewhat of a vicarious experience. I personally call it transmuted hurt, where some people have not
transmuted hurt. He called it transmuted hurt. I like that.
Yeah, like some people have not personally experienced anything, but they know a homegirl, they have an aunt that had a bad experience, and I'm like,
yeah, they
you know
know
how many
a bunch
niggas
of
I
them.
know that got dogged out or some shit like, yo.
And they fucking live vicariously through their pain, and they go rip their pain no matter what. That's like the putting your feet on the perch theory. That's basically what they're doing. Your feet don't fit them limbs, but you go steady, scream, you hurt for them.
So I think it's an interesting breakdown. Like you was telling me about it, but to see the actual breakdown in the numbers, and that they're estimating like a 10%. Because I think like what in Black America, the rate's like what 1.7 right now. So basically,
Our
that
birth
would
rate? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Overall, yes.
So that, like, think about it. Like, if there was assuming that there was a similar impact and everything within the Black community, which I don't know too many, especially like Gen X and Boomer chicks that don't watch like All My Children, As the World Turns, and some variation of continuous soap opera fuckery, where you would go from 1.7 to just under 1.9, and the velocity of that decline, although it don't sound like much, when you're talking 44 million people, that is a lot. And especially when everybody else is falling faster around you.
To emphasize what we're talking about, AL and Better You, about the propaganda, remember China said, yeah, we ain't gonna have it.
China banned Cinderella stories. Here's why. For about a decade, Chinese streaming was dominated by a genre called Ba Dao Zong Cai, the overbearing CEO. The plot was always the same. A girl drops something in a lobby. A 28-year-old billionaire catches it. He drives a Maybach. He owns a penthouse in Pudong with a glass-walled wine cellar. He runs a company worth 15 billion yen. The audience was specific. Women 18 to 35, concentrated in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, earning 4,000 to 12,000 yen a month. Many didn't hold local hukou, which controls access to schools, healthcare, and the right to buy property. Home prices in Tier 1 cities ran 15 to 25 times median salary. The female lead in these stories never works her way up. She doesn't start a business or pass a difficult exam. She runs into someone. The genre was telling its audience something very specific. Your situation will not be resolved by your own action. It will be resolved, if at all, by something that happens to you. Then, in 2021, regulators started issuing directives against what they considered money worship. Luxury logos were blurred. Penthouse sets in movies and TV were reshot to look more austere. By 2023, the contemporary CEO drama was was effectively gone from licensed Chinese streaming. The replacements were rural revival stories, military romances, and Tang Dynasty palace intrigue. What that revealed was a regime that was concerned that those dramas were functioning as a referendum on the official story. Success comes from a successful career, comes from performing well on exams, comes from following the rules. But China's official youth unemployment rate crossed 16% in March. Many suspect the real number is higher. Every banned drama is a small admission of anxiety about which story might actually be winning.
In other words, China said, yeah, what the US did and what Latin America is doing with these telenovelas, what the US is doing with social media and this idea that you just gonna hump on the right peen. Well, I guess the panel's up, so I can say it now. You're gonna hump on the right dick, and you just gonna sell out in the sunset because the white, well, in America it would be white. Well, the right baller dude, owner of the firm, son of the owner of the firm, chose you. Yeah, we gonna kill all that now. We already see how it's ravaging the Americans in America. We already see how it's ravaging Latin America. Nope, we ain't gonna have it. Right? Yeah.
You know, the bigger question that it leads to is what should the limits and impact of free speech be?
Ooh, you getting into how far do we want to push that First Amendment?
Like real talk. It's one of those, because the conversation we were having last night, I was thinking about it. I was like, when I was saying something about putting the genie back in the bottle and how do you do it? And the thing that I think is one of those things, like we were both right in terms of how it could go. I think I was coming at it from more of a cold and spreadsheet calculus, but you were factoring a little bit more the humanity in things.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things to me that I was like, you know what? We say the environment all the time, but there are people right now living in the hermit kingdom that you can't tell them they basically slaves to the state.
Yeah. To them, Kim Jong-un is God.
He ain't got no asshole.
Yeah, you're right. He
ain't
don't
got no
take a
asshole,
shit.
bro.
He don't take a shit.
He don't take a shit. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Hacking that beat. You're the only human in the world.
Go ahead. Go finish with that. No, finish with that. Yeah, go ahead.
He's the only human in the world that can't take a deuce, and yet still he's wide awake, erect, vertical, standing, talking shit to every country in the world. It's not human. But hold on, wait a minute. He might not be human. He just might not be human, not have an asshole. Because you got to be human to have a gluteus maximus. But he claims he doesn't have one. I mean, hilarious. You can't make this shit up.
Remember this though. Remember he's golfed a perfect game, right?
Yeah.
Remember that
God.
Boy, hey, I've been golfing once, right? Bruh, impossible. In fucking possible. I don't even know how to do it. When you go golfing, you really realize, like, goddamn, Tiger Woods is a goddamn magician, bitch.
This motherfucker
that shit's
made
crazy. Go ahead.
This motherfucker made Dennis Rodman a diplomat of the state.
You see what I'm
yes,
saying?
he did.
Don't forget that.
Let me
read with normal people, man.
Let me read this because KMS is up here. Because I don't want KMS to read his own super chat. Let me read this. And KMS says, Barron have a black girlfriend and with the kid, hashtag game over. If y'all want 20% of black women to flip Democrat to Republican overnight, have Barron marry a black woman with a kid. That shit, nigga. Hey, y'all might pull 20-25% of black women away, especially if that black girl is still a Democrat. Shit, y'all might got like 20-25%. I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all might pull 25% of black women, 20% of black women away from the Democrats. Hell yeah. Oh, and if she's a cute, dark, slim sister on top of that, oh shit, it's a wrap. It's a fucking wrap. I agree with KMS on this one. I agree. He married a goddamn baby mama on top, and it's not like she was married to the dude before the fact. And the kid is fully black. Oh, it's a if she's a slim, cute, dark skinned sister that was a baby mama, and then Baron still marries her. Oh shit! Man, you can't tell black women nothing. You wouldn't be able to tell black women anything. Yeah,
You,
that
you
shit's
know
clear.
you you know you gonna make Don Cheeto have an aneurysm if that happens.
True, because Barron is supposed to be the next up. Little do y'all know. Barron gonna run for president in like the next 20 years. I put money on it. 25 years max.
Yeah, if JFK Jr. wouldn't have died, he was gonna do it.
You see? Yeah. Yep. Still suspicious, but we gonna leave that one alone. And Better You says, talking about that, Better You is up here, and Better You says, and thank you for the super chat. Love is love, but who you love in Virginia? Ooh. I see what you did there, sir. Hey, we know who she was loving. She was loving Mr. Virginia. She was loving Mr. Lovin, but it was loving versus Virginia. Yeah, she was loving Mr. Lovin, not yeah. Which is crazy. That is Look, every time I hear about Loving versus Virginia, the fact that the last name is Loving.
Oh, come on, man.
That shit is so on the nose. It's like, come on, yeah, bruh. I ain't into all the conspiracy theories and tinfoil, but
they were the
what a
Lovings
coinky
out of
did. Yeah.
Virginia. They were the Lovings out of Virginia who had to sue to get married.
You see what I'm saying?
Hey guys, I would like to make a quick
ahead.
addendum to my my Baron married. He needs to marry Megan Thee Stallion. No, if he just dates Megan Thee
No.
Stallion, it'll flip.
No, not Megan Thee Stallion. Gorilla. That's who he needs.
Yes.
Hey, she don't got no kids too.
Megan's too classy. Megan's too classy for him. He needs a broad like Gorilla.
Or Sexy Red. I got you.
Yeah. No. Sexy Red's too far. Too far. Sexy Red's too far. That ain't gonna happen. Not on the Don. Not on the Don Cheadle. Not on the Mr. Don. Nah. But Glorilla. I still don't see that shit happening. But that would be the fucking funniest thing in the world, nigga. I would probably lose a lung laughing. I would lose a lung laughing. Oh man. Yeah. Go ahead, turn around.
Z, you know that white man that married in the Loving case? He only lived 4 years after that case. He died in an accident, car accident, 4 years later.
Wait, you said how many years later? What happened?
After the case, he only lived 4 more years. He died in a car accident after he got. Yeah, that man been gone a long time.
Yeah. I did not know that. Well,
I guess love don't live here anymore.
Big pun. You already there. Big pun. Big pun. Big pun. Big pun.
That's
You
funny.
ain't shit.
Hey.
You ain't shit. You say, I guess
I'm
love
still
don't
in
live here
that.
no more.
I'm still in that. That's a good one. And KMS says, beat me to it. And thank you for the super chat. Beat me to it. Hashtag no gag Nancy. Look, man, that's what we heard, right? And look how long it took for all the rest of us to know. They said she was moving like that since before they got married. When they got married in the 70s, right?
Nancy
in
was
the
the first
60s or in the
Kardashian.
70s? Well, yeah.
Man,
They used to call it. I read a book on the Reagans. They said that she was a closer, like those Hollywood execs. They bring her in, like to finish off the deal, so to speak.
Clearly, finish off the deal clearly to completion. But the thing a lot of people don't appreciate with Reagan and why he flipped Democrat to Republican, even though he was the head of the Screen Actors Guild, and he used that when he was running to show that he wasn't necessarily anti-union. Did he crush the unions afterward? Reagan started flipping when he started getting them fat ass checks from GE for his advertisement, and then he was getting taxed because duh. And so that's when he started to flip. It had nothing to do initially. It had nothing to do with politics. He started to flip because he didn't want to pay taxes. And that's really why Reagan became a Republican slowly but surely.
No,
It's
you're
because
right.
he
I
was
think
getting taxed. Yeah.
no,
Go
people
ahead.
greatly underestimate the political animal Ronald Reagan was. Like when we saw Reagan as
Yes.
president, he was at the like his faculty started to make a noticeable decline. But you
Yep.
see how Reagan was moving in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, man. That motherfucker was not someone to trifle with.
Yeah. No. I mean, go ahead. Because remember, you're talking about somebody that was governor, screen actors. And remember, he wasn't an A-list. He was not an A-list actor.
No,
That's why he started working for
was behind the
GE.
scenes.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
I found out about Nancy like a year and a half ago from y'all when I started doing research. And I found out not only was she the closer, but the only way she got anywhere that she got in Hollywood was because of her
extraordinary skills. I got a set of skills. Yeah. Special set of skills. Somebody's background. Mute up. Somebody's background. I don't know who's. Yeah. Thank you. Whoever that is. Goddamn.
She was the head lead DS of the team. That's what she. I'm gonna use it.
I already know what you mean by DS. Yeah, that's what it is.
I mean,
the Nintendo DS. Go ahead.
Couldn't nobody speaking to the mic better. Nice and quick.
Right. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Had audacity to tell the children of my generation, just say no to drugs. Shut the fuck up. You done the biggest drug known to Homo sapiens on this earth. You was a DS queen.
Hey, wait a minute. Y'all realize that we're saying that the Reagans lived a more hood ass life than the rest of us?
Oh fuck yeah!
Understand what we say. Understand what we saying. Reagan got in because he made a sweetheart deal. One of the reasons is because he made that sweetheart deal with the Iranians, to let the hostages go. Right when he became president, it wasn't the Iranians, but whoever the hell had the small hat hostages.
No, you mean Jimmy Carter? Jimmy Carter initiated all that.
Well, true. But he took credit for that after.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Ronnie didn't do shit. That was all Jimmy's work.
Wait. And then here we go. And then remember, he got caught. He got caught with Oliver North in this damn Ron Contra. Thank you. The Contra scandal, right? So there's that. Then your wife is out here saying say no to drugs, but she was giving Gaga 3000 a decade or two ago, right? So really, and then you out here with the Gucci belts and stuff like that. Dude was really moving like Pretty Flacco. Go ahead.
AL, you know there's a Hollywood rumor that I'm almost believe to be true as far as the just say no slogan. What it was is that Nancy Throatgoat, she was talking to one of her girlfriends, and her girlfriend was like, "I'm tired of these guys, finishing on me or finishing my mouth." And Nancy just told her, "Just say no," and that was the moniker of the slogan. The moniker of the slogan was behind Nancy telling her girlfriends, "Hey, just tell a dude no." Where if you want to finish on your face, mouth, back, or whatever. So that's where the slogan came from, to let you know how really gutter the Reagans were.
So the thing I looked up about her, about them, because I immediately was like, well, how was Ronnie? Apparently Ronnie was running through him, but that must have been some golden throat, because as soon as he met her, he was like, gotta lock this shit down.
Oh yeah, no man. Ronnie was man. Look, he in the 40s, man. Oh man, he was running through him. Like, he told this one chick, "Hey man, that ain't my baby. You need to kick rocks, bitch." And right before you run across Nancy, I mean,
wait a minute. So are y'all saying that Ronald Reagan was one of
somebody's
the
background? Please mute up. Go ahead.
Was one of the original deadbeat dads? Oh my god!
Oh yeah, no. One of his sons got molested, I think. Was it one of his sons that? Yeah, one of his sons is the one that got. Yeah. So he was none the wiser. Well, clearly, I mean, faculties and all. But yeah, no. One of his sons had got touched up when he was a kid. Yeah, so there's that. But yeah, Inspired True says, "Dang," and thank you for the super chat. He says, "Dang, missed the notification. Replay gang." Yeah. I started a little bit later than Usual day. Yeah. Had things to do, reckless. So y'all already know how that goes. But yeah. One of Ronald Reagan's kids one of the sons got touched. I think it's the one that's on the left. I think it's him. Yeah. Because he didn't align with his dad on politics. Yeah. Ronald Reagan wasn't always. Oh crap. The Lamert. I ain't even gonna read that out loud. Right. If only Hillary Clinton had those skills. Hysterical. No,
Oh
Bill was always
no,
going to do what he did.
no,
Yeah,
no.
no.
Could you
No.
imagine that ugly forehead looking up at that, and she giving you no. I don't even want. No, that's a horrible sight.
Yeah. Congruous said Glorilla and Baron, nasty work. Hey, I'm saying.
It
I'm
is what it
saying.
is. It is what it is.
No, I'm saying. Hey, seriously. Seriously. But what y'all thought about the presentation today?
I really can't comment on it because I came in at the end. I just wanted to be funny and obnoxious at the same time for the sake of my fellows on the panel, but whatever it is you was talking about, it had to be talked about because they're doing the most regardless. Who cares? They're doing the most. Don't care. I don't care no more. Don't care. We still don't care.
So I was tying in racial hypergamy with
Mhm.
propaganda and also like this idea that the bar is going to keep, or the graph is going to keep on going up and to the right, right? So you're going to constantly be progressing, and we're going to slowly get over some of these base ideas, carnal nature, primal nature, and like what you're finding is like, actually, and some of the debate about history is over. And so people are just doing what they want to do, and liberalism is the way of the game, the way. And I'm tying all of these things together. And for me, what I was screaming to me when I was listening to this young lady speak is number one, clearly racial hypergamy, but what informs that? Like the propaganda that informs the idea of white male hegemony, right? And what I appreciate about what she said is she left no room for interpretation at all. She was very clear. She was trying to get chose by the white dude because the white dude is the white dude.
Hey,
Right.
but Z,
Go ahead.
what? Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you really. Television is so powerful. You don't want no woman even in South America, Africa, all up in their television because they send her signals. We call it, brainwashing them and confusing them. You want to make sure that your woman is like into the Bible, or she's doing other. She's not not into the telephone, not into the television. That she's actually doing other things because, yeah, this whole Western media is so powerful, and it really gets these women messed up and confused. And you see, that's why China did what China did, and that's why China's going
Yeah,
to take over the world because they lock stuff down. They just
they
say, "Look,
really do.
this ain't
Look,
working. We gonna stop this."
Yeah,
hey, I
that was the one
go
thing I
go.
was. Yeah, that was the one thing I was going to bring up because I have like a side business with affiliate marketing and all that other stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, there is no restriction in the U.S. All these other countries, they have restrictions. So a lot of the businesses and people making millions, they strictly kind of promote over here in the U.S. Even on TikTok, TikTok Shop is big in the U.S. They try to make money here because we don't put any limits on stuff. And even like I've gone to the Philippines, they see stuff that they don't see stuff that we see here in the West. Like their country, a lot of countries put huge restrictions on the content. They will literally hunt you down if you post certain things. Hell, certain restaurants, if you post something bad, they will come after you. So
Well,
No,
the
no,
question is, go.
a capitalist liberal country that's based on freedom of speech
Hey,
really
So
exists in
you
America? Don't
hey,
no.
hey,
I'm
look who's
so
shocked,
that
man.
talking.
Tell me more.
no, so that's where I was
Hey,
going with it. That's where I was gonna go with it, which is there. The other nations have a concept like there are certain things that are more sacred than the dollar, than the profit, right? and that it may not be what it was 30 years ago, 50, 60, 70 years ago, but there's a line that they won't cross. So that's why you see even with the property market in China, when they raise the interest rate and you watch Evergrande just fall off. Would the US pull that? And not bail it out, by the way, right?
When has the United States ever done that? I'll wait.
I don't remember them ever doing that. Yeah, that's my point.
They're not founded on it. What are they founded on?
Free market capitalism. Capitalism and liberalism. Yeah.
What are you gonna get in the United States that's founded on?
You're gonna get not all the way Wild West, but yeah, you're gonna get free market capitalism. Well, not all the way free market either, because that's bullshit too. But you're gonna get capitalism. You're gonna get capitalism.
Free market capitalism doesn't mean what you think it means.
What do you mean by
that? Capitalism is an idea. It doesn't mean what you think it means. Okay, there's no such thing as a free market anything. Okay, it's controlled. Everything's controlled. Otherwise, it would implode.
No, I agree with that.
I mean, free market capitalism. Did slaves have free market capitalism?
No. Your labor belonged to your goddamn slave master.
Mm-hmm. Liberalism doesn't always mean what you think it means. Okay. But the thing is just what he said. Okay, that your country's founded on that idea. Other countries are not. Other countries are much older. They're not founded on that. We're founded on the social contract coming out of France.
No, because what I played a clip of Visual Politics, and they were speaking about the lowering birth rate in Latin America.
Yeah.
And they tied it to, especially in Brazil. So the segment that I clipped out was especially concerning Brazil, even though they covered a bunch of Latin America, and how there was a company that as it flowed through the country and it started airing certain telenovelas, they literally watched like a tide, like the birth rate started dropping.
Yeah.
Everywhere that television companies started opening up the air, right? Number one, number two, and then the women that did have a child, or because the difference between us in America and the difference in Brazil is the women are not having kids in Brazil. So the women that are not having kids are not having any kids. In Brazil, it's the birth rate. So the women are having just one kid now over there.
Fertility rate.
So that's their thing.
Fertility rate.
Yeah, the fertility rate is different. So they watch as the woman that does have the one kid names the kid after one of the characters on one of those shows.
Okay.
And so that's how we're tying the propaganda to, because now we're talking cultural now, because now it's not necessarily even environment, because that's what was being emphasized.
Okay, the thing is, that's why you have to look at history. What was the biggest fertility drop between what year and what year?
Oh, that I don't know.
Between 1800 and 1900. Okay, it went from like 8 down to 2.5. Okay, do we have telenovelas back then?
No.
Do we have?
But we did have industrial. The industrial age had already been started.
The industrial age.
We didn't have.
You did. The industrial age had been born in 1775. Okay, so you had a spread of industrial age, and you did not need what anymore for labor?
Slaves.
Children.
Okay.
The environment dictates fertility rate. Okay. Okay. Telenovelas do not have that big an effect in basically Brazil maybe, okay, but what about South Korea? What about China? What about South Africa, whose fertility rate's been cut in half? Okay, I understand what he's saying, and that might be a part of it in certain circumstances, but that's not the major part of it.
I can't remember what country he was talking about, but before the what I clipped out, but he mentioned some country in Latin America, on the continent that was like birth rate was like 1.06, and I was like, God damn! I can't remember if it was Paraguay or Uruguay or whatever, whichever one it was.
I think that's Chile.
God damn, 1.06. So like,
Chile is one of the most advanced countries in Latin America, believe it or not. They just don't talk about it.
Okay. But yeah, because now we're getting into, because at least for the segment for Brazil, but I'll include that for other parts of Latin America.
I understand what he's saying. Yeah, I understand what he's saying, but the thing is, It, he's cherry picking his spots. Okay, it's bullshit. Everybody, they all know what it is. It's called. That's why we point out that's how come the mouse utopia experiment is spreading, and how come me and Nameless spread this shit all over the place, man. Because that's the only explanation. Because why is the telenovela dropping the birth rate in Russia? Hmm?
Maybe different culture, different way they view
No,
these things. But
the economic environment is because the women do not need to have a bunch of kids to survive anymore, or a
well,
man.
that's it's crazy to me. Like that, yeah, that segment that I played, that's yeah. Because that's
You have
not necessarily what's the case in America. That's not. It's not. You can't tie a television show or even a television channel to the lowered fertility rate or birth rate. But like that, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
how does an English speaking series affect the birth rate in Brazil and it doesn't in an English speaking country like Kenya or Ghana or someplace like that? Why is it different? And they speak English.
I wouldn't say that I would tie it to culture because in the Kenyans speak English also, but
Come,
not so much Brazil, right? Go
come
ahead.
on,
Sorry.
come on, Z. Come on, man. I've been teaching. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna wipe all that off. I'm gonna take all this shit off my channel because y'all ain't learning. Okay, it's called the environment. Okay,
So
the economic environment is what causes it. Okay, go ahead.
No, but
so
I go ahead.
so to BGS's point, I would say he's actually dead on it because if you think about it, most of us as millennials, I think we probably like middle of the millennial generation.
I
Most
am.
of our parents were older Xers and boomers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Those people, their generations of families were significantly larger than ours. And
Mm-hmm.
if you think back to where most black people came from, it was the agrarian South. Most
Mm-hmm.
black folks were sharecroppers, excluding those who, migrated to the North at earlier points in time. The vast majority of black folks were in the South. So because of advances with vaccinations and everything, and in particular child mortality, like with my great grandmother's generation, children dying was a much more common thing.
Yeah.
Having 8 kids
Yeah.
so that 3 would survive
Yeah.
was a normal thing.
Yeah.
And then you had 8 kids, and then now it's like, oh damn, this is 100%. 8 for 8.
Yes.
And if you were a woman without kids, what's going to happen to you back then?
You're barren,
And you go
You're going to starve.
have a hard life.
You're going to starve. You're going to starve to death. If you don't
Because
have
when
no
you get older, yeah,
man.
yeah.
No, when you're younger, if you don't have a man and you don't have kids, you're gonna starve to death.
but they independent.
That's what independent. That's why the monster told me. As you make it more comfortable, as women do not need men's labor, okay, children become a burden. Without child
A
labor,
luxury.
it's a luxury. Okay, and basically that's what you see. Okay, that's like I'm gonna wait till 40 to have a kid. It's a luxury, and only having one. And now
AZ.
you have Z's that are not going to say that they're not going to, half of them won't have any.
My wife's mother, she had 16 kids.
Yeah.
But all
God
her
damn.
daughters and sons, they don't have none of them have more than 3 children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because as you go up the economic ladder, guess what happens? You see less and less kids. It's the economic environment that causes this. So I know what he's saying. Okay, he's trying to your social environment is actually caused by your economic base environment. Okay. In other words, you can see anything that you want on TV or on YouTube on social media, right? But if it doesn't, if your local and economic environment will not accept it, okay, guess what's going to happen? Nothing. It's a pipe dream because you still got to eat tomorrow. I don't care what you see on TV, you still got to eat. If you can't survive
How's
without them,
this gonna work?
what?
That what you're saying, you still got to eat, but yet we have the weirdos that saying, you know what? If I can't live this life, I don't want nothing.
You talking about the weirdos in the United States?
The ladies, well, yes, yeah, yeah.
Okay, how are they? Okay, even a homeless person can do what in the United States?
Eat.
You might not have you might be sleeping in a tent. Guess what you're gonna do every day? You'll eat. So you're gonna find there's food all over the place. Okay, they're gonna make sure that you eat. They'll feed you before they house you.
That is true. That's real true.
Okay. Well,
That's true.
Bill Clinton basically did what? Sent all these bitches to school. Guess what happened to the birth rate?
We're down.
And when we had it was two when he put that shit in order, our birth rate was 2.4. What is it now?
1 point. Well, for America is 1.5 or 1.6. For Black
And
America, it's like 1.7.
no, it's not. It's 1.34. The last fertility rate. In fact, this show actually did an updated stat on Black fertility rates. 1.3 something.
I thought it was 1.3 something for the median income folks, but overall 1.7.
No. The total.
Oh, you got to send me that link. You got to send me that BGS. But then I got to update because I thought it was 1.7 overall, and then for the middle it was 1.35 or whatever the hell.
Never happened before, which shocked everybody. Okay, because it's been 1.7, 1.6, and I think 2024. I think they did for total fertility rate for Black women was 1.3, 1.34.
Bitch, come here, hoe.
Are you okay, L? I don't want to be a witness, bro. I don't want to be a ear witness.
No, I'm on 2K. I'm on 2K.
I understand.
I'm not
Okay.
I understand what the white boy's selling, but the thing is, he's not accurate. Okay. Yeah. I've been looking. He's talking about shit I've been looking at for the last 10 years. Okay, about Latin American fertility rate in the fertility rate. I actually did. I don't know how many videos I've done on Latin American fertility rate. In fact, the highest out of wedlock birth rate on the planet is where? Colombia.
Oh, that's different. Yeah.
Colombia. 70 over 70%. Why is that? How come you have all these out of wedlock births out of single mothers in Colombia? Why is that? Because they don't need a husband. Because they start giving these chicks jobs over the men.
So they can take care of their own babies at work.
They can take their own babies at work, and guess what? If they're gonna be by themselves, have a baby, they're not gonna have 16. Okay, they're gonna have one, maybe two.
So this is what I'm thinking now, BGS, because with this new information, what the hell is the point of even being around Black women then if they're not even going? I said this on the Rogers. Well, I was in the comments and I said this on Rogers' channel the other day. I was like, Black women not even doing the wrong thing the right way. So y'all are so wrong with it. Y'all not even having the oops babies. So what is even the point if they're not even bringing the kids into the world?
Okay. Since 1990, what's the most valuable thing that a woman can do for you? It's 1990.
For me, have my kids, but
you
yeah.
know what it is. Stop playing with me, Z. You know what it is. Give you some.
I'm really
what?
befuddled.
No, you're not.
What's the vagina?
They say it all the time. What's the most valuable asset?
Oh yeah. Just some. Yeah. That's easy for them.
Why do guys spend $200 dates? Is to have a kid?
No. They definitely trying to get easy access. Yeah, no.
Easy access. They switch from a woman being a wife and mother to them being a concubine for the most part. That's what you're paying for.
But if you call them a concubine, they'll be deeply offended. They'll be deeply offended.
Yeah, until they say, Give me stuff. Give me money.
I'm so happy that you saw the videos. I'm so glad you saw that.
BGS say, Mrs. McStuffins wants stuff.
Take care of my kids? No. Be my husband? No. Give me stuff.
The fact that homegirl said, call me McStuffin, I was like,
McStuffin, call me, I want stuff. Oh, Lord. Y'all ridiculous.
Buy me stuff, Poppy. Buy me stuff.
Y'all want one thing from us.
Look, hey, y'all. It's BGS's fault. He done triggered it. Look, now he done triggered it, BGS. Now they gonna be mad at me because now I gotta play.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three, we can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
My rebuttal to that bitch is go die, ho, go die.
In other words, basically, this is something that happened back in the 70s, right? Curtis Mayfield. I'm your mama. I'm your daddy. I'm that nigga in the alley. I'm your pusher man, okay?
Pusher man. Oh, man.
What are they pushing? And you're supposed to give up your whole livelihood for what? A box, right? That's all they offer. Do they want to cook your meal? Do they want to wash your clothes? Do they want to take care of your kids? No. Offer one. They want you got one thing from us.
Yeah, no, you're right. Hey, but and you're risking your life for that. You're risking your freedom for that. Shout out to the brothers that's doing it. And Leon says, Z, a woman in Africa can make $7 on TikTok. So they doing everything for the $7 a day. What you mean $7? When you mean $7 a video, or $7 a day, or $7 an hour? When you say $7, what do you mean by $7?
Who knows?
There's a whole bunch of different $7, Leon. There's 7 a day. There's seven an hour.
$7 is half a week's pay in most places. Okay.
Ooh.
Check your super
Yeah,
chat.
true.
Check super chat.
Give me one. So, okay. Oh no! Look, whenever they start the Munchkin, y'all be look. So not when I gotta play it twice now. And Captain Obvious says Munchkin is a squatter, not a renter or a homeowner. And thank you for the super chat. Let me read this. And Better You says, run it back, waterboard them ninjas. Look, I'm sorry, y'all. Every time we play it, somebody always gonna put money down to play it again. I'm sorry, BGS, but they want me to spam this real quick.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
I swear she thought she ate. I swear she
I know,
thought
yeah,
she
that's
ate.
what the smirk is at the end. You're right. At the end, that is her trying to be a little. That exactly what AL said. She thought she ate. She thought she really said something. That's why she smirked at the end.
Yeah.
I
No,
just checked you now.
that's not a smirk. That's a beautiful smile, Z.
Right? Exactly.
Just a second of a beautiful smile.
She said, "Gotcha, bitch."
Wait a minute, fellas. This is my rendition. House call job. That's all she's said. Bitch, you don't qualify for none of it. You're not gonna give it.
It's because guess what they say? I am the table. Okay.
No, how can you be the table, nigga?
I mean, she is built like a table, though.
What I'm saying is, you got to give me all this stuff and load up the table because I am the table.
Yes, for my mere presence. And this ran through ass vagina. Hi, Mom Jeff.
Got more miles on it than an F-350 dually. Not gonna rebuild it. Not gonna buy it at all.
All you gotta do is look at Kendra G's dating show, right?
Oh my God!
When they looking for a man, what do they offer?
Their
The
presence.
box.
Their presence in
And
the
it ran
box.
through box with
Mm-hmm.
that then
Mhm.
popped out 2 and 3 kids from 2 and 3 different niggas already.
Mm-hmm.
That transmission that's about to drop right
It's
now
the,
any given
it's the
moment.
Ford with 500,000 miles on it. Okay.
Man, that dude's on his last leg, BGS. I
Hey,
swear, it's
Ain't
on his
even a
last
goddamn
leg.
duelie, man. Shit.
no. Hey, you ever see,
Goddamn Ford
especially
Ranger.
no, you ever see the Ford products when the power steering makes that winding sound,
Yeah.
and then you can hear the thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
And
when they get to the point they squeaking
I
the
was damn, you
fucking
stole it from me. Goddamn, that's what I was gonna say next.
the
That's what I was
frame
gonna say.
going
Yep,
out.
yep.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't shit, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
The
Z,
suspension
they
be
were
going to
down
shit.
here
Go ahead.
last week.
but
They were
but
down
the
here in Atlanta last week. Kendra G and her
oh yeah,
trying to
with
get
Oh
these
the
women
yeah.
out there.
I saw that shit. I saw that
oh,
shit. And the girl
Right.
that called her out.
Yeah.
and the
Yeah, they
thing
put the announcement out. The guy said, no, 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 no.
Mhm.
Hold on,
and
what
and,
happened?
and, and the thing is that what's his name and her actually allowed that shit.
Yeah.
Allowed a mixer, and I know it's because women pay money.
You're
Okay.
talking about earn your leisure. Yeah.
Yeah,
They allow for that shit. Yep.
allow for this shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's because women will pay. Kevin found that out. Women will pay to get to high value men, or what they perceive as high value men. They'll pay
Yeah.
for it.
Yep. Yep.
Same thing with Geek Fest and all that kind of stuff. Where Black Geek Fest, all kind of crap where black men show up. They have good professions, or good jobs. Okay, they'll pay to get there.
Mm.
In fact, they pay more than the men just to be in a room with
But
these guys.
they're showing up
And
in
they
Thailand.
turn everything into that. That's earn your leisure was not initially about that, and then like you said, all the tech conferences and stuff for
Yeah,
brothers was
yeah,
not about that. And
yeah,
every time black women get a wind of it, that we're gonna turn this into dating and mixing and mingle.
yeah.
Man,
Yeah,
yawn.
you see women from getting on flights all over the country going to that fest looking for that guy. Okay, in other
Mhm.
words, Kevin Samuels just introduces a whole nother sector into the economy. Okay, high
Facts.
value man. Okay, how do I find one?
Yep. Going to Black Men in Tech and Afro Tech.
And Afrotech. Yeah,
Afrotech. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Yes, Afrotech.
there was more dating stuff going on in Afrotech than actual tech. Okay.
Yeah, like you would have sessions during the day, but after 5 o'clock, anything after 5 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
it was pretty much some type of mix and mingle type of joint.
Yeah.
And they were ladies that came to Afrotech who did not have a ticket to Afrotech. They were just trying to hang
Yeah.
around the hotel
Yeah.
and get somebody.
They're trying to go
No,
to the mixers. Yeah.
well, you said it earlier, but you ain't catch yourself. You said they would have sessions, and that's what the girls was trying to have is sessions.
Yeah.
They was trying to have sessions.
They trying to do a gynocentric takeover of a black male space.
Damn,
Ain't
there you
gonna
go.
happen.
It
Ain't gonna happen.
ain't going. It's already happened. What you talking about? Ain't gonna happen. It's already
No,
happened.
I'm
Let me.
saying, they go in there with the notion of getting it done, sealing the deal, BGS. But
You don't know how many tech simps are out there, man.
Shit.
oh
Give me a
god
break.
damn,
Give me a break.
Let,
You got a
let
whole
me
lot of tech simps ain't getting shit, man.
I was trying to
let
give them credit.
let me read this from Theo real quick. 'Cause, wait, y'all hear that? Is that a dollop sound? That might be that's a dollop sound right now. No, I'm playing with you, Theo. And Theo says, and thank you for the super chat. Passport solves all of this. You mean passport being a passport bro solves this?
Just telling niggas the real. I want stuff. I want stuff. I'm not
Because
here.
of
I want
BGS.
stuff. Buy me stuff. Chicago Hottie left her nigga. Said, I want stuff. Buy me stuff. And she got a new nigga buying her stuff. Just like that. Like, just start being real with these niggas. Like, don't cap to these niggas. Don't say you want a relationship. Don't say you want to be in love. Say, I want stuff. Give me stuff. Give me money. It works either way. It works hand in hand. Shit. I want stuff. Give me my money.
It's cold in that.
She said, don't even cap. She said, don't even lie. She
Yeah,
said, don't
yeah.
even lie.
I agree with her. I agree with her. I agree with her.
Hey, half of y'all aunts look just like this, by the way.
I agree
Hey
with her.
Z,
I mean,
that's why I tell my wife Louis Vuitton is an old rapper.
yeah. damn near is.
For real.
She don't
Damn near
know.
is
Yeah.
No
because
Gucci belts in this house.
the
Right.
rap game did make them famous. That's true.
Yeah. Yep.
They might as well be
Yep.
an old rapper.
Wait, so y'all not walking around with Gucci flip flops at the Tunnel Running household?
No, 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 no. Anytime the women mention that to us, I let her know. No, no, no. That's
Look,
not going to happen
y'all
here.
slipping on y'all pimping. Y'all need to get them $300 Gucci flip flops.
Which is why white people are about money and status. Okay, that's our. I mean, women are about money and status. Okay, that's why white men are preferred all over the planet. Why? Because they have what across the whole
Stuff.
earth.
They have
Money and
stuff.
status
Money
and
and
stuff.
status. Yeah.
But what you know what? I agree with AL stuff.
They
They
have
have stuff or they
stuff.
got the
They,
ability to buy
they,
stuff
they,
and
they,
do
they-
stuff.
sometimes they have stuff, sometimes they don't. But things, guess what they do have? Okay, the
The color of whiteness that represents the stuff.
that represents the status and power that
The
stuff.
people that can't get the stuff. I'm doing that on purpose, BGS. I'm messing with you kind of, but I'm actually tying it to the stuff that the lady
If that
said
was the
and
case,
what you're saying.
if that was the case, the Chinese would have just as much clout and status as white.
That's
How come they
you're
don't?
right about that. Because they're not white.
It's because guess who's got the guns? Guess who still has most of the power right now? Still,
No, that's true. That's true. That's true. Hey, but the Chinese women are getting stuff though.
um, they they they, they would do better staying with their own Chinese men. Actually, believe it or not.
I think Mitch McConnell's wife has something to say about that.
You mean
Yeah,
his widow?
Is she Taiwanese?
yeah, but she's was Mitch McConnell's wife raised here in China.
Oh no,
Nope.
she was in China. No. She was in China. I think the younger sister was raised here. The younger sister passed away in a goddamn Tesla freak car accident in the water.
Okay,
Last year or the year before? Yeah, the
okay.
younger sister
Year
was 50
before.
something, but yeah. But I think she was raised in China. I think she came here later. I think.
So she's been Americanized.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
To want stuff.
Yeah, I mean, well, we get to that level, the elite level, then all bets are off. That's a different category altogether.
Hmm.
I mean, you can be any place in the world. If you're at that category, you're gonna get a woman, okay, of all types.
How old is his wife?
Even turkey neck Mitch McConnell 70 something,
Yeah.
70 something. Yeah.
Damn,
How,
hold on.
his wife is 70.
Yeah, she's somewhere in that age range because the younger sister was like 50 something.
Yeah,
So
she's old, BGS. She's
Yeah,
old.
she old. She's old. She's old.
Damn,
Yeah, she
she
is.
so
look way
so
younger than him.
so where did she meet him at?
The
Oh,
brothel.
that I don't know. Hysterical.
You liked it there, huh? You liked
I
it
mean,
there,
Yeah,
didn't
he,
you?
I
that
mean,
was funny.
he's
No,
not gonna marry a Chinese citizen like that because that's gonna cause
mm-mm.
too much of a
No.
rift.
Her
Well,
people are magnates. What are they? Are they steel magnates? I
Yeah,
can't remember.
boating,
It's something big. Yeah, it's
shipping
something like that.
maggots.
Shipping. Yeah.
Shipping.
There you go. Yeah, shipping. It's shipping.
Okay, then
Yes. Yeah. Tunnel runner's right. Tunnel runner's right. Yeah, it's shipping. It's shipping.
that's a whole
Hmm.
different story then.
Yeah. And like I said, that when because I looked up the story. Maybe I'm surprised I never brought it up, but yeah, I looked up the story maybe a year ago. Was
Mm-hmm.
it that long ago? I can't remember. But yeah, the younger sister, she left the party. She was a little tipsy, a little drunk, and I don't know what happened, but the Tesla ended up in the water. She ended up calling 911 herself, and her
Ah,
friends and her they watched her die in that goddamn Tesla and drown.
okay.
Yeah, that it's a scary
Sounds
thought.
sounds
That's a
sounds like
scary.
sounds like a Kennedy thing.
Hey, look, I thought
Chap,
it.
sounds like
I
Chapter
thought
20
it.
to
I didn't
me.
want to say it, but I'm just saying. I thought it.
Well,
I'm just saying.
you know what?
Yep.
The scary thing about the Teslas and those EV cars in general, you could send some shit over the air and make it look like an accident
Yeah,
really easy.
of
Like
course.
Hey, look, I'm just saying.
there was some dude like a year or two ago that he was
Yeah,
having a
you're
little
doing
bit
it.
of beef with she.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
ain't had no beef no more.
yeah. You can. They can be hacked. You know
Yeah.
how? Yeah,
Oh, and by the way, so for all of us with older cars, I think from about this year, about 26 and older, you're
yeah,
good. 20, 27 and 27 going on up, what better
yeah,
you said will be every car.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of
I
course.
think about next year and up. Definitely 28 and up. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put the link in and not in the description, but I'm gonna put the link for what I'm talking about in the in my community tab after the
Hmm.
stream. But
Yeah,
yeah,
of
yeah,
course.
exactly what better you
Every,
said.
every I think 2010 and up, most cars are computer controlled.
To some variation, yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
but the thing about white guys and white guys and their status, okay. What's his name was Austin Holland was complaining about the exact same thing in Brazil and Africa, every place else. Okay, it is what it is. Okay, the right now they are the preeminent status symbol on the planet. Now get around
Trell, I ain't
it.
even gonna read it out loud. Better, not better. BGS, I would like to direct your eyes to Trell's
Miss,
comment towards the
Mrs.
bottom.
Mrs. 80 something. I know Mrs. old. We're talking about how old his wife. We're not
No,
talking
no, no,
about
no,
that.
no, 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 no. His second to last comment.
Oh,
The second to last, yeah. He said,
I didn't see
"Chap-
it.
No, let me see. I'm a.
Oh,
Goddamn, you made me highlight it.
Chappaquiddick.
Goddamn it.
Okay. Oh,
Goddamn, you read
Chappaquiddick.
it.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is, well, we can expect. We don't know. We can speculate. We still don't know about Chappaquiddick. All we have is, what
And
they
we
tell us,
won't know.
and we won't know. No, that died with them.
Hey, Z, the
And whoever
markets are
else knew. Go ahead.
Yeah, I
the
mean, tell them.
markets are so the
Go ahead.
markets are so open here that I'm going to have to buy my Chinese car in Colombia 2 years from now with
Yeah,
all
yeah.
the wheels
Well,
and
well,
buttons
yeah.
for
Yeah, yeah.
half the price.
The only place you can't buy Chinese electric vehicles is the United States. Okay.
Yeah, I can get it right
I
now in Colombia for
mhm.
$20,000
You
a
can
By
vehicle
the
plus
way,
about
BGS, I
76.
did watch that link.
you can
That,
roll
go
up to
ahead.
Canada and get an electric Chinese electric car. Okay.
Yeah, but they got a limited
But
number.
Yeah, they
yeah,
do.
but the only thing is you're gonna have to buy an adapter for the charge port because we don't use the same ones. But I did watch that what you sent me with the Xiaomi. Yeah,
Hmm.
no, that not that exact car, but there's a faster version of that exact car, and it's the fastest car in Nurburgring. It's the fastest. Sorry, it's the fastest EV, and I think it might be the fastest sedan on Nurburgring.
Yeah.
Them Xiaomis, yeah, it's a
I
problem.
mean,
It's a problem.
a
Yeah.
motorhead like you, man, there's always an adapter kit. Okay.
Yeah, no, they already sell it. I already saw the adapter kit for it. I already saw it.
And if they're gonna sell it
Yeah.
here, they probably will come with the adapter kit installed.
And so, by the way, so the car I'm talking, I think it's called the U7 or something like that. So there's a Xiaomi. It's not the fastest one, but it's fast as hell. It's a beautiful shape, right? It gives you Porsche Taycan vibes with a
Hmm.
McLaren headlights, and if they sold it in America with like 600-700 horsepower, 500 something horsepower, it would be a $45,000 car.
Yeah.
You're not touching a Tesla Model S Plaid for that type of money.
No. Okay.
Tesla Model S Plaid is $100,000 car. Go ahead.
The biggest threat to the car market in the United States is the car they just made in Mexico that costs $8,000 as an EV. It seats six.
Oh, you're talking about not the
Yeah.
BYD Dolphin joint
No,
or
no, no,
whatever
no,
they call
no,
it.
no, no. They call it something. It was an I. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, it's made in Mexico. A Mexican
Somebody
created
look it up for me,
You
please.
talking about the Aya Neo or something?
I mean, something like that. Yeah, $8,500. Okay.
Yeah, the BYD Sea Golf is
That's the
$10,000.
one I was talking about. Thank you,
No,
thank you.
no.
That's the one I was talking about.
It,
No,
it,
I know
it,
you're not talking about the same car, BGS, but I'm saying the
I'm,
one I was talking about is what Tunnel Runner just mentioned. Yeah, yeah, the
I'm talking
Seagull.
about
That's what I was saying.
it looks like a Volkswagen, old Volkswagen bus, right? But thing is seat six and with storage, and it costs $8,000. And
So, so
it has a 300-mile
thi-
range.
this is what China, and I think I might have linked it in my community tab. If I didn't, I'm gonna link it after the stream again. So
Hmm.
what China is doing, well, some company in China, they're taking the old 240, the Datsun 240Zs. They're
Hmm.
taking the old school, the first generation Mustangs. They're
Hmm.
taking the Toyota Land Cruisers and the Ford Broncos. I think it's the Ford Bronco, and they're repurposing them. They're literally building them shits from scratch.
Yeah.
You put whatever engine you want in there,
Yeah.
whatever suspension, blah blah blah. But the body, they're building that shit, and then they're shipping it out $10,000
Yeah.
for essentially a brand new 240Z.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, in America, you're not touching no 240Z for less than 50 of 60, 70, $80,000. A
Yeah.
clean one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, most of our stuff has way more manual input than they do, and but guess what? Um, their wages were 5 or 6 times less than ours.
Mhm. Um, um, Captain Obvious gave us the name. It's called the what is it? The Olina Uno.
Yeah, it's Uno. Yeah,
Yeah. Thank you for that, Captain Obvious.
Yeah, that's made. That's right
That
across. That's right across the border.
yep. It's just a new day. It's a new day, well, especially in the car world. The EV revolution is here, and like now we're getting like weird trick manuals because the thing for us gearheads is we want to switch our own gears and all that other stuff. So they said, fine, we'll give you EVs with manuals if that's what you want. If
Yeah,
you
it's
really
what you
want
want. Yeah.
performance, yeah. So I mean, if China's on that, which by the way they are, I really don't know what the American car companies got to do with this. They for them it's like I don't want to compete. I'm just going to block them out. I'm gonna go lobby the U.S. government to block them out.
That's all they can do. Okay, same thing with with the homes with the
Yeah, yeah.
remanufactured homes. Same thing.
Yeah.
It would kill the housing market if they allowed it in.
Mm-hmm.
And what's going to happen to the banks if they allowed that stuff in?
You could take out a small loan if it's really that serious. Okay, let's say the tiny. Let's don't even say you get a super basic tiny home. Let's say you get a $25,000 tiny home. You take
Mm-hmm.
out a loan. You'll still be done paying that off in 8 years at max,
Yeah.
7 years max, right?
You
Yeah.
can I think if you take a Chinese pre-manufactured home that's like 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, okay, that's going to cost you $30,000.
Man, you pay that shit off in 8 years at the most, at the absolute most. Yeah. That's because BGS car loans is that much. A $30,000 car in 8 years. So you pay that shit off like a car.
It was basically a $30,000 car. A $30,000 car loan is 5 years. Okay, you have paid off in 5.
That's crazy. So yeah, that definitely poses a problem well, I don't know
And,
if we're over leveraged on the housing market. Are we?
yeah. Oh, well, you have way. Okay, the big secret is you have way more housing units than you have renters. Okay, guess who's holding on to the stuff?
The boomers, or are you talking about the
No, the
mortgage
banks. The
companies?
banks.
Yeah, the banks. So okay, the banks. Okay.
One in every 5 homes is empty.
So
Why is that?
okay. I'll prove you right even more. So when I was living with my ex, there was the apartment complex that they put up, and we
Mm-hmm.
were always looking, and we're like, "Yo, there's not that many lights at nighttime in them rooms. Like, where are all the people,
Yeah.
right? Like, where are all the and it was a townhomes that they put across the street, and even a year plus after the townhomes went up and they were finished with the community, we didn't see people driving in and out of there. Yeah, you want to know why? Because them shits was going for $600,000 and $700,000 for a
Yeah.
three. We're not even talking about some super swanky townhomes. We're like, what the $700,000?
So how does that jive with supply and demand?
Hey, I don't know how you
It-
supply the demand with $750,000 homes, townhomes, by the way.
okay, in LA we put pressure on the mayor and the city council and the what is it called, the county supervisor, right? Is because and I told the girl because she was telling me she's a homeless advocate. Okay, you have almost 100,000 empty units and you got 48,000 homeless people. Okay, do the math. Why is that? And so now, that's how come that lit a fire into them. They start housing these people because they're embarrassed.
BJ, it's I keep asking myself this about the U.S. and I'm glad when you came up there earlier and you were stressing. Well, it is a capitalist liberalism, but so where's the limit? So where is there no line?
There's
Right?
the line is with you. Okay, how
Yeah, you're right about
you
that.
see millennials, the Gen Zs that suffer from this shit out in the streets or even online protesting this kind of crap.
BGS. People, if it's not somebody like me that's at least talking about it or the better use or whatever the hell, our age group is man BGS. They when I say none the wiser, trying to hustle out of nowhere or just not talking about it, just living with their people or bumming it or
Yeah.
slumming it or whatever the hell, but they're not talking about this.
I started talking
Not,
about this. I started talking about this stuff. They start cutting my streams. Okay.
yeah. By the way, did I catch that stream? I think I caught it,
Yeah.
and then after the second cut, I was like, okay, I'll come back, and I listened to it, the replay, and I was like, yeah, it was messing with BGS.
That's not the
Yeah.
first time. The first. They've been doing. They've been. Man, I had to get rid of AT&T. It's because they kept disconnecting my internet. I got tired of it.
Let me say this real.
I wouldn't even have a phone
Go
for
ahead.
30 days just because they were pulling. And
Mm.
one time it had been so long, so I actually called. I had called a technician at AT&T, right? Because said, man, I ain't had no phone service in 30 days, man. Can you go find out what the problem is, okay? So he went down to the whatchamacallit. He found out, said somebody just pulled your plug.
Literally pull your plug.
He literally pulled. We
Literally.
went down to the server and said somebody literally pulled your plug on your phone.
Adam,
Shut
hold on.
this
Was that
nigga up.
no? Hold on. Was BGS? Was that out of malice? I mean, this is a legitimate question. Was that
No,
out of malice?
it was not okay. The thing is, okay. One day, man, when I get ready to bounce out of here, man, I'll actually open up. I should open up what I did before I actually came to YouTube, right? Okay, we were actually heavily into the continent and talked about Pan Africanism, and all kind of government stuff, right? Okay, they used to mess with my phone line all the time. And normally be like 1 or 2 days, maybe. Okay, wouldn't have no internet, wouldn't have a phone. Okay, and sometimes I actually yell to the phone, "Hey, I'm not going online today. Can you please turn my phone back on?" Right, and then an hour later they'll actually turn it back on. They would actually hear me. Um, and one time before I actually left them, man, they I had gone like 40 days without a phone, right? Without phone service. I had my cell phone, thank God, but I had no internet and had no house phone, right? Okay. So I called down to the technician and said, "Hey man, you know what?" I said, I said, no, I know they don't like me, but the thing is, I said, but that 40 days is too much. Can you please go down and find out what happened to my phone line, right? And so he went. He was actually on the phone. He went down and said, "Oh, they just unplugged you."
But you say so. The way you're saying it is like he said it so casually, like
Yeah.
he's used to seeing this happen to people.
Yeah, I mean, no, in other words, it shocked him because you very seldom see that. Normally, there's a fault with the line or there's something going on that's technical, right? No, they just pulled the
Okay,
plug.
okay.
Yeah, he was
Wow.
kind of surprised. Said, "No, you just unplugged."
Hmm.
So
Wow.
the thing is, the shit I give you guys, man, is not supposed to be heard in these venues. Okay, just the Mouse Utopia stuff that Nameless uses this stuff all the time, even though he can't tell you who he is or what he does. Okay, he uses it all the time. Okay.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
It's the most accurate predictor of of of, uh, of fertility rates. Okay, I mean, you don't have to. All you have to do is look at the shape of the demographic triangle, right? You exactly know almost to the letter know what the fertility rate actually is. Okay, if it looks like an upside down snow cone, guess what? Fertility rate's going to be like 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, right? Unless you're South Korea, then it's really, really narrow. Okay, and narrow South
Zero
Korea
point 0.7 for them.
and South Korea. If you look at South Korea from in 60 years from where they came from to where they are, you know exactly what happened. You look at the marriage rates, you look at the divorce rates, you look at the fertility rates. The only reason it's so low in South Korea and places like that is because guess what? Single they don't allow single mothers to have that kind of money. Single mothers don't have no clout, so they're not. In other Western countries, they actually government actually supports single motherhood. They don't do it
Shout
in
out to
major
Norway,
countries.
America, France, and all the rest of them.
Oh yeah, France is so bad. France won't even let you do DNA testing on the kids.
Paternity. Yep. Yep. I
Yeah,
saw that.
yeah.
I saw that. Fuck out of here. They let
Got
you.
a bunch
That's
of
a
whores in
shout
that
out to all the
goddamn
French
country.
men. That let you know the French government said, "Listen, nigga, just pay for the kid. Pay for him long enough, he'll look like you." God damn.
70, let's see, it was 60. I think it's probably about 70% of all new births are actually not French. They're African.
Oh, some type of Middle Eastern or African.
No, they're they're they're,
Yeah.
they're, they're African because most of your Islamic people and stuff like come from the continent. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah.
In fact, there was the Russian guy who was just saying exactly that about France and stuff like that, and and what is it? 30% of your new births in the UK is what is Middle Eastern, is what they call
Yeah,
West Asian.
I've seen the racist white guys fret about that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Britain
Yeah,
first.
I've seen
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hell, what was it? Was it 40% of your new births here, or Latina?
Yeah, I was watching something that said by 2050 it's going 2050 is it either 2050 or 2100 the land community's population is going to be 29%. It's going to keep on trucking. 29. Our population is supposed to be 15. Theirs is supposed to be 29, and white folks
Hmm.
are supposed to go down to like 40 something, 49 or
There,
45 or
there,
something
there,
like
there,
that.
there I think the population now is like I think for white people it's like 52, 53%. So it's gonna go down because the only thing that's holding on is basically your boomers. Your boomers are the last vets. That's how come
The last of the Mohicans.
that's the Mohicans. Yeah, basically that's how come the median age for a white person is like 43. That's the median age for
43.
43. Yes.
But that mean that's okay. Pretty much that for the women. That's no more children. That's done for the
Yeah.
women, and for the men, 43. You ain't. Most men are not having their first kid at 43, so
The
it's done.
median.
It's done.
Uh,
So
so most of the people are over the age of 43. Okay. I think it's the most common age they said for a white person is I think it was 49 or something like that. Most common age.
fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Let me read this from the Lambert. And the Lambert says, I spent 39.99, and I got all I got was, and I think you said, and I got
It was a
was this.
question.
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a
Man.
question mark.
Yeah. Well, you got to go into detail about that because I think I'm clearly I missed what you were speaking about earlier. And Captain Obvious says Thanos said, and thank you for the super chat and like, share, subscribe to the super chat. He says Thanos said, "Fine, I'll do it myself. Artificial wombs and human 2.0. The government needs workers to compete with China."
No,
Yeah, no, I think humans 2.0. I think that's coming faster than we think.
humans.
Oh
Humans.
shit, I've deleted it. Damn it, I deleted it by mistake, but it's still up. Don't worry about it. I still got it highlighted. But go ahead, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, that is true. But the thing is, the problem is not humans 2.0. Who's actually going to be in charge of humans 2.0 in AI?
Hmm.
Will it be us?
Hmm.
It doesn't look like it. Okay, according to Musk and according to everybody else. Okay, doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
So
What do you wait? What do you mean by that? Wait, I missed that. I'm sorry, BJS. I missed that. Go ahead.
you've had just this year alone. You've had 10 AIs jump the sandbox and start hacking other systems.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just this year,
I didn't know it was 10 though. I didn't know it was 10. God damn.
oh yeah, yeah. The ones that they had about two or three in China were even reported. Okay, they had one in China, two in China they reported. Okay, you had 4 here, that's 6. And you
Jump
had,
the
yeah,
thing.
jump
So
the
in other
sandbox.
words, they're going to war with each other, or they're just trying to get out of the system.
They're out. They're trying to get what they're getting is autonomous control. So
Yeah. So they're trying to get out the system. God damn.
they're not trying to get they're out of system and roaming the internet. Okay, that's what that's what Hugging Face was trying to tell you. Okay, they're out. And
Hmm.
the thing is, Hugging Face caught them, but things they had been in 4 other systems by the time they found out who they were, and they didn't know for 4 days that the AI had gotten out.
Uh,
I
okay,
mean,
so today, look, BGS,
it's
you can't tell your kids about this. You can't throw me in jail or call, but we're gonna do elder abuse today. BGS, do you mind reading the super chat, please, and thank you.
Lucy
We're doing
Vandross, Lucy
thank you.
Vandross sent backup dancers melted chicken BLT fat total fat 67,988 trans fat 80 million saturated fat. Let's say 20 million milligrams of sugar, 60 billion teaspoons of sugar. Okay, protein. Good grief, 45 billion, 45. billion, 200,000,000, 780,
This is
100
exactly why I
milligrams
had
of
you read
cholesterol.
it.
Okay. 90 billion 900 no 90 trillion 900,000 900 grams.
900 grams.
Okay.
God damn.
Okay.
Detroit be trying to kill people. Like that is the most insane heart explosion, heart attack ever.
If you can eat that
If you don't
much,
get diabetes first.
if you can eat that much, you're good, man. If that means you got to be
That's
Charles.
Galactus. Look, no, you got to be Galactus to eat that.
Charles might be able to do it, but most people can't eat that much.
That's
Okay.
you remember in the 90s BGS when those steakhouses used to be like, well, if you could finish this steak, then you'll get it for free. And
Yeah.
and there was a couple of dudes that went to them steakhouses and died trying to stuff the steak down.
You can't steak down. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's whenever I read these type of comments from Detroit, I always think about that.
Yeah.
I always think about the guys that died trying to stuff down a steak at a steakhouse and get it for free.
The biggest problem is not the food itself, okay? Not the calories. What the biggest problem is what they put into the calories, okay? With the sugars and because I have an issue trying to avoid the soy proteins and stuff like that. They have nickel in it. So the saturated fats have nickel in it, okay? It's because I'm allergic to it. So I have a hard time with that. So it's what they put in.
So you gotta be ducking and dodging that and asking the ingredients for some stuff.
Man, I love Wingstop, man. But Wingstop put uses a certain kind of peanut oil. They actually use their fry their food. It's got they actually the lard is actually made with actually solidified with nickel, and it got a lot of trace nickel in it. And it blows my feet up like crazy. Yeah. So.
Hey, you know it's crazy. So I had to slow down on Wingstop, man. Like I was a Wingstop Popeyes freaking like, especially over the past like pretty much when you can afford to eat whatever the hell you want to eat. That's when you really got to practice discipline. Because man, for like a good 3 years, fucking for 3-4 years, maybe even 4 years, man. Popeyes Wingstop, like, crazy. It might happen that two weeks I go without eating it, but rarely. It was rare. It was fucking rare. But yeah.
Yeah, there's so many things with soy peanut protein. Like I love peanut butter, right? But I can't even eat peanut butter because it's got the soy the proteins in it. Okay, that the trans fat proteins that have been liquefied by nickel. Can't even eat it. Yeah.
But what's the point? I never understood. So somebody got to explain this to me. I never understood what's the point of infusing the food with some of this shit, like the soy and some of the fat and whatever.
It's because it lasts longer, like natural peanut butter without these liquefied fats and stuff in it would decay faster. It won't sit on the shelf as long. Same thing with
so they
oil.
needed to be able to stay on the shelf for maybe 2-3 weeks, just in case.
Sometimes years, like a jar of peanut butter. If you don't open it, will last 4 years.
Yeah.
And sometimes even if you do open it, if it doesn't dry out, it'll probably still last you a couple of years. Whereas natural peanut butter will start to mold if they don't put something in it.
See, that's why you have to get a wife that can do the peanut butter for you.
Yeah,
and then
well, if you're in Latin America, you notice. I know you turn around. You notice in Latin America, when you're in Latin America, you start losing weight. It's because all the additives that would normally be in your food are not there anymore because they can't afford to put it in there.
The additives and the preservatives.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong because I only spent like 3 or 4 months down there. But you are there regularly. You notice that you lose weight as soon as you get down and start eating their food. Okay.
Yeah,
if I'm not
you
mistaken.
lose weight, and some guys actually have health problems, and they get rid of the health problems.
Yes,
their skin gets clearer.
Yeah,
they're stop having headaches and stuff like that. They, you just go natural. They start to, everything starts to look better.
Yeah, just like your drinks, man. Like your drinks, your sodas, and all that kind of stuff got that liquefied corn syrup in it, right? Okay, they don't have that shit in Latin America. It's all sugar. If it's not cane sugar, it's not there. Because they can't afford
the way they do it, they don't. I mean, when I stay down there for a long time, I come back, I realize how much sugar and salt we use because they don't do that kind of stuff.
No.
They don't have that kind. They use a very little bit of sugar, very little salt and pepper. They,
Yeah,
that's
because their food has taste to it built into the food. Okay, you don't need all that crap.
It
Okay,
it it seasoned, or it's seasoned so they don't have to do all the extra shit.
in other words, natural food has has a taste of its own. Okay, the way we manufacture food. Okay, we have to add taste to it because it doesn't have it.
But wait,
Yeah,
BJS, because you said
hundred
there was a
percent.
word you used just now. There's a word you say if you don't mind, say that sentence again. You said the way we what food?
The way we manufacture food. Okay,
That's the word. That's the
yeah,
word. Manufacture. Manufacture food. Oh my
okay.
God.
Unless you go to Whole Foods, okay. If you go, basically, I know, you bougie, so I know you already know this. See, okay. There's a difference between how you buy a steak from Whole Foods, okay, versus buy a steak from a store. You can taste the difference as soon as you bite into it.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
you
Especially
don't.
especially if you do medium to medium down
Yeah,
well, I never ate rare steak, but for me I try to keep it medium or medium rare. I've done worse than that where it was damn near blood steak. But
yeah. You can do
yeah,
that.
you can really taste the difference. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right about that. You can
I
really
mean,
taste the difference.
okay, the reason that in the past you didn't do a blood steak, okay, is because the way they raised the food had a whole bunch of parasites. Okay, most food you get nowadays, especially in America, they don't have a whole bunch of parasites. So you can eat a blood steak and be almost eat it raw and be fine. Okay, you couldn't do that 50 years ago, or much less 100 years. In fact, there was one guy I was watching. He talked about why a lot of your frontiersmen died, okay, from eating meat, okay, is because they didn't cook it all the way through. In other words, yeah, they salted it, it tastes good, on the outside it was burnt, but the thing is, wasn't enough heat in it to actually kill the parasites. So that's how come black people, especially, Haitians especially, okay, you don't eat it unless it's well done. If it's not cooked all the way
Bro,
through,
man, but I don't have to have the conversations with my mom about that. You're right about that. Well done for real. I'm like,
if,
bro, this is like I'm chewing
if,
leather right now.
if it ain't
What the hell?
if it ain't all the way damn near burnt inside, you don't
You
eat
see
it.
what I'm saying? I'm like,
It's
look,
because you want to make sure that you kill all the parasites. Only eat the
exactly.
parasites. In fact, if I find it, I'll send it to you.
I have to fight
yeah.
some of these black women
The,
to not get the steak well done.
It's
Have to
it's
have the chef come out there and tell them what the reason is, and they still
it,
well,
because
it's
refuse to eat it.
it,
And I'm like, girl, you wasted my money.
black
And
well,
thank you for the super chat, Detroit. Go ahead, love.
women don't innovate. They only go by what's been passed down. That's how come girl game doesn't change that fast. Okay, and that's how come they protect it so well, because once you know girl game, it doesn't work because they can't change. They don't innovate. Give me
and
stuff.
the
Stuff.
Yeah, give me
the other
stuff.
thing, the other thing too is like, you know, especially like after a certain period when folks started to get a little bit of money and opportunity,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't uncommon for people to be served rancid meat. So having it cooked all the way through, well done, that was also I guess you would say a precautionary measure in case somebody
Okay.
was trying to fuck you up.
The thing is, okay. My mother and my father were sharecroppers. Okay. Okay. And how they learned to cook. Okay. There's a reason for it, and they didn't, and they slaughtered their own meat. Okay. Why did they do that? It's because of parasites in the food. In fact, in Latin America, okay, you got to be careful of what parasites, even down there. I'm sure Tunnel Runner will tell you. Okay, you got to be careful where you get your meat, and there's a certain way they prepare their food is because they have to deal with parasites because they
No,
haven't gotten to that level yet.
no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm because even with my grandfather he was born 1916.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember asking him that one time because you see on shows and whatnot, it's
Mm-hmm.
always like medium or rare or whatnot. And he told me one time, he's like, nah, like you don't do that because sometimes some people don't like us and they will serve you bad meat. So
That is true. That is true. But but that's where it comes from. I mean,
yeah,
you getting it's hard to get it's very difficult to get rancid meat, okay, which is bacteria, okay. But thing is, there's not. It's almost parasite free, which is why they don't allow you to actually eat wild pork.
Yeah, I'm probably using the wrong word, but that's
Yeah,
his word. But
yeah.
The only food you're gonna get with is large majority of parasites
Mm-hmm.
is seafood caught out in the wild.
Out in the wild. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Louis can tell you, our food supply, whether you like it or not, okay, it's almost sterilized. Okay, your water, your food, your drinks are almost sterilized. Okay, because you go outside the country. Okay, if you don't watch what you eat or drink, man, you're gonna be sick. You'll be in the hospital.
You ever go to Mexico and drink that water? Woo, you gonna be messed up for a while.
Yeah, but man, I just in 3 weeks, man, I went to the continent, man. Went to Ghana. I got sick twice. Okay, not minding what I ate and not what I drank. When I went to I was in Guatemala almost 4 months, right? And thank God I didn't get sick until it was almost time to leave. Okay, because I made sure that my water was either purified, it was bottled. I made sure that the food was cooked through. Okay, and I also made sure that the only time I slipped up, they told me don't eat cut fruit. Okay, I ate some cut fruit.
So
Yeah,
eat
man.
like eat the pear straight up, eat the apple straight up. Don't get it pre-cut.
Don't get it pre-cut, man. Basically, if you buy it whole and you do it yourself, okay?
Yeah.
Because you're getting your bacteria and parasites transferred to from the utensils that they used to cut the meat or cut the fruit.
Yeah, me and my wife were in the Philippines, and we were having a great trip, eating good. All these restaurants. We went out on the streets one time to get one drink.
Yeah.
And as soon as I told her I ain't doing it, I ain't drinking it, and she
Mm-hmm.
drank a little bit. All of a
Mm-hmm.
sudden, her stomach started turning. Whatever. I told her, "What I told you. What I told you. The
Yeah.
people on the street can't afford to be refrigerating and filtering the stuff
Yeah.
like they can in the restaurants. So you go out there and eat street food, and you ain't used to it. She had to throw everything away. Waste my money.
She's not used to it anymore, huh? She's been around. She's been Americanized, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Tunnerized.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I mean,
Ran the tunnel. Not to get this out. Let me stop.
Basically, and this, if I find it, if somebody send it to me about what a pimp said, okay, basically, what America right now is what called acceptable 304 acceptable holes and acceptable tricks. That's what's going on right now. Okay?
Then if you don't mind me just read this from KMS, because I want to play that video again after you read it.
Chicks making a strong case for prostitution. Yeah. Okay, they already have. Yeah. Give me stuff.
Right?
I'm about to just tell the niggas the real. I want stuff. I'm not here to play. I want stuff. Buy me stuff. Chicago Hottie left her nigga. Said, I want stuff. Buy me stuff. And she got a new nigga buying her stuff. Just like that. Like, just start being real with these niggas. Like, don't cap to these niggas. Don't say you want a relationship. Don't say you want to be in love. Say, I want stuff. Give me stuff. Give me money. It works either way. It works hand in hand. Shit. I want stuff. Give me my money.
And you giving it up? Okay, they'll take you, sugar baby.
Somebody's giving it up.
Right.
I'm up front with it. Okay, if you qualify, you might be able to get some money. Okay.
She's not even asking for money like that. It's something about stuff. It's the word stuff that I'm stuck on, right? Like pause, but it's the word stuff. She's not even saying give me money. She said give me stuff. Like that. I don't know what it is about that.
If you give her the money, what's she gonna buy with it?
Stuff. No, I know. It's just the word stuff. It's just I don't know why it's like give me stuff, buy me stuff.
It's respectable instead of putting a price tag on it. Okay, it's called a respectable.
Want some stuffing?
Yeah.
I got some stuffing.
It's called a respectable hoe.
Man, please.
Hey, so in other words, she's telling you gotta buy her stuff to stuff her.
Yeah, you do.
You gotta buy me stuff.
Yeah, you want one thing.
Y'all will talk all around this prostitution, but y'all actually won't do it. Y'all talk around it though.
They do it.
Low-key, they are doing it. No, they're doing it.
They do
doing it.
Yeah. They talk around it. They do it.
Yeah. Whatever.
Hey,
Anyway,
hey,
I really came up here to.
Lion, start offering Louis bags and you'll see.
What'd you come up here for,
I
Lion?
really want to come here and talk to stunting ass, always on the go, stunting ass runners. It's always fucking stunting.
You see what
I
I'm
hope
saying?
you. I came over here to tell you. I hope you lose your favorite pan. I hope you run out of corn syrup.
Hey, Lion. I had some homemade cinnamon rolls this morning. It was delicious.
I hope you run out of icing.
Right? Oh no.
Oh no. No.
I hope you have a dog and he tips the table.
I hope your beans turn sour.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh. I hope your beans turn sour. I hope you run out of
No.
sugar.
I hope it gets cold and the microwave stop working.
Yep.
She don't use no microwave, man.
She said she don't like using the microwave. She better put it on the stove.
I hope the stove and the oven stop working. There you go. Ain't no reheat.
I hope your beans are sour and your coffee's bitter.
I hope your fuse box goes out and it takes you a while to replace it. So you ain't hungry no more.
She doesn't use the dishwasher. She washes them by hand.
Oh no! Oh,
I hope you run out of dishwashing liquid.
Oh man!
Hey, who I want to have read this? Better you, because I just want to hear him laugh.
Thank you for the super chat. Mike of Malice, Leon 008. The UK would be brown and smell like fufu rice curd. Fufu rice curd.
He said the UK gonna smell. It's gonna be smelly. Look, I mean the spices be real as hell, but I mean it's interesting to me that the UK, which is like Whitelandia, right? Like that's that. At one point, this was King Kong Whitelandia, right? And like now, going with BGS, like what 40% of the kids is no, that was America. No, 70% of the kids being born in there is some type of people of color.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
Insanity.
I was in London. I was in London just a month ago. Hey, man. Hey, these white chicks like some Kit Kat. These white chicks like some Butterfinger or some.
Oh really? I don't know. Okay then. I add that to the list.
I'm saying. I'm just saying though.
But I just gotta ask a question, guys. Like why are they price gouging me, man? They price gouging that shit on me right now, man. I don't like it. I really don't like it. Right, I'm back in the United States, but I wanted to go back to I got a South American place and I got a an African place I like to go to.
Oh, in Africa,
and they price gouging them.
Okay, in Africa, my Kenyan girl, she explained to me. Okay, they see us as rich cousins. So just
you get the sucker cousin guy.
Hold on. Okay, if you won the lottery in Atlanta, okay, how would your family respond to you?
Oh, they'd be begging me for everything.
Okay, so in other words, you're black, they're black, they see you as family, right? If you're the rich cousin, okay, they're gonna beg you, right? Okay.
Oh yeah, I know that though.
You go to Uganda, you black, they black, right? And you the rich cousin.
Hey, if you go to Jamaica, they'll literally say, "Let me beg you for son." They literally say "beg."
Yeah, they do. Okay.
Man.
If Z went back to Haiti, okay, went to the village.
I'm coming back with no suitcase. They taking everything.
They taking everything, right? Because he's a rich cousin. Okay. Now,
literally. And I'm working class as fuck.
She's in Kenya, which is right next to Uganda. I asked her, I said, well, how do you guys see us? Okay. She says, we see you guys. I said, you guys are same color, different continent, more money. That's what they see you.
Literally, the rich cousins, like you keep saying, literally.
No. I can vouch for that. I mean, because like every time I'm going over there, I get the. I don't know. If for some odd reason, like when y'all go to like when I'm back in Africa, I get the. can I say the N word? Is that cool? Kind of vibe. I'm like, no, don't
Yeah.
talk to me like that. Like, like no.
What
Like
they listen to the rappers. What did the rappers say?
yeah, no. My problem is I'm fighting Keisha from over there. It seems like sometimes I'll be like, it just I'm over there just like I want to do this and I want to do this. I saw this done in America. And I was like, hey, that shit ain't working for them over there. Don't be trying to pick up bad habits. Like I like I feel like I'm like I know I'm so serious. Like it's like when I'm come over there because they look at like Keisha over here as like the ultimate symbol of what you want to call that. I don't know, black womanhood or something. I don't know how you want to put it, but
That's their big cousin. That's their big cousin.
yeah.
Keisha is their big cousin. She the
So I be
oldest girl.
saying. Yeah. And they be trying to copy her, and I be like, I'm like, hey, do you know she's failing out there? Like, it's like it's like they don't understand it's failing out there, like it's not working for them. But I
They don't know.
mean,
They're not there. How would they know?
yeah, I know if I be trying to tell them that though. I be trying to
Hey,
tell them that though. But
usual business. Z said you have to get rid of their telephones and cut the TVs off.
I'm just saying.
nah,
For real.
The worst thing they ever did was give them girls phones and TikTok. I mean, I be man, the amount of shit, plus the amount of videos I be getting on WhatsApp, my WhatsApp. It just I don't know if y'all ever see like the WhatsApp showing sharing your stories or whatever. It's always a video from quote unquote TikTok. Yo man, won't do this. Go get you another. And I be sitting here like, girl, you know you live in Africa, right? Like. I be sitting there, I feel like you got to sit there and remind them again. I'm like, you know, you live in Africa, right? You know, you live
Which
in
goes to
Tanzania, right?
what BGS said about it's really just the environment limiting them. Because if
Yeah.
they could, they would.
If they could, they would. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, no, that's definitely the reality. If they could get away with a third of the shit that they can get away with in America, they can get away with, let's say Uganda, Tanzania. Oh yeah, they'll definitely do it. They pushing them limits to see where they can, find a hole at, but
Oh yeah.
ain't
See,
that many holes.
yeah. Oh yeah, man.
They're
I
just
talk to them all
limited
the
by the
time.
money and the environment.
Limited by the environment. If they could, they would.
These chicks don't got no money here either. So, but
Well, thank you for saying something, Lion. If you don't mind, go ahead.
Yes, they do. Okay, compared to the over there.
No. I got Lion. Wait a minute.
All right, go ahead.
Lion, because I want to piss Lion off. Lion, if you don't mind reading this for me, please and thank you.
hang on. Shout out to user. I can't read those numbers. Pardon, maybe a little off subject. I recently saw Black Thought of the Roots take a shot at Passport Bros while performing with De La Soul.
Who?
I will be looking that up. Thank you for the info. I will be looking that up. You might get a little maybe 5-10 minutes dedicated to
Okay.
that. I'll look that up.
Might need you to share that if
hmm
there's any truth.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
yeah,
you got a link to that, I'll definitely want to see
I
it.
mean, what good is they? Well, they could, basically, they could take all the shots they want to at Passport Bros. They're just spreading the term, spreading the
I mean,
name.
that's
Go ahead.
fine. If there
No.
is truth to it, I mean, there's nothing else to say. But thank you.
Yeah, I said thank you. Go ahead, man. Say, in fact, go on a whole campaign all over every place you go. Talk about Passport Bros. Please do.
Because all y'all do is just get more eyes to it, and then they find out what it really is. And they're like, oh, okay.
They're complaining now that the rich people are trying to take the rich folks trying to take over the Passport Bro name. So it's been adopted. It's
Oh, it's
Oh
mainstream.
no,
done.
they
It's done.
definitely no. They definitely are. And my issue is that they trying to keep me here because I was looking at it's like near California. It's like the border town from California into what is it
Mexico.
then
Oh, San
Mexico,
Diego.
right?
San Diego in Mexico.
Yeah, San Diego.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking at two different price tags. I'm like, yeah, I was gonna go ahead, be out for like a week or so. And I'm looking down at like these prices. I'm like, San Diego, $300. The place that's right next to it that's even closer, I'm like, $700, $800. I was like, oh, we price gouging like a mud effer, right? They really try to keep all them dollars in the United States. They
Yeah, they are.
really don't want you leaving.
Of course not. Of course not. Especially the women. They don't want you to leave.
I'm talking about the airport itself, and
Wait. But here's the
see,
question for you, Zulu. Zulu, and this is a real question. We don't even have to hyper focus on black women. If American men aren't dealing with American women, where the fuck are American women gonna go and not have to pay for dick and just a man in general? Quite frankly.
They'll just have to pay for dick because
Yeah.
men
it's
don't
gonna have
come
to pay for dick. I mean, shit, they
because
got jobs
the
now.
men do not come. Men from outside of America do not come here for the women.
No, they don't. They don't.
Americans women's best men are right next door. No, right here. Their
So
best
you mean
men are right
Mexico?
here.
No. They're talking about right down the street.
Literally their neighbor.
Their
Like
Literally.
their
neighbor.
neighbor.
Yeah,
Like literally right down the street,
and
or
then
maybe a block or two away.
which is why they're showing up at invest whatever the name of that
Earn
thing.
your leisure.
Earn your
Earn your leisure
leisure.
Invest
invest
best. Yeah.
and
Hmm.
and all the black geek
Yeah.
meetups stuff like that. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why they're showing up there.
Yeah. And not to mention, I mean, you saw the passport sis fails. Like those little clips from those fiance those women trying to get husbands from overseas.
If they want to pay for them,
Yeah.
they're
No,
perfectly willing to pay
look.
for them.
Hey,
Nah, I'm just
Juvenile
talking
said,
about
"I'll
the
pay
results
for."
of it.
I would like to direct you, Lion, to Juvenile when he said, "I'll pay for it." Right?
I'll
I'll pay
pay
for it if
for
I
it.
want it. Exactly.
I'll pay for it.
That's kind of where women, but even especially black women in our case, but that's where women find themselves. Once
Yeah.
you leave,
Yeah.
this is what I always tell Westerners, right? Once you leave the West, the global GDP drops like a fucking rock. So good luck,
It does.
unless
Yeah, it does.
until you get to East Asia and then in China and then Japan and
Or
in South Korea,
Colombia.
you get back up. Oh yeah. But
No, no.
yeah, and I mean, like
Wait, wait.
Latin America is not the
Do
end of the
you
world,
want to go? Like, no,
but for the
no, no.
most
They,
You
part,
know,
they
it
can't go
drops.
to.
the cost in
They can't go to Asia.
the cost in China is a fifth, man. What are you talking about?
No.
Oh,
I'm saying compared to the rest of the world, not just us, but compared to the rest of the world. That's all I'm saying.
even China, but China's a fifth of all of cost of what you know.
Yeah, that's true.
BGS, you know the B Dub cannot go to China with that shit.
I
No,
mean,
they cannot.
the only place in East Asia where
No.
you can't go and it's not going to be cheaper is Japan. Maybe even
Mm.
Japan's cheaper.
Mm,
Well, London's not.
I mean,
London's slightly higher, but
But remember, I said the West. Once you leave the
in the
West, it's a
West,
In the
wrap.
once you leave the
West,
West,
yeah.
Yeah, once you leave the West, it's over.
And I said cheaper.
yeah.
Yeah,
NBA.
yeah, yeah.
Speaking of, well, he would be an expat then, because NBA YoungBoy just declared has been accepted as a citizen of South Korea. He
Yeah,
says he ain't never coming back.
I don't blame him.
hey,
He
bro,
said I
I
ain't
ain't
coming.
coming back. Hey, man, you know, shit. You come here, make money, and you go back. That's how you gotta. You either do that or you set your own business up, man. That's the only and one or two ways, my man.
Hey,
Yeah.
you know I heard you on TikTok, right? I told you, yo,
When?
bro, this Leon. It was probably a week ago. My boy he sent me a message, so I came up and I was like, I don't want to be on TikTok, but okay. But you were talking. I said, hey, yo, I was like, I know you from YouTube. It
Hmm.
was last week.
Last week, I think you may got me confused. I wasn't on TikTok last week, but I've been on
I
TikTok
think
before, so
You might not
I
have
thought I
been, but
heard you.
you probably heard one of your recordings.
Yeah.
yeah. Nah, that
And
I do. I had like I got 200 thousand. I think no, I had like 1,000 or almost 2,000 videos on was it TikTok at one point in time. So
Yeah.
hey, I was on that thing for a minute.
2,000. God damn.
Oh, I was man. When I tell you, I was doing documentaries on the life that I was living in, quote unquote, in
Yeah.
was the Uganda and other countries. So like, I was literally feeling like, hey, this is where I live at. This is where I'm doing. This is where how much money I
Low
understand I would
key,
had out
yo,
with. Hey, bro.
Zulu. Low key, Zulu is our Austin Holloman. Low key, high key, low key.
Hey man, you gotta get you gotta go out, man. Hey, trust
but
me, I've been a little bit of every place, man.
but he's not in front of the mic. Austin Holloman is not
That's
doing
the
TV
yeah,
usual.
yeah. That's the
Yeah.
only difference. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's the only difference.
Oh,
Uh,
so the
tons of people
fufu.
that have
Oh my
been
bad.
doing what Austin Holloman's been doing. That's nothing new.
Yeah, the fufu and curry joke is what I was saying last time when BGS was like, stick to the damn topic. It is part of the topic, but I already have it in my pot. And
Hmm.
basically, in the next 30 to 40 years, it's
Hmm.
gonna look like India. It's gonna be a whole bunch of mixed brown people, and that's why I made the joke. It's gonna smell
Hmm.
like fufu and curry powder.
I
Not
know.
not
I got the joke.
not a whole bunch of not a whole bunch of Indian and Pakistani Nigerians running around the
Nah,
No.
UK
oh,
because that's what it's gonna
Yep.
be.
oh no, I heard the joke that was funny. I think what is it, a Nigerian was making. They were gonna be like, they gonna say your name gonna be Nfufu or something like that, whatever. And you gonna see a white man coming by. You gonna have a white man with an African surname. I was like, oh man,
Yeah.
it's gonna
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
Not serious.
In the UK, the African or the black diaspora is only like 4%. So it's not. It's going to take a while. Okay.
Facts.
Yeah, exactly.
Most of them are East Indian.
Hmm.
Yeah. East Indians, and
Pakistani, which is
So,
East
so,
Indian.
so
now
maybe Curry.
The Pakistani population is tiny. They just send a lot of degenerates there, to
Mm.
cause chaos.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
I talked to my boy
That
Easy
is
about that because
crazy.
they do it on purpose. They sent those people there because I told him, I was like, if you're gonna do a nationalist thing, do it as Irish. Don't do it as because they're gonna paint you as white nationalists, and do it as Irish because that makes you a subgroup. He was like, that's a
I
good
kind of do like the
idea,
Irish women anyway, though, personally.
Okay.
but
Adrian, I told you that the Laker thing is probably more like it's probably more of a money laundering stuff where they're moving money through
hmm
the Lakers. Okay, that's why they pay so much for it.
yeah.
I can see that being happen. I can possibly see
Thank
that
you for the
happening.
super chat, Adrian.
Oh yeah, I sent that video to my mom and a few other people. I say, yo, I had to send it.
To your mom, what video is that?
Oh, old girl, the white worship.
Oh,
hmm What did she say? Did she text you back or anything?
No, she on vacation right now.
Yeah.
She'll
all she,
text me back eventually.
all she got to do is read Bell Hooks "Ain't Our Woman." It's all in there.
Oh, she's read
hmm
that bullshit. My mom's a woman, and she don't do the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but she, but she,
She don't
but she,
hold
but she knows what's going on with black women and
on.
white male worship. Okay, even though they deny it, they won't tell you this in there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, but they know it.
Because remember back in the day, like 2020, I used to write you. I'd be like, yo, who is Bell Hooks talking to? And I know you didn't know me at the time, but that was my argument. I'm like, when you read something,
Okay,
are they talking to me? You know what I'm
that's,
saying?
that's,
They're not talking to me in this book.
they call it a black feminist. Okay, and basically,
Yeah,
Bell Hooks, believe it or not, man, is more known in white circles than she is in black circles. Believe it or not. Okay.
that's what
Let,
I
let me
said.
let me do this.
Yeah.
Wait. Pause for the cause. Pause for the cause. Because y'all mentioning her, and that reminded me of the super chat. I'm sorry, Edward Shivers. I almost forgot. And if you don't mind reading this for me, Leon, because it goes exactly to what y'all talking about.
Bell Hooks begging, put it in the book. Yeah, that's what I
Mm,
said earlier too. I said she's begging white because you remember way before you even knew me, I was like, who is she talking to? I didn't get who she was talking to.
mm-hmm,
Then you finally said it, and I'm
mm-hmm.
like, this whole book is shaped around her talking to white women. She's not even talking to black guys or black
No,
women,
Yeah.
really.
no.
Yep.
She's talking to a white feminist
Yes,
in those cohorts. Okay, that's what she's
yeah,
talking to.
yeah. And
Mm.
I was like, because
Bell Hooks
we
begging will
know
be
when a
put in the
book is
book.
talking to her. You know when a book is talking to you, are you
Hmm.
prescribed to certain ideas, but
Yeah,
nothing. I'm like, who is she talking to?
yeah,
Why are people like this? I'm like,
yeah.
I was confused, and I was like,
Uh,
okay, I just
you,
need to
you,
Be-
find out
you
who it
you know what?
is.
Better you told me that he loved the book. He said he'll recommend it to anybody, and he reads it all the time.
she's
Ain't that
saying
right, Better you?
she's saying the same thing that she's saying the same thing Polly Murray said.
Yeah.
Was it 50 years earlier?
hmm
Polly Murray said the exact same thing. Okay,
Offer your sons to us, please. Offer your sons to us.
and believe it or not, Polly Murray is the co-founder of Now back in the day. Okay,
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah,
That's crazy.
and she's a black woman. So. But they won't mention her because if once you start reading Polly Murray, all the other stuff starts to come to into fruition. Okay, you actually know exactly what is the
It put
book for
everything
and
in
why it's so.
context.
Yeah,
And
yep.
yeah, it's so in context that they couldn't even make a good documentary of her on Amazon.
Without telling the whole story. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how terrible it is. Her documentary.
Mixed race, transgender, feminism, all that stuff is in Polly Murray introduced. Okay,
Not only mixed race, but she wasn't actually American.
Polly
She
Murray,
was
she
born
was.
in America. No, her father was African, like full blown African.
Her father was white.
Oh, then mother, my bad. But no, her
Mhm.
mother wasn't natural like us.
I don't know if she's natural or not, but her father was
Yeah,
white.
yeah. I was reversing it. One of the parents they weren't American black, basically. Yep. And I was like, wow, no wonder.
And
Makes
thank
all
you for the
sense.
super chat, Ed. Craziness. Well, that explains that. Well, I don't know. I mean, so Polly Murray wasn't really on my map until BTS mentioned her, and then I did a surface level research. I don't like saying deep dive because it don't really be a deep dive. And I was like, and then the rumors of her and Lady Bird, I think it was, and all that other stuff, and yeah, yeah. So,
No, I asked my aunt, I asked my dad's wife, because you know they're all deltas. I asked my aunt before she passed away. She's an AKA in Alexandria. They're like, no, all that kind of stuff is locked away. Only certain people can see it. I was like, damn, because they have stuff from Howard University that they
Hmm.
done with her, but they won't show anybody what it is.
Yeah,
You have to have certain logins and codes to have access to that.
that's why I emphasize her so much. If you can actually get into what she did and how she does stuff, okay, then you can actually break down all this white feminism and stuff like that.
Yep.
I mean, it becomes because everything, especially as far as black feminists, okay, everything that she said back in the 40s, okay, they've been saying it, okay, they're doing it
I
now.
mean,
They haven't really changed anything, okay.
they're
even
just
even ain't the
further along
original
the
ain't I a
process.
woman.
Hmm?
The original ain't I a woman from the black lady that came out of slavery. What's her
Yes,
name? Dark
yeah,
skin. Yeah, it's the
yeah.
same fucking shit.
Sojourner.
Sojourner
Yes,
Truth, yeah.
same shit.
So, but the thing is, black men keep going for the banana in the tailpipe, okay.
You know, that's I kind of connect that to how I put it in the chat earlier. Remember he was talking about history,
Mm-hmm.
and my belief in history is like when you look at a group of people that got conquered or they got demolished, and you come back 20, 30 years later, even the Romans said these people were doing algebra again. And it's like, okay, basically my belief in history is like advancement. And basically, if you sit down and chop off somebody's head or murder a whole bunch of people, basically you stop them from producing a sword. But if they're left alone for a period of time, they're going to produce a sword. Just
Well,
so basically, it's almost
the thing is, technology does not stay put in one place. Okay,
yes.
the knowledge travels. Okay, you
Hmm.
might stop them from producing a sword for a short period of time, but eventually, guess
Yes.
what? The knowledge will travel. How
The
do
whole point is
Europeans
to
got it?
monopolize on the technological
Okay,
advancement as quick as
Yes.
possible. Because the
the
That's the
second it starts
institution.
spreading, it's a wrap.
the only reason
Yes, it's an
Africa
institution.
didn't advance is because it was actually
It's
forcibly
so
held
big.
down. No, it's forcibly held down. Okay,
Yes. And
I mean, I understand what you're
and
saying, but no,
and
but
what I'm
Africa is big. That's
check
I think that was the real
no,
reason, or
no,
so
part of the reason.
no,
no, it's not the
no,
reason.
they blocked them
Okay,
out.
who do they put in charge?
Other Africans 9 times out of 10.
Trained by who?
France.
Europeans.
Okay, so you put those people in charge. Guess what they're gonna do?
Whatever you tell them to.
Exactly.
Yes, whatever
So
they're socialized within an
they're
institution
gonna
of Europe.
they're gonna limit your what progress on purpose.
Yes,
Okay.
on
Why
purpose.
why
Hmm. Yeah.
why do you think they're explode? Why do you think Africa's starting to explode now after all these
Because
years?
because you have
Well,
Europeans
first
leaders
have
who
lost their
they didn't have the
be-
access.
No, because they don't got the goddamn guns to stop you.
yes, they don't got the bombs no more.
Yeah.
They sent them to Ukraine and a small state. Yeah,
Well,
They
that
so
only
stopped them.
what I'm getting
they
at,
only
is how like it sounds crazy if I said give the Middle East $1 trillion in 2000. But if you
Mm-hmm.
gave them $1 trillion in 2000 for like over 20 years, people would think you're insane, right? But
Mm-hmm.
when you look at it, we're $200 trillion in debt, pretty much.
More than that, but
Yeah,
that
more than that.
depends on how you count it.
Yes, and
Oh
and that's
God.
that's 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 the joke that I make about white fatigue, because it's
Hmm.
like you build prisons instead of building engineers. You build prisons, and you make those prison guards into prison guards instead of engineers, and you're actually stunting the growth of your society and history. You're de-evolving it. It's bullshit.
yeah.
Okay, yeah,
And that's how I look at history.
I mean, we, I don't even want to go over it because that's how I got in trouble in the first place, going over this kind of crap, man. I don't even.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking about on how I view history as more of an advancement and what they do to stop their own advancement by putting funds and people in the different positions instead of just advancing the society. And that's how I view history.
I mean, you can't advance something you can't control. That is the European model. I mean, you do
Yes,
not advance
yes,
something
but
you cannot control.
when you put funds towards it and you remove people from things that actually advance and have them pick up guns, you're actually still stunting your history.
You're
You're
growth. Yeah,
slowing
yeah. You're
down the
starting your
progression.
overall.
No,
You're
no,
starting
no,
your growth.
but
I
do
don't
I
know.
care? Do I wait? Do I care about the growth if I don't lead it?
Yeah.
Yes, that's their philosophy.
That's what I'm saying.
That's their history. It's
Okay,
almost like
look.
it's almost like before I go, it's almost like we could have had a nuclear fission, nuclear whatever, 500 to 1,000 years ago if they stopped
I mean,
chopping
like,
off
but
people's heads.
doesn't matter? Okay, you saw this with Edison and Tesla. Does it matter if I don't run it? If I'm not in control, if it's not my idea, if I'm not gonna get the accolades, if it's not gonna go through me and my kids and my grandkids, then screw you and the rest of society. Y'all just gonna have
Yep,
to figure this out another century from now when I'm long gone and dead.
yep.
We
That's
saw this with
that's my
Edison and
whole
Tesla.
point.
We've seen this before.
Yep, yep. That's my whole point. That's how I view it.
Mm.
So
I
that
don't I
that
don't I
that's
don't view
stunting.
history through
I
war.
mean, we see this with black folks. We see this with I mean, like, look how many inventors you had coming off the plantation, and like, they still were being disrespected and insulted. Like
Yeah.
so that
Look
you're talking about a
look
people
at
that
black.
I've said it before. BGS, shout out to BGS. I said this to BGS years and years and years ago. I said this to my dad years and years and years ago. These people's mindset is, if I'm not number one, ain't no number one. That's what
Exactly.
Yeah, I've
yeah.
been saying that.
Hey, hey,
You're
I'm
looking
about to
at
roll, bro.
you're looking at right now with Iran and with Ukraine.
Literally,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I agree with you 100%. Yep,
Exactly.
And
yep.
my thing is, look at black guys still trying to understand these women from square one again. I love it. I
I mean,
love
come
it.
on. I've been telling you, I gotta give these fools grace. You see what I'm saying? That the average person is raised by, depends on what class you was raised into, some crazy ass teachers, bro. I seen some wild stuff sometimes.
That's why I
Hey,
do
y'all
it over
take it
here.
easy.
That's why I
I
do it over
only
here.
had a 30-minute break.
Not in pro black
All right,
spaces.
Leon. Later.
If you're brainwashed, I can't deal with it.
Yeah, it is heavy level brainwashing because I'm like, sometimes I
And
try to speak to them and
it,
be like, bro, what?
which is not quite as bad, which is a little worse than dealing with some of the idiots in here, man. I'm getting tired of them. After 10, 15, 12 years, man, same shit, man. Go to fuck someplace else and sit down, okay? Either do the work or go sit down some goddamn place, okay? I'm getting tired of these motherfuckers, okay?
Nah, BGS, you just too nice to them. That's all it is. They come over here, you actually
No,
allow
I'm
them to
not.
speak a
I'm,
little too
no, I'm
long.
not.
I be,
I'm not nice to them. Basically, okay. They can't get in through me, so they come in through Z. They come in through AB.
Yeah,
They come
trying to
through other
fight.
people. Okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because they can't get into me because especially a certain person, man. They got embarrassed the last time. Okay.
Oh,
Let
FDR
me
came back.
let
No.
no, let,
Hey
let,
Z,
Now he's talking about.
yo, what's up?
yeah, make sure you put some more space down.
Make sure I put some what? Oh yeah, hysterical.
Just
It road
make sure you
spray.
put some more space down, bro.
Oh
that's all.
man, look,
That's all I
look,
said.
man. I'm like the only one not saying that about dude, right? I'm really trying to play it nice because I should have went at him the way he went at me. I messed up because I tried to freestyle the shit, and he was actually playing me bit
He,
by bit, and I was like,
he,
damn,
see,
that's what I
see,
should have did
see,
too.
see,
Yeah,
see,
he,
you
he,
playing nice, man.
he wants you to go at him because that's how
Yeah,
he
I
gets
know
traction.
his
Okay.
number.
yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
he
I
wants
know,
eyes
I
on
know.
him. He wants
And
eyes on him. I
I've been
told Z.
counseled I've been counseled not to do that by Lion and
Yeah, I
other
know,
folks.
but you can't.
Yeah,
But you're Z. And you can't help yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
but
realize it's really
I
hard.
told
It's
Z
really
this
hard.
is what this individual is doing is like he's that dude that lost the fight and everybody's laughing at him, and then like he goes to the first dude he don't like what the fuck you laughing at,
Yeah,
dude?
yeah. In other words, yeah,
That's
that's
exactly
you.
what he's
Yeah.
doing. That's what he's doing because he
I'm,
lost the fight, so now he's taking it out on everybody else.
yeah, because a lot of these cats I'm getting tired of, man. Y'all been wrong. Okay, you ain't got nothing right. Y'all still talking crazy. Okay, you're trying to find something.
Louis,
And
there's a reason why I'm not showing the picture, because if I show the picture, then I gotta finish that whole
yeah,
process.
yeah.
There's a reason.
I
There's a
haven't
reason why I ain't show it.
I haven't shown it either. Just giving him more attention. That's all it was.
Yeah, but I told you, don't
What picture
respond to
is
the
this?
Negro. It's not worth
Have
the
Louis send
response.
it to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, have
Hey,
Louis
them
send
shits
it
is
to you.
funny though. Shout out,
It's funny as hell.
It's right. He's
inspired
not
by
Funny
wrong
as
with
Vince.
that.
hell.
Inspired by Vince. Vince had me cracking up in our text
Oh
thread.
yeah. Well, no, but basically, this is we've been saying that about them for a long time, about those group of people.
Mm-hmm.
They're calling them that sector.
Like I said,
Yeah,
put some roast beef down. You
those
all
are the pride. Those are the dark lands. You must never go there, Simba.
Yeah, that's where all the crumbs filter down to where they can eat. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Those are
right.
those are the pride lands. You must never go there, Simba.
No, that's
The boneyard.
it's the
That's the
elephant
boneyard.
boneyard, bro.
That's
Pride Lake where you supposed to be at. That's wrong one.
Elephant graveyard.
that's
Yeah.
the good.
You're in
Those
the
are the
elephant
boneyard.
graveyard.
Let me
That's the
let me
graveyard.
But you can never go
let me
there.
do the hard pivot and play another one of BGS' favorite new term.
You like me, but where's my stuff? Where my stuff, Dada? Where my stuff, Papa? Where's my stuff, baby? Where's the stuff?
Oh, mommy, I got my stuff right here.
You haven't brought it
Where's my
yet.
stuff,
What's the
Poppy?
bothering me for?
It's
Wait, say that
right
again.
here.
Right.
She hasn't brought it yet. What's she bothering me for? I thought they were independent.
No, I'll tell her what his stuff is, but I don't want to say that on YouTube because
No,
yeah,
I got your stuffing
Oh
all
well.
right.
exactly.
I got
Don't
your
worry, I
stuff.
got it. It's all there.
It's
I
all. It's
got it.
Right,
all in.
hysterical.
It's all in. I got your stuffing all right.
Where's the stuff? Look,
Oh, I got the stuff for you all right.
it's real easy to find the stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. It's real easy.
But the stuff shoot out stuff though, so there's
Yep. I swear to God, like y'all might as well just be on the blade. You might as well.
Bro. They really are
I
though. They
mean,
really are.
realistically,
They really
Y'all
are.
might as well be on the blade. The way y'all
They
talking.
are.
TikTok is the new blade, man.
Pretty much.
Ooh,
TikTok
put
the
that in
new
the book.
blade,
Put that in the book.
Instagram
Put
the
that in
new
the book.
blade,
Put that in the book.
Yeah, you might want to put that in the book.
the work job is the new blade.
No, the TikTok is the new blade. Yeah, where you go to beg.
Yeah, because I was playing a clip yesterday. This chick talking about, what's an ick for me? Yeah, I kid you not. She said this with a straight face. An ick for me is a good father.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, we know.
For her class of woman, she's right.
Yeah, for your simple 85 ass. Yeah,
Yeah,
I can
she's
imagine.
right.
Yeah, that's true.
I can imagine.
That sounds about right.
I'm sure. I'm sure your ass would probably be on the Maury show if you old.
Yeah, if he ain't got a dime bag and tattoos,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I
And like I said, man.
I told you
Hey, Warner.
slowly and
It
surely.
gets mutual.
Keisha is becoming the no-go zone for long-term commitment.
Yeah, she talking about she talking about it.
Yeah, I agree with
Okay,
that.
I feel the same way about you, baby. We get the ick for you too.
It was so funny, man. I think I was speaking to like an older gentleman. Like, I mean, he had to be at least like in his 80s, man. He was like, "Hey, you better not be dating no American woman." He basically said that in like his own little version of saying it. He just like, so when my son is 35, and he married a woman from Africa, and I'm sitting here like, oh, really? And he was like, them other stuff married a Latin woman. I'm sitting here like, yeah. He was like, so you'll get married too? So I was like, yeah, quite sure. And he was like, well, find you something that you can enjoy. And I was like, it was his own way to try to tell me without telling me.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. The day is coming where I know they're gonna lose their shit when someone someone of the Nathan brand says, what gives me the ick? A black woman.
The pattern girls are already saying that.
Yeah. Well, they did say it indirectly when
an American black woman, and
American black woman to be specific. Well, they pretty much did say it when I remember Cher Sade did a post on Twitter, she said, she's like, the quote unquote incel problem with white dudes would be solved if they just got with black women.
Yeah, it
And
would be.
them Brads like teed off on them dogs.
All the racist tropes. I saw it.
All the race, they
Oh my!
let them Keishas have it.
Oh, by the way, congratulations to Shay. Shay's a mommy now. Shout out to
Yeah,
you.
she will
Congratulations
be.
to
She
Shay.
will be. That's
Oh,
right.
congratulations, Shay.
Yeah, she got a boy.
She's
She got a
pregnant.
boy.
Yeah, well, coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got one
Yeah,
coming.
yeah,
Who
yeah.
is Shay?
Shout out to her. Yep.
Yeah, shout out to
Shay
her and her
Sade.
husband.
Sade.
Oh, okay. Here,
Yeah,
okay.
shout out to
Congratulations,
her and her
on
husband.
having a baby.
Exactly.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's
Louis, you ain't shit.
But wait a minute. Let me say this to AB and Lion and Mo
what
and
I
Better
do.
You. This is for you.
At this point, call me Dr. McStuffin. I want the stuff. Give me the stuff. Take me to go do stuff. Stuff. I need the stuff. Where's my stuff at? How you like me and there's no stuff?
And y'all not safe neither. Trell and Indigo in the comments. Y'all ain't safe neither. And Saint Cyr, nigga, y'all ain't safe.
When
Louis, you ain't safe neither. She talking to all of y'all.
when he gets out of
Except
jail,
for me.
when he gets out of jail, he can take you to get stuff. Okay.
She said she's looking for LA raised 60 some odd year old black men who are in retirement. She looking for you too, BGS. She want the stuff.
Ma'am, I see your cheekbones and your shoulders.
Oh,
You look like you've had entirely too much stuff.
Why should a 60-year-old black man in LA give her stuff when you actually get a better deal from a young Latina?
Yeah.
Because your mama black. That's what she's saying.
That don't work. That don't fly in LA, man.
No, and here's my thing. Looking at your cheekbones and them heavy ass those drumstick looking shoulders.
She's not LA baddie, man.
Hey, my response is, yeah, I know my mama's black, and she told me to avoid you bitches. So your point?
My thing is, but looking at her specifically with those drumstick arms and that butter face, like, ma'am, clearly you've had too much stuff.
You know, if somehow, ma'am, you're watching this, don't pay any attention to these mean men. I got all your stuff right here. It's all there. You can cut it up anytime you want. It's all there.
Okay.
I swear to God.
Hey, she gonna try to take you up on the offer. You bullshit, and she gonna take you up on the offer.
Hey, shit, it's all there.
I don't get it. Like, y'all not eating. Like, man, when you not eating enough, or you tired of paying for your own food? Is that what it is? Are you tired of paying for your own food?
No, she can't pay for her own food.
Oh, that part. That's the real part.
She needs saving. Don't worry, I got my cape out the cleanest place.
Tell Z to break out the wetsuit, okay?
Look. Look. Me and Better You are racing each other to go save her. Better You say he got the cape, I got the wetsuit, right?
Nah, but Better You said put it in the book. I just got my cape.
I'm Aquaman, he's Superman. We trying to save her. That's all.
Trying to save her, yeah.
Better You said I just got my cape out the cleaners. Put it in the book.
That shit killed me.
Put it in the book. I just got my cape out the cleaners, baby. I had to get pressed real quick. I had to get my cape pressed real quick.
Tell the runner you got to stay with your wife, because if you don't, this is what's out here for you.
At this point, call me Dr. McStuffin. I want the stuff. Give me the stuff. Take me to go do stuff. Stuff. I need the stuff. Where's my stuff at? How you like me and there's no stuff?
Septum ring, nose ring, and all.
Not in LA. They don't fight on in LA.
And all them tattoos all over.
Yep.
I mean, I can't take the tattoos around the chest, man.
Okay.
That means you had probably some white guy riding on top of you. All on top of your chest. I mean, come on now. There's just...
Hey, take that makeup off first.
She's a Project Dude side chick. That's what she is.
Out here looking like
Spain Man said, "I'm swimming out there like Aquaman, the brother that swam over to the fight." That's hysterical.
I don't know why you got.
No.
He said, "I'm swimming over like Aquaman."
You might be dead, man. He was swimming with purpose.
Dr. Montgomery Brown. Oh my God, no.
Yeah, but I don't know why. I don't know why. Why are you swimming out there for a clear octopus? Because she looked just like Ursula.
No, she do though. She do though.
Hey,
man.
DZ,
everybody need
DZ
everybody need a
winner.
little saving.
You know, I heard Ursula was Nancy's cousin.
Oh man! Oh no! Why? Because we taking souls? Boy, they said Nancy Reagan was God 3,000
She
masters. You
was.
over
She was.
9,000.
Hell no.
She was.
For real? No, seriously, no, the BGS right. No, she was though, for real.
She was.
Story is that
She was.
dudes
A
were
little
going
late.
in and out of the White House. Even when they was in the White House, dudes were going in and out, messing with Nancy and Ronald. So, yeah.
Oh no! Oh shit! I see that. I never heard that other part that you said.
That stuff goes. That's the biggest secret in what you call it in DC about the interest. In fact, when Lindsey Graham died, that's what they were saying, man. You don't know.
Oh yeah, the Sassy Center from South Carolina.
Yeah. That's why they start calling him Lady Graham now. Okay.
Let me ask AB and let me ask AB, better you and BGS this. Who was sassier, Barney Frank or Lindsey Graham?
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey is sassier than Barney Frank?
Yeah. Oh, Barney Frank was man enough to own his.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. That's true.
He was up front. So
yeah, he's up front.
Yeah, that's true.
I hate to say this, but all you need to know was a grown man went to Disney World and bought princess gear for himself.
Mm-hmm. That's why they call him Lady Graham. Okay,
Lady Graham.
Yeah, but he was respectable. He didn't put in people's faces. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah. That's true.
In fact, he voted against a lot of LGBTQ stuff though to keep his.
Yeah.
Look, we're respectable in the Republican Party. We do our stuff in the cabin.
Yeah, we're
in the dark and secret.
Correct. They also do their stuff in the bathroom stall too.
Hey, look, when we grunt and seek in quiet. We grunt in secret.
If 3 taps means 3 taps of the toe means I'm ready. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Look. The liberals and the Democrats are too outside. We're inside. We're in the stall.
We're in the stall.
We're in the closet. Yeah, in the stall.
Literally. Thank you, AB. Exactly. Literally, we're in the closet. Literally and figuratively. That shit's crazy.
This right here. This is why Jeff and the NSA gonna take all y'all niggas' internet right here.
No, seriously though. Seriously. Hey, you know it's real when Jeff Bezos is really part of that shit because by the way, server space. The US government is renting server space from Amazon. I'm not joking. But yeah. Oh man.
Everybody's renting server space from Amazon. Everybody's renting space from Amazon. That's why a whole bunch of sites went down when Amazon had that
the glitch.
Yeah, had that glitch.
Yeah.
Terrorist attack.
So I didn't know that part. So
yeah.
Thank you for that, AB. I didn't know that. Yeah. So it's more than just the U.S. government. It's a bunch of people.
No, we can talk about that later, BGS. But did you hear about Claude?
What happened this time?
They're now watermarking your code.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean by that, AB? What do you mean watermarking your code?
When you generate code through Claude, they have they put their own little watermark on it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They've been doing that for thumbnail photos and stuff like that. They've been doing it.
Well, no, they're doing it with the code now, not just the images.
I understand, but I said they've been doing it with the images and videos for a while.
Yeah, because UNI does it. They've been doing that. Yeah.
Yeah. So in other words, that's it does two things. One, it lets people know that it was generated by AI. Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And two, it lets people know that that we own this. We own parts of this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now I don't know why they're doing it to
it's like a rapper giving their tagline, David Banner, David Banner. Yeah, that type of shit. Yeah.
You have to understand, generated code has become a big problem on GitHub, which is the Facebook of coders.
Yeah.
Because a lot of projects are getting a lot of slop that people don't know about. That's why I've been telling dudes for months. If you don't understand the context of what you're programming, AI is just going to make your job harder.
Man, I had a debate for a couple of days in the comment section with this dude that disagreed with my Feminized America stuff, right? And basically,
Mm-hmm.
Um, he's giving me all these sites and stuff like that, man. And about halfway through it, man, I asked him about a couple of books, and he came back, "Well, you're misrepresenting the books." Actually, gave me the synopsis from AI. I said, "Man, you use the fucking AI. You didn't even read the book." Okay?
Now
In
you're
fact,
Hey
reading
man.
in fact, all your arguments are actually AI coded. That means you're lazy. Okay.
Yep.
But I think everybody can kind of see it, like physically can kind of see that America has been effeminized. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, at least in my age range, we like, what was it, 28 and up. Like, I mean, you can definitely see it.
Oh yeah.
Maybe at least maybe down 25.
They took control. That's why I printed this stuff, man, for you guys. Okay, they took
Mm-hmm.
control of the educational system in 1972. So Generation
Do,
X and up has been slowly but surely feminized.
Yeah.
let me do this real quick, BGS. Mo, do you mind reading this for me, please, and thank you? Just read the screen.
Oh
Well, what's in
God.
gold?
Oh
Read the
God.
screen.
Oh God.
Well, I thought it
Damn.
And
was
Shout
serious
out to
shit.
Louis.
Louis strikes again.
Look, y'all ain't gonna have this lady
Oh
haunt
my
me, okay?
god.
What the fuck, Louis?
Oh my god.
What do we have here? The original Superhead?
Hmm.
Superhead.
The
Well, you
Superhead
gonna
or
get that shut
Superhead?
down,
The
boy.
OG,
Look up.
Yeah,
the
Look
but
on
OG
the
Superhead.
floor. Look on the floor.
Right, exactly.
Is it a dog? Is it a cat? No, it's the
Right.
red.
Hey,
Oh my
you
god.
see the name of the
Hey,
doctor?
hey,
Nancy Rain.
don't miss what BGS said. He ain't say look in the sky. He said look on the floor.
Man, is it a
I caught
dog?
that too.
Is it a
I caught
cat?
that.
Is it red?
She does her
Look,
best work on
look,
the floor, man. She's
y'all ain't gonna have this
unstoppable.
lady haunt me. Louis over
Uh,
here.
her,
Louis said, I'm okay with her haunting me.
her ground game is undefeated. I know
No,
I ain't shit.
seriously though.
I ain't shit. I know. Okay.
Just cutting all y'all
Oh
I
internet
man.
mean,
off.
I always
Right,
wonder what
exactly.
I always wonder what she
Oh
got to say.
man.
Just say no. Anyway.
And do you, oh let me do this. BJS, if you don't mind doing the honors and reading this, please and thank you.
And who remembers the beginning of Scarface in Miami when Tony Montana asked, "You got the stuff"? I remember that.
Right.
My problem is, I just want stuff. I need stuff. I need to shop. I just want to shop.
Why is
Everything
that my
else
problem?
will be fine. But I need to shop. I want to shop on
ain't
Monday.
nobody
I want to
you
shop on
morbidly
Friday.
obese.
I
Stop
want
it.
to shop on Friday. I want to go to the shops. I want to online shop.
Why is that
I
my
just want to
problem?
shop.
You
That's
want to
it.
waste other people's money.
Oh,
Waste
dude.
your
Oh man.
Yes, even the fours are begging.
money for
Yeah.
Bro, I'm telling you,
yourself.
look, looking like a
Even the
whole Miss
four.
Potato Head, and she telling you she wants stuff.
Miss Four. It
You
What's
look
the
like
full makeup, BBS?
looking like a Miss Piggy Muffet in
You
curly.
see?
that hey Z that one all you.
Not
No,
Miss
hell
Piggy,
no,
not Miss Piggy.
no. Fuck that.
Now give, now give that one hair like
I'm
the
gonna throw
kind
my no,
of
fuck that. I'm gonna throw my fellow Southerners under the bus, and that's going to Mo or that's going to AL. Fuck that.
Nah,
That's either
I
Mo or
told you.
AL. Y'all pick that.
I already told you. Stovetop stuffing. That's what you're getting.
Right?
Oh, top.
Okay. Now this stovetop, my nigga.
Yeah.
Told you. Mm-mm.
I mean, she is built like a turkey, so I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
I hear when she take the rollers out, like completely different chick, man. You know what I'm saying?
stop.
That's for all the morbid. That's for all the morbidly obese women talking about. I want stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All of them, from the cute
I
chicks
mean,
to
technically,
the
they're gonna
mad
need the
chicks,
most
they all
stuff.
asking for stuff. They
Yeah,
all
She,
that's
she,
asking for
up.
stuff.
Yeah.
she has a wonderful personality out here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. Asking for stuff like that. Yeah, that's it. Oh man, that's just crazy.
All right,
Give me a
Louis.
second.
Hey,
Bro,
Louis,
bro, bro,
listen
bro.
up, man. Yeah, get a female Miss
BGS,
Piggy saying I want
Z,
stuff.
real talk, fellas, real talk. When they say, I want stuff, I want head and I want pussy on demand. That's what I want. That's
No,
how
I
you
don't even
shut them
want
up.
that. I
Just
don't
be
even want
blunt.
that.
No, they want to be blunt. No, I'm talking.
No, no,
Well, I know
Mm-mm.
you don't. You know, because you black
You,
people. But hey, for all the other brothers, we want head, we want pussy on demand. When they say, I want stuff. And watch how
Let me do
pause
this.
they get.
Let me do this, Ayo. Mo, if you don't mind reading the super chat for me, please and thank you.
All right, this is KMS saying, "Super head of state, a Nancy Reagan story." I know that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super head of state.
We
What?
we 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 need a PG-13 movie right now for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know that the quickest way to tell if your homeboy, when he asks you to come through, is about to set you up with some mud duck is when he starts talking about that personality.
Oh
Hey,
Yeah,
boy.
so tell me
right.
about it. Hey, yeah, man, she got a great personality, man. She'll make you laugh.
Yeah. I hope you got a pocketbook to match.
Oh man. And as y'all can see, Louis came back and edited a little bit. And he said Reagan, the national treasure, best-selling author. Stupid.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Look, y'all gonna make this lady haunt me, bro. I don't want it. I don't want it, Tex. I don't want it.
She haunting us
Look,
all, man. She haunting us
look,
all.
for real. No, we all gonna get nightmares tonight.
She go just say no.
Right?
She
Exactly.
she gonna be giving you some ghost head. She gonna be giving you some ghost head tonight.
Hell no.
I don't even want to know what that is. I don't want to experience that.
Yeah,
Not
I
for
you know what?
some.
I don't even.
That's
Yeah,
gonna
man.
Hey, and Ronnie gonna be in the room watching too.
Hell no.
hey, shout out to Dan X after watch
The
the first
biggest dope dealer in
movie.
U.S. history. No, I don't want it.
Oh yeah.
The biggest dope boy in U.S. history.
You
Right.
Hey,
know what?
hey.
No, he'll be
You
in the
know what
cut.
though? While y'all
Mhm.
bullshitting, y'all know that Too Short actually had it right back in the day. Y'all think about
Mm.
it. When he said that shit about Nancy Reagan back then, y'all thought he was bullshitting.
Hey, the rumors
Now
began
you
around
listen.
apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Well,
man,
see,
rumors began. Hey,
you know what Too
remember
Short
when
is? He's in
Cameron?
Oakland. He's
True.
in Oakland,
Oh
and
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, and
just like
yeah, and
BGS,
Reagan was governor. Yeah, that's true.
Those Californians
Hmm.
got the inside track on all the
Mm-hmm.
celebrities.
Don't
Hey,
forget, bro. Shit.
hey, Nikki Haley is another one I heard that was out here. Oops.
Yep, right there in
Um.
Bamberg.
Martha Haley.
Yeah. 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 I know I didn't say Nikki Haley, but yeah. What I was going. Damn, I was going to bring up somebody else
I call
because
her
we
by
mentioned
her actual name, Nimrata.
right. Right. Let me read this. And Detroit says somebody send that shit to Megan Kelly and Michelle Obama with her gaslighting ass. What I missed?
Man.
Did they do an interview? What I missed?
Nah, bro. You know what I wanted you to see though? I wanted you to
Mm.
see Passport OG's video. And the
Oh,
fact that
he dropped some this morning.
yeah, and the fact that the
Okay.
girl in the video in like the first 5 minutes talking about, oh, now the blue collar dudes got a new
Oh
movie.
yeah, 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 yeah.
You
Really?
see,
Shout out to all my fellow blue
Really?
collar dudes.
Really?
you
Is
see,
that what
What was,
it is?
no, no, hey, what was he saying? What
Right.
was he saying about the blue collar people?
It wasn't that he was saying it. It was a girl. He clipped a girl saying that. Like she like they the only ones who got money for stuff and to do stuff and they because they go to
Yawn.
work and I'm looking like now you want to try to use somebody.
This this
You're
is
not
what
getting.
desperation looked like, people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now you want to use somebody, but man, okay,
hey Z,
okay.
did you see that 50-year-old who married her age?
Yeah, that was
Man,
that's
Wait, she
another
Yeah, that
married
shit
her
was
what?
funny.
married
she
her
Married
married
her
her
age.
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 She's 50 years
Look,
old and she married
she
the year
paid for,
50. So I was like, wait,
yeah.
so a year later you're gonna get a divorce from the age 50? I'm just saying. We had a whole ceremony and people actually came to it.
No, I want to
Wait,
know if she signed
wait.
a
So she
prenup.
married her age of 50.
Yeah,
Yes.
she had flower
Yes.
girls and ring bearers and bridesmaids and everything. I'm
Look,
like, all this for a schedule.
I think that maybe we want to go take a trip to Iran and figure out how they keeping things under control, and then after that,
Yeah.
we might want to take a trip to
Oh,
Hey,
it's very easy,
Afghanistan and
bro.
then Iraq, and see. No, I'm
D,
saying something here. I'm being funny, but I'm not being funny at the same time because clearly these chicks are so off the chain that you give them a smidge of freedom and not they're literally marrying their age. Y'all got to send me the link for that because that might be a stream.
That
That got
sounds
to be
like
a
a
stream.
hypergamous failure to me.
Hey,
Yeah, that
Z,
does.
I can't
Yeah,
believe you didn't see that. That was all over Facebook. I
yeah, I
mean,
missed
all
Yeah,
over
that.
it was.
Facebook
It
and
was.
YouTube
It
last week.
was. I seen it.
I'm
That's
like,
all I'm saying. I'm like, that just
bro,
sounds like a hypergamous failure to me. So
Pretty much.
go. I want some more
who
to
she
do.
gonna cheat on her? Who she gonna cheat on her age? Shit.
Yeah, next thing you know, she's gonna be like her age, then she's gonna turn
No.
51 and be like her age was
She's
too
gonna
toxic.
cheat. She's gonna cheat on her age with thinking that she's younger, so she's gonna cheat on 50 with 45 or something, with
No, no,
41.
no. She ain't gonna do that. She gonna divorce her age and say unreconcilable differences.
Yeah,
You
she's
know
gonna
what? I
say
see
50.
that. No, that's even funnier. That's true. That's
Yeah,
even funnier.
she's gonna say
That's
50.
true.
Unreconcilable
She's gonna say
That's
50.
differences.
true.
Okay.
She's
You
gonna be like
know,
50 was too toxic.
50.
Right? Exactly.
You just
Go
don't
ahead.
treat me like you used to. I
Treat
found
me
Right.
somebody
proper.
younger.
Yeah.
Right.
No. I'm just waiting to see when age 50 gets her pregnant. That's what I want to see. Then,
Oh
then,
man.
then you know that this shit has gone sideways all the way.
That
I'm
shit is
pregnant by
funny
the age
as
50.
hell. That's fine. I mean, Maya married herself.
I
Whatever.
was thinking it too earlier. I was thinking
Yeah.
it too. Yep. Yep.
Maya
Hey,
married herself. All
somebody,
this shit.
somebody need to ask that dense bitch how's that working out for her.
Your girl Carrie Hilson about to
I got
marry
this thing.
herself too. Bet.
I got this thing. Yeah.
I told you she going out like Maya.
Z, check the back chat.
Wait, what you mean? Oh, okay. So I'll do this thing.
But that's the link to the 50, married to 50.
Yeah. Go on and blow it. Put that shit on there so we can talk about it.
Who is that her?
Right.
Very recently, I had this girl ask me for a ride on one of my motorcycles. Now, I was a little hesitant at first because I didn't have another
playing
helmet
this on
with me.
purpose,
It's just
y'all.
a safety thing. I don't want to take a girl for a ride, have something happen, especially if it's her first time on a bike, and then she gets hurt, I get blamed. It's just not good for anybody. Now, I could tell that this girl was pretty disappointed, and she said something at the end of the interaction that I thought was pretty strange.
I don't want to see you saying nowhere.
I wasn't planning on it. See, I'm not really sure why she said that. I didn't have any plans on saying that anytime in the future. However, it did remind me of a story from high school. You see, there's this girl that I went on a few dates in high school with. I'm just gonna call her Amanda. Now, Amanda happened to be black, and that's a detail that's gonna be relevant later. Me and Amanda got along pretty well on the most part. We hung out a few times, and one time I remember we started to get a little bit frisky in my old car. I drove an old 2018 Honda Civic. That thing was not the best car in the world to get frisky in. I mean, like, we weren't going super deep, but we were like making out a little bit in the back of this car. We're like scrunched down because it was a coupe and there was barely any room in the back seat. Things were starting to get a little bit invested. And that's when I figured out that this girl happened to have a little bit of a degradation thing going on, which, hey, that was my first experience with that ever. I was a little bit of a teenager. I'd never had any experience with that in my life. So I was a little bit new to that. I didn't really know what to do. It just so happened to be my luck that Amanda was willing to instruct me a little bit. And this is when Amanda leaned up to me, whispered in my ear, "Call me the N-word." Now, I was a little distraught hearing that come out of her mouth. My parents would never allow me to say that in my life. And so that's just how I was raised. Like, you don't want to put people down. I don't want to say the word. I don't want to do it. Regardless if I have permission or not, it's just I don't want to add that to my vocabulary. Because if I say it, then I'll accidentally slip out in some context that it's not supposed to. So long story short is I didn't say the word. And that happened to be the last time I ever hung out with Amanda, because she didn't want to hang out with me after that. I don't know why these girls want the whitest dude they've ever seen in their life to say the N-word. I don't know why there's always that context there.
That was my last time I hung out with her. Yeah, well,
You know it's bad when y'all cringe out the white dudes and then y'all say some weirdo shit and then y'all gotta run because y'all want we live in the world now where the white dudes are being turned off by the fact that y'all want them to call y'all nigger while y'all trying to fuck. How weird are you, hoes? God damn.
I can't find the video, but I saw a video of this white dude killed his baby mama and his two daughters, and he's now getting married to a black woman.
Oh no, I saw that. I saw that.
Oh yeah, everybody saw that shit.
So I remember that story when it first dropped. I remember the story when he because he so what bro, they found the kids in some in some like tin almost like those I forgot what these shits is called, like that be on the edge of a town or whatever, but that's where he worked. So he pretty much choked the wife to death right when she was pregnant with the third kid. Because what he was trying to do was a male version of blank slave theory. He
Yep.
didn't want to have more than the two kids, and so the wife got pregnant from him, and then he pretty much played everything cool. She went out of town, came back in town, or something like that, and then he choked her to death, and then killed the daughters, and then put them in some kind of like I can't remember. It was like a steel cylinder type shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he went out with all other homegirl like nothing happened.
Yep.
Yeah, I
That's,
remember that
that's,
story when it first dropped. It was crazy to me.
I mean,
And
that's
then
how
and then,
serial
and then,
killers
and,
are
the,
supposed to
and then
move.
the sister that's fucking with him, she's not even an ugly girl. That shit's crazy. Anyway, but he is white, so there you go.
When it's
Z,
white,
see, I just
everything's
came
all
back up
right.
to tell AL, but he left. So I'm going to tell him my wife started learned to cook grits 2 weeks ago, but
Oh man,
he left.
Oh man.
and that's
I
it.
hope the
That's
grits
it.
are, and I hope the grits are soupy and spoil
And
all
then
over the stove.
lumpy and ill.
No, they were
Yeah,
delicious. They were delicious. I was
right.
surprised.
Look, no, god damn it.
Damn it.
And
Whatever.
Detroit says, good time to read this. Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Detroit says, grits and eggs and titties, hysterical. Is probably hitting Superhead first lady on the occasion. Yeah, was it? Look. When are you talking about grits and eggs, the show? I mean, like not the show, but with what's his face? Kyle,
Deontay Shaw?
Deontay Kyle, oh bum ass dude. Isn't he rocking grills now? I feel like I saw a thumbnail or something with him rocking grills.
Oh, his
Like,
ass
bruh.
still around? This chick
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's still
man.
there.
No, he's doing
Nah.
numbers. Because you got to remember, like they're trying,
bunch of
like
bitches.
BGS did it, and he was right about that. He's trying to, FD is trying to build like a squad against us in this space.
Anti-manosphere alliance.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. And quite frankly,
Wait. You said
Mhm.
FD trying to build a soy boy manosphere?
I'm, I,
Yes.
No, he's trying. Yeah, see,
He can't.
I will
Well,
take
he
that.
can't come most places, man.
I'll
No,
take
no,
it
no.
He's
there.
doing his own world.
FD
But
wants to
it's
build a soy boy manosphere. Okay.
but here's the problem with FD and what's going to happen with him is the numbers don't actually matter. What matters is the impact. So
Yes.
yeah,
nothing matters, right? What they said, nothing matters for the movies unless you get ass in seats. Nothing matters over here. Nothing matters when it concerns men and black men in specific. If you can't get black women subsidized by
exactly.
somebody, by other women, by motherfucking white dudes, Latinos, or brothers, if them bitches is still starving, but all you did was make us not talk shit, then that's you didn't accomplish
Yeah,
nothing.
none of that matters
So
if
all
you
that means
can't
is
get
that
them
that bitch got a
married.
quiet death. Quiet.
Mhm.
None of that matters. None of that matters if no one's lining up to
Exactly.
marry them. If
Exactly.
no one's lining up to marry them, it doesn't matter.
Yes. And that's my point. And
It
that
does
and
Oh,
that's
not
my
I'm
point.
matter.
glad you
And
said
it's
that. I
becoming.
just watched a clip of Tracy Ellis Ross, and she was who I thought she was.
Oh man,
Well,
her
I know. Yeah, I saw it. Was
I
she
don't know
doubling
what
down
it
on the
is
shit?
about her. I can look at that heifer and tell she's the kind of bitch that would just get on your fucking nerves. And
She's
yeah,
a
sure enough,
spoiled brat. Just because she's 50
yeah,
something does not mean she's still a spoiled. Tracy Ellis Ross.
yeah,
Okay, let's slow down. Tracy Ellis Ross is Diana Ross's fucking second oldest daughter, and she looks like her the most.
yeah.
yes,
She looks like Diana Ross the most, minus the body, because Tracy Ellis Ross got a body on her.
yes,
But in the face, she looks
Uh,
like her mom the most. She's a spoiled fucking brat. She's a
that,
50 something year old spoiled brat. There's nothing else
no.
to say.
Yeah, but that body has dropped down since that last time you saw
I
her,
mean, yeah,
like
I mean,
5
because
years
she's
ago.
50 something. I mean,
And
come on
she's
now.
yeah,
50 something. That body is no,
yeah. It's not where it
no,
used to be, but
no,
I can
just
just look
no.
at her and tell she's the kind of chick that'll just you get on your nerves. And sure enough, what'd you say, Z? Just let them talk. And sure enough,
Let them talk. And what's important about Tracy Ellis Ross, because she's a case study for me, not because of her wealth and her access and growing up the way she grew up, but it's watching and just like with the twin when she was single, watching how they cope, watching the things they say
Oh,
to themselves,
Tia Murray?
watching how, yeah, Tia, right?
Hmm.
Watching the things that they say to other women, watching what they say on interviews, watching and just watching them cope with the single and say how they're perfectly okay, and if it doesn't happen, then cool, but they would like for it to happen, but and watching them throw men, young men of their similar age under the bus. It's a you can study that shit. Them bitches always coping. Single black women are always in cope mode, nigga. Always. They
Stay
always don't
coping.
care. They're always shrugging about it. But yet, them bitches are the most miserable people on the face of the earth.
Y'all be the first, but if y'all didn't care, I don't want to hear it. Then explain to me why all y'all
Hey,
reacting about Daphne Joy.
Little John got something to say about that. If you don't give a fuck, if you don't give, if you
Yeah.
don't give a damn, but it wasn't really Little John. It was what's his face? It was Young Bloods. If you don't give a damn, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. So
Yeah,
if they don't
y'all
give
the
a
most.
damn, then we don't give a fuck. That's all it
Yeah,
is.
they are the most. They're the most. I'm not bothered, but still claiming to be, but still
Fake ass on
acting like
Marions.
for real fake. Y'all always talking
Mm-hmm.
about how y'all not bothered, but then the first thing y'all do is make
Is
some
that why
post
y'all
about
still
y'all being
thirst trap?
bothered.
Do unsexy thirst traps on Instagram all day? Oops, I
Hey,
said that out
they're
Yeah,
loud.
they're they're so unbothered. They make think pieces about the black athletes that end up with white girls.
y'all the same. Y'all were the same ones complaining with those two chicks that Shannon Sharp was interviewing, talking about why does Daphne Joy get all this attention from black men? Who?
Exactly. And
Why
no, she
does that?
doesn't.
I
And no,
thought
she
y'all didn't
doesn't, bro.
care. I thought
And no,
black
she
men was a
doesn't.
bunch.
See, who the hell is
Hey,
Daphne Joy? I've never seen her.
I was about to say nobody knows who Daphne
No,
Joy is
yes,
unless they follow the Diddy case.
yes.
Nobody gives a
No,
fuck
no one
unless you
knows
know.
who Daphne Joy
Number
is.
one, if you the only people that know who Daphne Joy is people that follow the Diddy case or people that are 50 Cent fans. Those are the
But she
only
didn't
people
even
that know who
show
the
up.
fuck this bitch is.
But she didn't even show up in the damn
Because
documentary. You don't know.
it's embarrassing you would have passed around for celebrity niggas.
Yeah,
That's why. The
somebody
fuck.
know. But yeah, but that's the thing. Y'all always talking about y'all unbothered, and then y'all make it a point like I don't understand why black men are paying her any mind. I'm like, who? Who's
I was
paying
like,
her
who
any
the hell is
mind?
Daphne Joy? I've been hearing it the last 4 weeks. Like, who the hell is Daphne Joy? I never heard of her.
Look her up. I mean, well, you can just easily just Google her and look
I'll
her
just
up.
tell them no. That
She's 52nd baby
Daphne,
mama.
yeah, she's 50 Cent, and Diddy was fucking on her before 50. That's
Yeah,
all. That's all you need to know.
yeah,
And
yeah.
pretty,
That's
pretty
all you
much,
need to know.
Diddy was bringing her to Pound Town on some kinky shit before
Yeah,
before 50 got with her, and 50's embarrassed about it. That's another reason why he going at Diddy so much
Also, she's a
because Diddy got a
pastor.
yeah.
one up on her. Yeah, she's the passer. Because you know 50. One thing I like about 50 is that nigga will protect his image no matter what, right?
Yes, he
And so
will.
50 looked like a fucking lame because he looked like he got the bitch pregnant that Diddy just had on a fuck tour, and so that's why he's going at Diddy so hard because it's embarrassing.
I mean, well, that's all he could. Well, to be fair, that's all he could use her for. What was he gonna do? Marry her?
No,
That's all he.
you wouldn't marry her, but the baby though,
Well,
the
You
baby.
clearly didn't want. I mean, at the end of the day, Fifth, you clearly didn't want to keep. You clearly didn't want to marry her. You didn't
no, it's
want to
not
keep
as
her
bad as
around.
his former ex wearing a diaper now. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't want to keep her around. I mean, that's you pretty much did the same thing, except you had the kid with her.
Mm-hmm. His other ex has a diaper on all the time now, so whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
That shit's
whatever.
crazy.
That shit
And
crazy.
if you don't mind, AB reading this for me, please and thank you.
Uh, can't even see that. Daggone it. Get them in here. These, yeah, give me stuff. The hell does that say? Whining sound like Amazon bots. Yeah, no,
They
no,
do.
they're real. They're real.
Sound like you ain't got no damn money. That's what it sound like to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because people who had the money to buy stuff just go ahead and buy it.
Yeah.
But you broke asses.
Sorry, my eyes ain't that good. And that green on white is. Yeah.
But you broke asses. That's all I'm hearing is a bunch of bro. All I'm hearing is a bunch of broke women talk.
Yeah, well,
Hey, yeah, Captain Obvious, them gimme stuffos, but I mean like this where what that all that represents is that we are at the market cap of everything that we've been saying on social media for a decade and a half. All the stuff all the stuff that we've been saying and showing, we are finally in the place where they just straight up begging.
Actually, at this point, since y'all always talk about how much money I get, we can apply the same Kevin Samuel strategy that he applied to that one brother he was talking to. You can't be broke and fat. Pick a struggle.
Ooh.
Let me play this too.
The same thing to these women. You can't be broke
I
and
got a
fat
better
now.
one. You can't be fat and talk about somebody's hygiene. Pick a struggle. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. And let me play this for y'all, because this young lady perfectly sums up what the problem is.
Y'all are clogging up the system. Like, all of this, getting a man with money, all this stuff, whatever, is literally messing up the system. Like, men don't even want to do nothing for you no more, because everybody and their mama got their hand out asking for money. You watching all these people telling you about how to get a trick. You watching all these YouTubers telling you what to do. Then it's like, for every one video that you watch, it's thousands and thousands of other women watching. Y'all all doing the same recipe. Now they know what y'all doing. Now they aggravated, irritated. They don't want to be bothered. Like, y'all literally be knowing a man for 2 days and asking for something, asking for a bill, asking for it. Get to know him first. Get to know him first. Relax. Y'all is messing up the mainstream, messing up. Y'all is clogging the system. The market oversaturated.
You know it's bad when the little cute little light skinned chick is telling y'all, look, y'all doing too much with the begging. Y'all too many of y'all begging, and y'all all watching the same beggars tell y'all how to beg.
Bro, get these beggars out of here.
Yeah. And that's all it is, bro. What we said, Begonomics fucking 2027. We here a day early.
Begonomics 2027, baby. All I'm hearing is that how broke y'all are, but then y'all say, but at the same time talking about how women officially have more jobs than men. So which is it? So y'all got jobs, but y'all ain't making no money? Is that what you telling me? Something's not adding up.
It don't got a math.
The math ain't mathing over here. The math is not mathing at all. Carried one, but two ain't coming over. All this broke talk.
Hey, let me do this, y'all, because we got things to do, and y'all already know reckless. And yeah, I have reached the part where we can no longer be reckless, but there are things to do that acquire some attention, and I can't multitask at this point of the stream. All right, y'all. So on that note, everyone, once again, to the title, and for those of you who missed it and who caught the panel, trust me, if you ever, and I'm gonna link it, by the way, in the description box after the stream. If you've ever thought that Mr. Z was exaggerating about these women and their racial hypergamy and how they think, even as girls, as little kids, I implore you to give me about 10-15 minutes, and then we're going to check on the description box, and you will see what this young lady said is exactly what we've been saying here on this channel about them swirlers and divestors and what inspires them. So on that note, everyone, we'll pause right here.
I also want to
Love,
add.
peace. Go.
Well, I also want to add on top of that, and when you're done getting done watching that video, understand you are completely justified if you choose not to date black women, or you are completely justified if you just want to date red bones. If you only want to deal with red bones, this actually justifies it. So you don't get to feel bad when they start complaining about colorism.
I agree. And on that note, y'all, we will pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, for the love of God. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.
Where are all the women who lost their male partners to red pill content? Front and center, please. Because I want to know what happened. I want to know how he started off when y'all got together, and how red pill content changed him, and how the partnership ended.
I'm tired of lying to people. Everybody be like, why are you single? Why are you single? Why you don't got no man? Because I ain't shit, ho. I ain't gonna lie. I am not shit. I'm not shit. I won't ever be shit. I'm not shit. I don't know what to tell you, but
if you're a black woman and you only date black men, you have committed yourself to the bottom.
Live from Dade County, the resident lefty of the Black Manosphere. You are now listening to Mr. Z, Blackneffect.